Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here. Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97 home. That is why here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich, Joe's one, they're all coming down the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a Dom. By the young phenom known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio Bizarre is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. We want it top 10, we above it. LECHE.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Wednesday, April 9th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. Power's back on, back in business. The old adage of, you don't know what you have till it's gone or till it's taken away from you. God, I need this. I need this show. I need to cap with you guys. It just brings meaning to my life. It gives me so much, and I'm so thankful for the opportunity, and I can't wait to cap this card with you. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. Stacks play of the day. Stacks in business. Braves team total over, and the Twinkies. Copy and paste that here right now. Crystal Craig, play of the day. Brendan Donovan, over 1.5 bases at plus 135. Pig Milk. Billy Friedrich is on the Dodgers Brewers moneyline parlay right underneath. Here we go. Here we go. Let's move over here. And Newkirker says, what a bad beat if you bet against the Canucks last night. I warn of betting on the Stars right now. Nothing to play for. These really good teams with nothing to play for can now, after the embarrassment of what happened last night in the Stars game, you can expect the Stars to play better next game. But still, very, very dangerous to trust accountability from teams with no reason to provide the said accountability. But Nuke, that was just shock and awe. Absolutely outrageous what happened there. Play of days for TJ. San Diego, Oakland over 9.5. Moved to 10. Still like it in Chicago. First 5 -0.5. I'm wondering why that line wasn't moving on Imanaga. We'll discuss that here. Tons of afternoon baseball. Hopefully your live accounts are locked and loaded as well. We'll be able to make moves here. Ronnie Lofton ready to go. Swiggy says the UFC contest is up and our NHL pool will be up any minute. The video is being shot. It's all coming together. So that will be up any minute as well. Dougie Wise, serious business. Mike Wilkerson on Jokic over points and rebounds. Fascinating situation with Malone fired. And the GM fired. We're going to go over all of that. We're going to go all over. Oh, that was a bit a surprise. LJ from H says Dallas Stars says it woke up to loss. Yeah, it is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Dougie Wise, Wizards -105 first half. Dougie Wise getting his card started with the free bands play of the day. Kong's Clips ready to get to work. Says, catch my 2-unit parlay last night. Hope y'all making money today. Feels like a great day to break the books and get the bag. AM says, I'm putting some new employees through orientation, so I'll be spotty and mute. That sucks. We love hearing your plan of attack here. So don't like hearing that, but I get it. I get it. But I'm just saying that we love hearing your plans and what your model's providing and all that. AM, shout out to AM. Old E ready to get to work. Ross Pitts making moves here. Let me get Ross Pitts' action. How the hell did I just? There we go. Ross Pitts, Dodgers, Yankees, Barcelona -1.5 here. Billy Free, it was crazy. That Canucks team, you get Pedersen off of it, and obviously they didn't like JT Miller. And now they've got a ton of heart, even though I don't think Miller was the problem. Spooner in the house. Marlins first 5 +0.5. Yankees -1. Orioles team total over 4.5. White Sox first 5 +0.5. Royals money line. We got Spooner's action in. Copy and paste all of this. Sweaty Butcher ready to get to work. Barry Smith representing Queens, New York City in the house. What up, Barry? My man. Sweaty Butcher says Celtics, Warriors, and the prime cut Grizzlies all cash. Nice work, Sweaty Butcher. Getting that cash. Get this copied and pasted here. Justin McKelvey going to roll with Crystal Craig. Miss baseball. That makes sense to me. Saturated, ready to go. Kelly McInnes in the house. Nate Dogg 420 ready to eat. Wine time in the house. Mr. Tomatoes says ketchup, chips, and Jimmy the bag. Full slate of games. Let's go. 9 legacy. Maple Leaf, St. Louis Blues, Flyers, money line. Let's cut all of this copied and pasted for us from 9 Legacy. Thank you for sharing your action, my friend. Saturated, ready to go. And Gorky on TFO money line from earlier and a $2 dono to bless our action. Gorky, you believe in us, you care about us, you support us. It means the world to us. Let's get Gorky's action here copied and pasted. We got And North End says Pew Suter so much better than Elias Pettersson. It's just crazy. I mean, but look, I'm not going to get into some sort of rant and rave, but it's just the whole thing that what the Canucks have done is just appalling. Just appalling. I thought Rutherford was going to be the savior. Ugh. Ronnie Lofton says, miss the Yotes. I hear that. Oh, and look at this. Okay, so a couple things we're going to talk about quickly. We got to move very quickly here as we got Mr. Gogster for 32 minutes in 5 games, and I really want to milk that time. Slot says strong talk that Kaprizov and Erickson will return to the lineup tonight versus the Sharks. Wild -1.5, -108. Flames moneyline with Wild in regulation of +154. Flames 9-0 last 9 versus the Ducks. And he says go Habs go with Demidov coming over. As well. Wow, what a time to be a Habs fan. You had to go through a couple of lean years, but you guys are in a business. Crystal Craig says Spooner St. Louis playing so well so far this season. Usually, team I don't even look at. My dude ready to get to work. Would have made great money if he's through 6 games. They're getting rocked. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know how many bets we should make that are just market related, and that was one of them. Us on the A's yesterday, but you can explain it. You know, you have a pitcher who looks good through 2 starts, now first start on the road. And then you can see the opposite of that with Tariq Skubal, a pitcher who had 2 rough road starts, gets his first game at home, and that was a double down spot. But I shouldn't have added action. I would have been 3-0 if I just didn't add anything. That the Rays losing that up 3-2 was a shock and all that screwed me. Yes, Kong's clips. And I put it in the chat yesterday, all the payouts for you, Kong, my man. I put all the payouts yesterday, so we'll go over this again. Barry Smith played 8 Marlins first 5. Is that -0.5 or +0.5, Barry? And then Barry Smith. Let's get this here, and let's get into business here. Von Polo, ready to go. Yes, Von Polo. That was the only sport that was on the show yesterday. And the show started an hour late. So how about this, Von Polo? We'll start baseball before they did yesterday. How about that? Does that sound good? Mally Mal ready to get to work. The Nuke Worker, great group. And Sammy Coleman with a 13.99. Don't know what a guy, Sammy. Thank you so much for all of that. Mr. Tomatoes, I was going through old hats last night because there was no power. But whatever. And I think this is the Isotopes. I want to say it's the old Albuquerque Isotopes hat. I want to say it. I don't know if it is. All right. Ronnie Lofton, Viper NB, everybody ready to go. Everybody ready to get to work. Let's talk about a couple things. First off, shout out to the Cappers who succeeded yesterday. Of course, you go to pubsportsradio.com, your PODs, everything tracked. Shout out to Preston Ekdahl, who puts it all together for us. Nice day yesterday. We have 6 Cappers here with plays of the day, and we were all in the black. There was not a loser in the group. I was up 3.8, Troy Torrance 3.1, Dutch Boy Fresh 2.57, Jose 1.44, Spooner 0.97, and Ronnie Crawford 0.85 here. And then you can also go just to the leaderboard here as well and see how all the Cappers are doing across the board, how they're doing the last month, the last 7 days. It's been just a horrific roller coaster ride, but I'm actually the past 30 days here now, and Preston may miss a couple depending on when you put out your action, whether 2 a.m, 5 a.m, or whatever. But plus 5.95 units over the last 30 days. I'm 149, 138 with 19 pushes. I don't even count pushes. Billy Brisbane at the top of the board, though, of 9.21 units. Danny Betts, our guy Danny Betts on the top of the board, plus 11.14 units past 7 days. A great performance by all of us here yesterday. And I wish I was with you guys. Let's talk about the cash flow here and the winners. Let's start with the bracket contest. And Jose, my friend Jose, who is doing double duty right now, producing 2 shows, has our graphics. And there it is. That is the bracket contest. Congratulations. Gerald Jones won the tiebreaker. Gerald Jones had a phenomenal performance here. We did go ahead and spell his name wrong, just to, I don't know, add a little disrespect to Gerald Jones. We can fix that, though. That's not how you spell Gerald. There's no old in our guy Gerald. But Gerald Jones didn't put in a winner. It would have won the contest. And he handled it with such class. He's such a great guy. And, of course, nobody told him because we are a competitive group. But I didn't know about it. I would have told him. I would have made sure that he got it in. So shout out to all of you guys. Nuke Worker, Kong's Clips, and Gerald Jones just knocking out Zane B. So excellent work. And then in the confidence pool, 19 people in. We paid out the top 2, Ramon Scott and Alex Hills getting that cash. So thank you guys so much for being a part of our contests. It means the world to us. Gavin Henry says, Derby time's almost here, Jimmy. Who you got? I need more time. Gavin. I feel a little bit further behind. So I need it. Stacks ready to go. Jason Meyer, Eldorado Custodian, Nasty Nate in the house, Ross Pitts, a great group here. And my dude says 2 questions, Jimmy. Are you going to do the Dennis Garcia system for NBA playoffs? And will there be Say Hey plays on Sundays, my dude? We have a lot of exciting stuff to talk about. We're still figuring out Sunday night, we're going to have a live stream, but it looks like we might have a new show on Sunday. We're in discussions. We're going to talk about that here shortly. And then secondly, I am going to do the Garcia project. I am going to be doing it, but I'm going to pick the games I'm going to do it. I believe that last year was an outlier, and I can kind of explain what teams hurt the Operation Garcia. So we know one thing is that it destroys in the playing games, and it destroys in the first round. Now, should we take what's happened? I've only tracked it for 3 years. Is the sample size enough? We're coming off the first losing year of it. So lots to think about. But yes, I will be attacking it. All right, let's go here. Welcome to all of you guys. We've got a lot of work to do. Let's welcome Capper, who is destroying here with us. He's been phenomenal. He is now, after another winning show last week, his ROI is plus 7.90%. And that's over 192 game sample size, up 15.17 units with an with an average line, of plus 149. Please welcome to the program, coming to us from Bell Vegas, our friend Mr. Gogster to the telecast. Gogster, how are you?
Doing good, Jimmy. How you doing today, buddy?
I am doing great. Spectacular work again. I want you to have a 10% ROI. So I want you to keep grinding. I want you to keep fighting. That is the goal that we have in mind for you. But you have been excellent all season long, and it's been wonderful. So thank you for your success and your hard work. I know that we want to talk Masters as well a little bit here, and I know we're tight for time. So let's get right down to business. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern with the Toronto Maple Leafs at the Tampa Bay Lightning. Lightning 45, 26, and 6, 27, 8, and 2 at home. Emily Arena in Tampa, Florida. We have Anthony Stolarz, 18, 8, and 3, 2.26 goals against average, 922 save percentage, 2 shutouts. He's been a revelation. And if he can take them through a couple rounds, I imagine he will. Well, I think this goaltending tandem will move forward with the Leafs. I shouldn't get too far ahead. Woll still has a higher ceiling. That was the thought. But Vasilevsky in the other crease, 37, 20, and 3, 2.14 goals against average, 923 save percentage, 6 shutouts. Both teams have the exact same power play percentage, 25.7%. Both teams are very, very good on the power play. There is a difference, penalty killing, and it's no surprise. With Sorellis and Hagels and Hedmans, it's no surprise here that the Lightning's penalty killing is better than the Leafs penalty killing. Let's get into the line history. I've moved on side and total here. Okay. Of course, you guys. Okay. Well, look, one thing that's happened to me often is that my future action has gotten in the way of making money on a day-to-day basis late in the season. I was very consciously aware of it last year, and I crushed it. I pretended I didn't have futures, and I crushed the last 2 weeks of the 26 units last 2 weeks of the season last year. So this is an enormous hockey game for me. It's enormous in the future market. I have the Lightning plus 425 to win the division. If they win tonight in regulation, they own the tiebreaker with regulation wins, and they will be leading the Atlantic Division. And they have 4 games at home and 1 game on the road to close out the season. So it's important. I also have the I also have the Lightning over 98.5 points. So I'm 3 points away from cashing in 98.5 points. I also have the Leafs under 102.5 points. They're at 98. Okay. They're likely to get 5 points over the next 5 games, but if it's 5 points over 4 games, now there's an opportunity here, but that's fine. I don't know if I'm going to necessarily get that. So I moved on the Lightning on the -1 line. I beat this line move. I got -160, and this was at 365, -165 on the money line. and plus 150 on the puck line. It's now minus 181. And I could have got, I think, 2 cents better or 3. I think it was minus 162 offshore. And I chose to send it into local to use credit instead of being liquid. Now it's at minus 181 here offshore. So we've had a big 26-cent move. Now, if this was 4 months ago, there's no way I would fade the Leafs after a no-show at Florida when they play the Lightning the next night. But it's the last 2 weeks of the season, and these games are important. I'm also on the under 6, and this line has moved against me. It's moved against me. Pretty disappointing. I got minus 109. It's now minus 104. So there's a move to the over. It is what it is. I'll have to, just deal with that. Lightning win this game regulation. I'm in business. Leafs are on the second half back-to-back after 3-1 loss to the Panthers last night. Lost snapped their 4-game winning streak. They were outplayed badly. They got outshot 37-18, out-hit 43-29. They're playing without defenseman Jake McCabe and Yanni Hakanpää. Hakanpää's been out for most of the year. Jake McCabe is hugely important to this team and their toughness, and I'm sure he'll be back for the playoffs. They need to get him healthy. As well, forwards David Kampf and Max Pacioretty are out depth forwards. The Lightning come home from a somewhat disappointing 2-1-1 road trip. They finished with a dominant 5-1 win at the Rangers on Monday. They play 4 straight home games before finishing the season off at Madison Square Garden to play the Rangers in a game that will be meaningless to the Rangers. And if they sweep this 4-game homestand, they're the Atlantic Division champions. They're completely healthy. Mr. Gogster, take it away, my friend.
Yeah, I agree. There's a spot kind of looks like, Toronto. They got Montreal, Carolina coming up, Buffalo, Detroit, back-to-back there with Montreal and Carolina. But in this game, Jim, Stolarz, he's had, I'm going to look at some stats, guys, for April this month, just to see what they've done in the last few games. Stolarz 2-0, 966. Vasilevsky 2-1, 954 save percentage. So both these goalies are playing well leading into the playoffs. Penalty kill is 76% last 3 weeks. Another stat bringing up here quick, guys, net penalties. So are you taking more or are you giving up more? And we're looking at 0.39 advantage for the Lightning, minus 0.44 that is for the Leafs. So Lightning are playing a little cleaner hockey. You got Leafs on it back-to-back. Lightning are healthy too right now. So they're starting to – this is a hot team right now leading into the playoffs, I'd say. Camp there, you said McCabe too, Jim Pacioretty still out. I'm going to go with the no-goal first 9 minutes, 30 seconds. I think we should see a tighter game here, playoff-style game, back-to-back. I don't see Toronto looking sloppy after getting their arses kicked last night. So, and also both these teams are playing well. 7-1-1 Toronto is, and then 6-3-1 for the Lightning. So I think we'll see a tight game here. Could even be like a draw first period, overtime kind of game. But I do think Lightning 60 minutes should get this one done. But I'm playing the no-goal first 9 minutes, 30 seconds, guys, plus 115.
Plus 115 for Mr. Gogster. And AM says the classic Florida split. And if this was within the first 60 games, 65, 70 games of the year, there's no chance I would be on this. And I've said this to you guys many times over the last week and a half. I wouldn't be on this. And if you take a look at the ROI of those bets, it's very high. Mm-hmm. I mean, very strong in these situations where I told you I wouldn't have bet this a month or two ago. So there we go. Steve G on Bjorkstrand point. Nate Dog 420. Nylander to score. Toronto team total over 2.5. Toronto money line. Matthews goal and Marner in assist. Big Daddy Boom in the house. Lapsy says the total's gone over in 5 of the last 6 Toronto Tampa Bay games and 11-1 last 12 at Tampa Bay 11-1 last 12 at home. Let's roll on. Steve G on the Leafs team total under. That makes me feel good. I like hearing that. And I guess that. We roll on. So that's a double up spot for me here. Now, I want to make a bet in this game, Gogster, but I am waiting here. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Yes, we're hitting MLB right after, and I apologize. My power came on, and I have it set up here, so maybe I can put the description in here. I might be able to at one point here, I'll be able to. I got the description ready to go, so I apologize for not putting it in. And Johnny Quick is confirmed for the New York Rangers, which I imagine has changed the line. Let's take a look at the line right now. This total here is 5.5 minus 114 over, being a 4-cent move to the over to minus 118. And honestly, Johnny Quick, Shesty's not playing very well. So we've had a move back towards the Flyers. This got up to minus 190. Which wasn't a huge move. The Flyers opened up at plus 166. So when it got up to minus 194, I guess that was a height. It was plus 173 for the Flyers. It's down to plus 157. Look, I want to bet the Flyers. I want to bet the Flyers here. But, and this is an important but, and maybe you guys can help me here with more research. We have Urson versus now Johnny Quick. I had Shesterkin here. Slatsy says Rangers have quit, but Flyers 0-6 last 6 road games. This all comes down to one situation here. And if we can find some answers to the situation, then I'll comfortably move on the Flyers. Philadelphia power play 14.9%, penalty killing 77.7%. Rangers power play 17.4%, penalty killing 80.4%. And there's our guy, the bracket champion, the nuke worker. The Flyers had their 3-game winning streak snapped in a 3-2 loss to the Canadiens on Saturday. So they're a rested group. And yes, they have nothing to play for. But they have a new coach, and I predict more effort from them than we'll get from the Rangers. But we have 2 centers in Sean Couturier and Ryan Poehling that are day-to-day with undisclosed injuries. I need to know that they are in. Now, if Poehling's out, that's fine. I need Couturier in. With Loughton being traded away as well, they're just not strong enough down the middle. If I know they're in, I don't care if it's a plus 140 at that point. I don't care if I missed the line or missed the height of the line or this move towards the Flyers now that Johnny Quick's in, even though Chesty's been bad. I just need to know they're in. I'm not going to bet them if they're not. Rasmus Ristolainen is done for the year. Look, the Rangers are done. Put a fork in them. Now, thank God for the Habs making the playoffs. Thank God for some of these big cashers, because they cover up the mistakes that I've made. And the mistakes were getting too excited when JT Miller was traded to the Rangers. Those are going to be, 3 expensive losses, playoffs at plus 185, and then the over 88.5 points. They are right now, and to win the East, which was, I thought, a free roll. I thought it was a free roll. I thought they were going to get in the playoffs. Who knows if they got hot late and Shesty stands on his head. It was mistake that thankfully the Habs will clean up. And if the Lightning take care of business too, then, it is what it is. There's wins and losses. This 5-1 loss at home to the Lightning on Monday for the Rangers, second straight lopsided loss with their season on the line. They lost 4-0 to the Devils on Saturday, clearly less than the sum of their parts. 8 points behind the Habs with 5 games left. They do hold the tiebreaker. Kaliev and Edstrom, right winger, they've been out for a while. They're done for the year. But Keandre Miller is day-to-day with illness. Take it away, Gogster. Game 2 on the board. Flyers, Rangers.
So just something with the report there for the Flyers. They called it back. The LECHE did, one of the top young guys there, Ollie.
Center?
Yeah, he's a forward. I believe he is a center too. But I think if they're calling him back, then Couturier or if not the other lad there, he's going to be back. So I would think they're going to play tonight in the game. But looking at
sorry, was there more than one call up?
No, Ollie was with the team for a good while, and they're just saying yesterday they sent him back a return. Yeah, no, he returned from Philadelphia, so Ollie's back on the AHL team. So that kind of tells me that someone's probably coming back. They're sending their top prospect back down to LECHE.
That's what I needed.
So there's that. And then Quick starting. It's going to be his first start since the 29th. He was 6-1, but this team's just not playing very good right now. 8% power play in the last 3 weeks for the Rangers, 20% for the Flyers, 65% penalty kill for the Rangers, and then 76% for the Flyers. So special teams advantage, Flyers. Both teams 3-4 for the Flyers, 3-5 for the Rangers. Goals for, goals against you. I got them by period. Rangers aren't really scoring a whole lot. There's not much separation here. And then net penalties advantage Flyers. They're taking less, and the other teams are taking more, where the Rangers are in the negative 0.44. So Keandre Miller, looks like Keandre Miller is going to play too. He was day-to-day. He's going to be in the lineup. With that being said, I think the Flyers are going to come out here guns a-blazing a bit, and I do think the Rangers are going to match them. I'm going with the both teams to score guys in the first period here. Rangers were also 7-3 to the first period over at home last 10 games, so they haven't played higher scoring games. And then I don't necessarily like Quick. He had that one start on the 29th. Before that, it was like March 9th. So he's had one start in the last month, which is not exactly ideal for a goalie, in my opinion, especially Quickie there. He's been in the league for a while. I think there's going to be some goals here. Erston's had one game this month, 885 save percentage. The Flyers are definitely susceptible here, but I think there'll be some goals despite the Rangers haven't been scoring a lot lately, and they got a back-to-back against the Islanders tomorrow. So this is a big game for the Rangers. They're 10 points back, I think it is, Jim. So this could be a spoiler. I'm definitely not taking it at the line it is, but I could see some goals here early. Both teams to score plus 160 in this game. First period.
Both teams to score. So this is your first period, both teams to score action?
Yeah, 160.
All right, Gogster, first period, both teams to score plus 160. Yeah, that makes sense. And I wonder if this is sort of a loosely played game.
I think that's where I think it's going to be. They have nothing to lose here. The new coach, I think Flyers are going to fight here. So, yeah.
I wonder. Okay, so this was all the information I needed with him being sent down. There's been a slight move to the over. I think it's a loosely played game. This is not a high amount of defensive intensity. So I like this. Okay, so I'm gonna double up here on this one.
Let's go.
I'm gonna take both the Flyers and the over. I'm going to send this in. It's just slightly worse lines than I'm getting offshore. So I'm going to send this in here. I'm all set up to do that. I will retweet it shortly. Let's set up game 3 here, and then we will decide. Or then I'll send it in. We'll be all good. So let's roll. Great stuff, Gogster. Great stuff. All right, next up for us, 8 p.m. Eastern, the San Jose Sharks 20-47-10-8, 21-8 on the road to the Minnesota Wild 42-29-7, 2017-2 at home at Xcel Energy Center, St. Paul, Minnesota. Von Polo just 5 games on the NHL card, so we'll be in MLB very soon. Alexander Georgiev in net for the Sharks. He's listed. And Fleury in the other end, who's not been good, but better than Georgiev. There's not a goaltender in the National Hockey League who is beneath Alexander Georgiev. There's our guy, Guillermo Zertucci in the house. Marc-Andre Fleury, 12-9-1, 2.78 goals against average, 903 save percentage, 1 shutout. San Jose power play, 18.9%, penalty killing at 74.4%. Minnesota power play at 20.4%, penalty killing 72.7%. Now, I thought for a second about, I thought that Minnesota could be squeezing the stick a little too tight. I know that there's talk that Kaprizov and Eriksson are coming back. I wonder if you have any inside information on that. There has been a move to the over, not a huge move, but a move to the over. On the money line, Minnesota's minus 291. They open up minus 298. If Kaprizov and Eriksson are in, I guess I need to sit with this a little bit longer, honestly. Sharks coming off their 6th straight loss, 3-2 at home to the Flyers on Monday. You know how much I love the Sharks first period plus a half on the road. It's just been cashing for me so often. It's like it's a comfort zone for me. So they're playing without defenseman Jan Ruda and Shakir Moukmadulin. And this is the beginning of a 4-game road trip. Moukmadulin and Ruda are done for the year. Vincent Desharnais and Tyler Toffoli are both day-to-day. Minnesota snapped their 4-game losing streak with a 3-2 overtime victory at home versus Dallas on Sunday. This is their must-win game of the season. This is the most important game of the season for the Minnesota Wild against the worst team in the league. I get it, but they're 4 points ahead of the Flames with 4 games left. They hold the tiebreaker, but the Flames have 1 game in hand. Jacob Middleton's still out. Take it away, Gogster. AM says, at this price, how could you not bet the Sharks? Well, I'll tell you, AM, you would wait. Because if Kaprizov and Eriksson and Ek are announced in, the line will skyrocket. So that's how you don't bet the Sharks now. But I did want to talk it out before moving on. Take it away, Gogster, and I'm going to get this action in. Take it away, my man.
So they're in. They just came out of not too long ago. Looks like Kaprizov and Eriksson Ek are expected to return. The young guys there, Shore, Gauntz, and Crody they're not on the ice, which is pretty much the AHL players. So it looks like they're getting sent back, and then they're going to be calling up, or not calling up, but Kaprizov and Eriksson Ek look like they are playing here, guys. And then even Jake Middleton, he's taking part in the morning skate, so maybe even he's back. This is a big game, just like you're saying, for the Wild. So add it a money line parlay. I'd be surprised if the Wild don't get this one done. Offensively, they haven't been scoring as much.
Gogster, can you touch on your feelings when the star player comes back in a situation like this? Now, there is so much on the line, so it does change things. But can you touch on that?
it just juices the whole team. Like the whole team's got a little more juice now with these guys coming back, and it's been a while with Kaprizov. So the expectations, everyone knows how big of a game this is. They're getting them back in this situation. Yeah, it's the Sharks, but they still got some young players. But looking in the last 3 weeks defensively, they've been really bad, allowing 11, 14, 12 goals. That's per period. To Foley's day-to-day, Desjardins. They got 3 defensemen that are also look like they're out, and you're getting back your star players. I don't think they played in Iowa, so I think they're just ready to go. It's a spot where they need to almost win out if they want to make the playoffs to the Wild. So, or not win out, sorry. They need to win a couple games if they want to just make sure Calgary doesn't sneak in there. So the Sharks team total under 2.5, something that just came to my mind there. If that's not like more than -125, I'm going to stay off this game, but this looks like a wild spot. Team will be juiced getting those guys back.
Yeah, I like fading.
I hear that.
Regular.
I think it's just the how it's such an important game. Like I'd have a hard time seeing like Kaprizov and Eriksson Ek not looking. Like I feel you're waiting. I feel like they waited as long as they could too for this. Like and they're ready to go tonight. It says expected return. So but yeah, they called back those other 2-3 players. So I'd say they're going tonight.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is gonna take more time. I did double down again here. Steve G on the Wild team total over. Slatsy, I know they're great players coming back, and they're desperately needed. In saying that, if you faded every team in the first game that their superstar came back, you'd be fucking rich. Rich. We know that. Now we're saying that this is such a must-win game against a bad hockey team. I tell you what, I'll let you guys cash easily on the Wild because I don't want them. So we'll have to see how that bangs out. Gogster, you're off at this point.
Yeah, I'm off this game. The line is crazy. But yeah, Minnesota, they got Calgary in their next game, which is going to be huge. That game against Calgary at Calgary, and then Vancouver and Anaheim to finish it out. So, I don't think they overlooked San Jose tonight. No.
Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. Yes, Joey B, it's a phenomenal time of year. AM looking at Sharks money line, and if anybody else is interested in that, wait. This will move 50 cents. This will be -350 to -375. Come puck drop. 10 p.m. Eastern, we have the St. Louis Blues 43, 29, and 7, 20, 15, and 4 on the road. The Edmonton Oilers 44, 28, and 5, 23, 12, and 3 home at Rogers Place in Edmonton, Alberta. And this is nuts to me. I guess we just had an 11-cent move or 12-cent move towards the Oilers, 11-cent move away from the Blues, which tells me that somebody's coming back for the Oilers.
Yeah.
Who is that, Gogster?
I don't know. I have to look into it here because they're 2 hours over there behind it. They're not exactly quite at them yet. So in the next few hours, we'll definitely know, if not now.
And let's just be clear, Barry Smith, scared money, Jimmy, come on, makes no sense whatsoever. I just said that it's Sharks only. I just doubled down on a bet 3 minutes ago. And why would I bet the Sharks now when I could get 50 cents better in 4 hours? So let's just be clear that this scared money, Jimmy, come on, makes no fucking sense. Back to this spot here. This is shocking to me. Shocking to me. That even with the Oilers getting somebody back, who could they get back? Why would McDavid, Draisaitl, Lehkonen come back, Gogster?
Yeah, the Frederick, Klingberg, I don't know. I had them day to day as well. Skinner day to day. I don't know why they would necessarily bring them back. And you're playing a Blues team that still needs a couple more wins to secure their spot. So I don't get it. I don't really get it. And Binnington's playing well. So
why on earth, AM, is this an Oilers spot? Why? Why on earth could this possibly be an Oilers spot? If this hadn't just moved 11, let's say it moved 11 cents, I would say this is by far the best bet on the board on the Blues. The Oilers have nothing to play for. They flew back from California yesterday. They didn't get the 2 day, the one, the flyback yesterday and then the day off.
Mhm.
They're dealing with a litany of injuries. The Blues, I don't think they care about what wild card spot they're on. Yeah, Leonard, I saw Ron's spreadsheet play days on Edmonton. Look, this is. I think this is a terrible spot for the Oilers with nothing to play for. And AM said profitable long term to fade the teams off a snapped winning streak. The profitability increased the longer the win streak was. Yeah, no, I get that. I completely get that. Again, though, the regular trends I don't care about in the last 3 or 4 games of the season.
Mhm.
So, okay, I'll let Gogster take over here. Binnington, 27, 21, and 4, 2.69 goals against average, 902 save percentage. Then we have Stuart Skinner, 24, 18, and 4, 2.91 goals against average, 894 save percentage, 2 shutouts. We have St. Louis power play, 21.5, penalty killing, 73.6. Edmonton power play, 24.6, and penalty killing, 77.9. AM says Oilers at home are tough. Oilers money line. Yeah, Oilers are really tough at home when their roster is intact. Barry Smith, 3-2 Oilers. Look, that's fine. Gogster, take it away.
The under is kind of where I was kind of leaning towards in this game. I kind of changed this up there last second. I was leaning towards even the draw first period, but a lot of question marks with the Oilers and they're resting. Texier too for the Blues. He's day to day. Holloway, Parenko are out, but talking about those net penalties, guys, it's the best team the last 3 weeks. Net penalties, they're actually 1.17. So that's 4, over against, obviously. But then the Oilers 0.05. Both these teams are playing sound defensively. That's what that tells me. 86 and 85% penalty kills. Binnington, like I said, 917 save percentage in 2 games this month. Pickard, he's played the last 3 games too, Jim, and he's been pretty good. 2-1, 924 save percentage, 2.02 goals against. Feels like it's going to be a lower scoring game. With that being said, though, there's only 3 games left for St. Louis. They don't have the schedule in their favor here. So if they need to get at least 3 points to secure their spot, because the Calgary, they got 5 games left where the St. Louis have 3, and they are 5 points back. And Calgary have Anaheim tonight, who I'm looking at Calgary. So this is still a big game for St. Louis here. I expect to bounce back in a good hockey team that's just been rolling despite, some trends. Give me St. Louis. I actually doubled up. I did first period. It was a late ad here. Let me just see what I added it to. I think it was plus 106 the money line was, and then first period money line, and then plus 115. I'll have to double check that. But yeah, I think St. Louis, guys. Also, Pickard going. He has been solid. Honestly,
Pickard's in net. It's not Skinner.
I think it's going to be Pickard. That could be the line move possibly there. Maybe Skinner is coming back because it looks like it's been Pickard the last few games for Edmonton there. He's played. Hold on, sorry, just one sec. He didn't play the last game, so Skinner did play on the 7th. Where am I here? So many tabs against Anaheim, and they lost 3-2. But before that, it was Pickard for the last 3. So there's a lot of question marks in this game. Too many, in my opinion, for Edmonton, where St. Louis, I think, are intact. Double up spot, plus 125 on the money line, Jim. That's at a book. And then plus 115, was it? Yes, plus 115 on the St. Louis first period money line.
Blues first period at plus 115 and full game at plus 125. Let's talk about your Flames quickly because Rich Abraham and others have asked about your Masters action. Chill Will in the house. 10 p.m. Eastern, Calgary Flames 37, 27, and 13, 17, 15, and 7 on the road at the Anaheim Ducks 34, 35, and 8, 2017 and 2, a homer at Honda Center in Anaheim, California. Dustin Wolf versus Lucas Dostal. That's the plan. I'd be shocked if, we know that Dostal is going to be in. The question is whether Wolf will be. Calgary power play 21%, penalty killing 75.5%, Anaheim power play 12.3%, penalty killing 73.6%. Flames coming off their second win in 3 games, 3-2 at the Sharks on Monday to keep their faint playoff hopes alive. So this is the same situation here. AM says, money line, quack, quack, quack with the Ducks, but the Flames are in the exact same situation, as well. When we see teams finish off their California road trip with games in the Ducks, they have not fared well. The Ducks have been great in this situation. But the Flames are 4 points back of the Wild with a game in hand. The Wild play the Sharks tonight at home, hold the regulation win tiebreaker. Connor Zary is done for the regular season with a knee injury, but if they make the playoffs, he could return. He's a sniper. The Ducks had their 2-game losing streak snapped in a 3-2 win at home over the Oilers on Monday. They have, Ross Johnson and Brock McGinn, left wingers, are done for the year. They've been gone for a while. Robbie Fabry's out now. Jacob Trouba is day-to-day. This is an interesting spot. Gogster, take it away.
Yeah, just the way Calgary's playing right now, guys. Quick stats here. 19% power play, 90% penalty kill. One of the best penalty kills last 3 weeks. Then 9% power play for the Ducks, 77% penalty kill. But the big stat here that stands out to me, guys, is third period goals by period here. Calgary have 16 in the third, and they're allowing only 7. So that's a +9 right there. And then on the other side, Ducks are scoring 9, allowing 12, and they're also a -6 in the first period. So net penalties too, +0.79, top 5 in the last 3 weeks in the NHL net penalties, -0.39 for the Ducks. I'm not fading this Calgary, as people know I like to say. Calgary money line, and then their team total over 2.5, -120. Jim, Dostal is going, who is their stronger goalie, but this month he's 2-1, 893 save percentage. No Zary, but still, this is a team that's just as gritty as they come, and that third period numbers tells me this team's trying to make a push. Even if they're down in this game, guys, I'd even jump on the Flames if they're down based on that third period stat. So give me Calgary moneyline and team total over 2.5, -120.
Calgary moneyline and team total over 2.5, and that was -120?
Yes, sir.
You are in a business, a Gogster. Let's do a quick review of action before we hear your plan for the Masters. We have I'll drop my action here, and I made 2 additions on today's card, and I like my card a lot. Lightning -1, Toronto, Tampa Bay under 6. I'm concerned about market movement here against me on the Toronto, Tampa Bay under 6, and on the Blues money line, I got +113, and we saw it go up to +126. Obviously, that takes some confidence away. Flyers money line at +155, and Flyers Rangers over 5.5 -120. That's my 5 bets. Gogster, review your action, my man.
All right, guys, so we got Toronto, Tampa Bay, no goal first 9 minutes, 30 seconds, +115. Flyers, Rangers tonight, first period again, both teams to score +160. I'm staying off Sharks, Wild. Flames, I got them on the money line, and their team total over 2.5 at -120, and then double up on the Blues, first period and full game, +115, +125. Quick AHL, I'm taking Cleveland. Shout out to Ick there. The Monsters, they're playing Grand Rapids tonight. Big game for Cleveland. They got Belleville 6 back. I think they get her done. +115 in reg. And then some golf, guys, real quick here. Some stats just to look at for everyone approaching around the green. Those are the ones that really stand out this week. Bogey avoidance as well. So those are some if you guys are like looking into numbers, that's the numbers I'd look into. But yeah, first round leaders. I give you guys 2 plays right now. I'm going Jason Day. He's been playing quite well of late. First round leader, 60-1, Jim. And then Robert McIntyre, old lefty, 50-1 first round leader. Really good approach, strong around the green. He can play in. He's played on the DP World Tour all over the world. And then another bet for you guys if you want to double down on McIntyre, top lefty, McIntyre +240 in a top golfer by category. So I got more picks coming out there on my handle, Jim, Gogster99, and you guys can see some more golf picks there.
Can I ask you a quick question? I know you got to run, but Corey Connors did exactly what I wanted him to do in Valero.
T20, baby.
I wanted him to do exactly that. Just play a little bit above average. Just play clean. Don't exert yourself. Don't play great. So I want him. He's 50-1. I want him take care of. Just like we're talking about using one unit combined on win. Top 5, top 10, and possibly a top 20. What are your expectations of him this week?
Yeah, I had another bet there. Top golfer by category, Jim. You could do top Canadian. I don't mind Pendrith, though. He doesn't have nearly as much experience. He's +210. But I think Corey Connors was plus 140, 150, top Canadian. His ball striking is so good. He can't putt to save his life.
He's not the favorite Canadian?
No, he would be the favorite, plus
Okay.
140 on Connors. It's just his putting is just so poor, but his ball striking is just so good. So it makes up for it. If he could putt well for four rounds, he can win the Masters. But that's a snowball's chances for Connors. I hate to say it, but yeah.
All right. And Newkirker doubling down on the Connors can't putt.
Yeah, I can't.
Okay. Interesting. And Gogster, excellent work, my man. Go out there, get that cash. I know we kept you here a little long. Thank you for all that you do for us, my man, and have a monster Masters. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Oh, thanks for tuning in, guys. As always, hopefully we cash all our tickets tonight. We'll be back again next Wednesday. Check me out as always, guys. Gogster99. I'll have some more golf picks then. Until then, be good. Cash those tickets, guys. See you then.
There he is, Mr. Gogster in the house. All right, let's get on to Major League Baseball. So a couple things here. Jose will be with us in about 15 minutes or so. And our guy, Wine Time, looked like he wasn't going to be able to get there. He was going to have to work today, but he just got called off of work. So he's going to be joining us here shortly. Let's review action from yesterday, go over best bets and get to work. Justin McKelvey, Braves team total over 4.5 at even money in the Twins money line. Crystal Craig is on Brendan Donovan over 1.5 bases at plus 135. Billy Friedrich's on the Dodgers Brewers money line parlay. TJ's plays of the day are San Diego Oakland over 9.5. It moved to 10, but he still likes it. And the Cubbies first 5 minus a half. And then we have a Spooner on Marlins first 5 plus a half. Yankees -1. Orioles team total over 4.5. White Sox first 5 plus a run. And Royals money line. That is the Barry Smith play of the day is Marlins first 5. And that must be we'll go over whether it's plus a half or minus half. I haven't gone over those numbers too much. Richo, yeah, I popped it in the chat when you asked Richo the handle on X. I popped in the chat, but so is Sweaty Butcher. And Prime Cut is in. Prime Cut from Sweaty Butcher is the Trail Blazers. I've only made one move in NBA on the Magic. I did it early this morning. God, must be like around 6 in the morning. At -4. It already moved from 3.5, and I saw it at 6 before the show started. Okay, let's review also what happened yesterday in Major League Baseball. The Tigers first 5 -1, Tigers first 7 -1 was a smash and grab. Watching the show, you guys put me on the Cubs first 5 minus a half, which they got in the bottom of the 5th. Then Philly, Atlanta first 3 under 1.5 at plus 105 was a loser. And I also took a first 5 under. And I would never have done that if I did the show with you guys. Sometimes, being here with you guys, you demand you get accountability from the cappers on screen. That's why we track everything, so that there is accountability from the cappers on screen. That's why there's a lot of cappers who won't do my show, and used to do my show but can't do it because they're selling picks, and we don't need to go into that. Chicago White Sox, Cleveland under 7.5 was beautiful. Rays -1. They took a 3-2 lead. I thought I was in business. Dougie White says, how are the Magic favored? Have the Celtics been kidnapped? I mean, it's real simple to me, Dougie Wise. How many of those guys you think will be in the lineup after winning in overtime against the Knicks and shutting them down? How many do you think will be in the lineup? I mean, the question is not why are the Celtics favored, is anybody who bet the Magic early, do they want a middle when it's a 9? That's the bigger question. Nasty Nate says Celtics smash. So, if anybody does want to move on the Celtics, they should be patient and wait. And Sweaty Bush Celtics were dogs yesterday, do close to -2.5. Yes, but they I didn't know if they'd care about beating the Knicks. They do care. That was a lot. That was my only bet in the NBA too. Troy Torrance says Pirates are the best bet, doubling up first 5 in full game. So then Rays -1 was horrible. Mariners -1 at plus 121. I thought, I was hoping that I was in business. I wasn't. And then Athletics money line at plus 119 gave me the winning day, but not a very good winning day. 5 and 4 plus 0.87 units. Now, if I had just let everything go, if the gambler didn't come out of me after the show, I'd be 3-0 yesterday, but instead just plus 0.87 units. Fat win in the house. Keelan race 7. Valentinian. Ah, God. At 3-1. Velasquez last 15 rides for Pletcher, 173% ROI. Thank you. Fap win. Fap win. And that I hope that giant vat of lube is going to good use, my friends. Okay, well, let's get to work in Major League Baseball. Let me get one other thing in here. Let's get the lineups because we're going to be able to live bet all these games. So we're going to have confirmed lineups. So let's get them up. And then let's also get up the cash flow, something that we have no use for when it comes to NHL. There we go. And then let's get up and then let's get to work here. Oh, shit. Sorry. And here we go. I was so angry that I didn't have this opportunity to cap with you guys yesterday. So let's have a giant fucking day today. All right. And our special guest, now we don't have his record up, even though it's a beautiful record, which I'd love to show off. But we don't have it up because he wasn't going to be on today, but he got called off of work and rushed to make sure he was ready to rock and roll with us. So without further ado, coming to us from Los Angeles, California, my guy and yours, please welcome Wine Time Sports to the show. Oh, I'm not sure if Jose can hear us all, but Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, happy Wednesday, man. I'm so stoked to be here with you, man. I told you yesterday how mad I was. Had to almost work today, but you know what? I'm here. I'm ready to cap with you guys, ready to cap with everyone in the chat. Love this MLB card today. We got a loaded card. We got baseball all day today, guys. We got baseball starting at 9:35 on the West Coast over here. I'm looking forward to it, man. So let's get to it, Jim.
Oh, your Angels got me in the drink hole yesterday, man. Oof. That was, the difference between a 6-3 day and a 5-4 day is massive. Even a 5-3 and a push day and a 5-4 is a difference. Let's get to work, my friend. And we start at 12:35 p.m. Eastern. The St. Louis Cardinals 5-6, 1-4 on the road at the Pittsburgh Pirates 4-8, 2-3 at home. Let me get the game up here for us. There we go. All right, here we go. And what is that up there? That is Gogster's Say Hey record. Sorry, I'm a little blind. Okay. What the hell is that? Oh, the 2024 Say Hey. Sorry. Jesus, I saw I read Gogster. I'm blind. Okay, that's just Jose's action. Okay, Jose's record. Okay, let's get to work here. 12:35 p.m. Eastern at PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at the Swish weather report here and then get down to business. Eric Fetty versus Helen Mitch Keller. Fetty 1-1 with a 7 ERA, 1.22 whip, 9 innings, just 3 strikeouts through 9 innings, 4 walks and 2 home runs allowed. His last start was atrocious. 13-9 loss at the Red Sox. He went 3 innings, 5 hits, 6 earned runs, 2 homers, and 1 strikeout, and walked 4 batters. Mitch Keller also coming off an ugly performance, but it was here in Pittsburgh, a place where he was very good last year. He went 3 2/3, 8 hits, 7 earned runs, 4 Ks, 4 walks, 9-4 loss at home versus the Yankees. He has got a 7.45 ERA, 1.86 whip overall in the season. Has not allowed a homer, but has not looked good. It is cold in Pittsburgh, 43 Fahrenheit, feels like 36 and 3.6 miles per hour out to left field here. We have Billy Friedrich on the Cards money line. Let's pull this up here. So also, Cards are raking. Cards are raking. We already heard from Crystal Craig. She's on Brendan Donovan over 1.5 bases. The Cards are raking. This is what they're doing against righties right now. 302, 832 OPS. Pirates against righties just 208, 623 OPS. And both bullpens have been vulnerable. Cards bullpen 5.64 ERA with a 1.43 whip. Pirates bullpen 4.34 ERA, but a 1.47 whip. So they've both been very bad. Let's get into the line history and then hand this over and the cash flow and then hand it over to Wine Time Sports. And here we go. We have the Pittsburgh Pirates right now offshore are plus 102. They opened up at plus 103. So there's been no movement here. When we get to the total, we have a total of 7.5. The 7.5 opened up at 8, got down to 7.5, back up to 8, and we're back at 7.5 right now. and it is plus 102 to the under and minus 115 to the over. I imagine you can still get 8, and it would just cost a little bit of money. Coin leaning towards the under 7.5. Let's pull up the cash flow. You have 72%. Oh, sorry, that's the run line. We have 53% of tickets and 44% of the cash on the Cardinals, 47 and 56 on the Pirates, but it's not moving in their direction. It's not moving at all, really. 97 and 95 on the over. Troy Torrance says Pirates, and I agree with him. I think we get a bounce back from both pitchers. I think that's easy to say, but why wouldn't we get a bounce back from Mitch Keller, who's been so good at home over the last little while and just, failed to menace in that last start? Sawinski, Reynolds, Kutch, Bart, Hayes, Rodriguez, Frazier, Pham, and Chang is your starting line for the Pirates. Newt Bar, Contreras, Donovan, Arenado, Burleson, Pages, Scott, Sagesi, and Mason Wynn. Take it away for us here. The Cardinals Pirates Wine Time.
Yeah, this is a really interesting market. To be honest, I wasn't looking at a side in this one. These guys have split the series so far in this game. Eric Fetty coming off a bad start. Both these guys' ERAs not looking so hot, and we have a low total here. I was really looking at the under. Almost had it in. I pressed send in, and that shit moved to an 8 minus 120. I said, okay, I can get an 8 at a little bit more juice. I'm gonna take that. Then it went to a minus 115. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, guys, it's back to a 7.5 plus 100. This is confusing because we're going to have a first pitch here in about 36 minutes. This is a game I wanted to get involved with. I usually like getting in these first games, usually pretty successful with them, but I'm not going to take the under in this one, although I do have a big lean towards it, even at the 7.5 at plus 100. To be honest, I wanted to take it at the 7.5 plus 100 more than I did at the 8 minus 120. But just seeing it go back and forth right now in my book, it wouldn't even let me put it in the bed. It just kept moving and moving and moving. And when that happens, it's usually my ROI is not successful when it's moving the opposite direction of me. So that's got me off this total in this game. O'Neal Cruz not playing in this one, I believe, for the Pirates. Day off for him. These are two lineups that, we know what the Cardinals can do against right-handed pitching. They've been smashing them for the last couple of years. Pirates, we're seeing them get trashed all over social media right now for their upper management. Taking the Roberto Clemente number down in right field. Been seeing a lot of negative things happening in Pittsburgh. Kind of sad because it's such a fucking beautiful stadium out there. That's definitely one of the places where I want to go. Bucket list is going to a game in Pittsburgh. Definitely going to make my way down there one of these days, but no play for me in this one. Although, like I said, the lean under 7.5, I think it's still good. It's just, I don't like when the books are moving my numbers up and down right now from a 7.5 to an 8, giving me a better number, a little bit more juice. And then they said, we'll give you a minus 115 instead of a minus 120. Then it goes to a 7.5. I just want to stay away from this game. So this is going to be a hard pass for me.
God, I want to treat this game like the Diamondbacks Orioles game yesterday, which I didn't. There's a lot of talk in the chat about that game being an over game, even though those are two pitchers that we've trusted for a long time. Maybe saying that we've trusted Fetty and Keller for a long time is not legit, but TJ just moved on St. Louis. You got Mr. Belvedere on St. Louis. You have AM on the over. Now, if you had a model and you put, even if we go to the game that we're talking about with the Orioles Diamondbacks, if you put that into a model with Merle Kelly and what's his name, the Trombolone 41-year-old, what the hell's, I don't know how he's mistaken me, but if you put them in, that would have led you to an over, and this is the same thing that would lead you to an over. And the Cards are raking right now. I guess I stay off. Damn. I guess I stay off. Jose's going to be with us shortly. We'll hear his plan. I wanted to be on an under. I told myself that I was going to be on an under. Now, the bullpens are weak. I'm trying to stay away from these first fives, and I can't believe I bet one yesterday because I wasn't being held accountable by you guys. But, God, I feel like these two pitchers are more than capable of delivering here.
That's what I'm saying. That's why when I looked at this game, it's under. It had me so confused that it moved to an 8, and the juice kept giving me more of an opportunity to bet it, almost as if they wanted me to bet it. when they usually want me to bet it, it's usually not good. So that's why I stayed off this. But like I said, these are two pitchers that we've trusted in the past. Eric Fetty had a horrible first inning last game, I believe. I think the rest of the game, he wasn't that bad. But he had a horrible first inning to start. So, yeah, this is a tough game. This is it's a very hard pass. This is a game that I really wanted to move on. I had the bet in, and it canceled. It moved away from me, gave me an 8, a better number and a more juicier. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to take it. So I'm not going to take it here.
Oh, God. Okay, I have 32 minutes here, and God, these stupid the first 3 under 2.5 juice to -130. I haven't lost all year. Now the sample size is small,
Yeah,
but it's so funny. I see a -130, and I know with my history that I succeed on it all the time. If I move on a total at -125, it's the worst ROI I have in sport.
Yep.
I just got to stop doing it. I don't know what the hell is wrong.
I know. I feel you. I hear you 100% on that.
Billy Friedrich liking the Crystal Craig prop. That is, of course, Brandon Donovan from Miss Baseball, Crystal Craig. Okay, I'm going to think about this for 32 more. Well, no, I'm going to make a decision before then. But we have 32 minutes before first pitch. Live account locked and stocked and ready to go. And we're going to be able to move live here as well. Nate Dog 420 on Keller over 4.5 Ks. And Mr. Jeff Slaughter in the house says, congratulations to all the winners. And thank you for participating in our pub sports contest. I'll be sending all the payments out this Friday. Be on the lookout for our next NHL contest coming soon from our Jeff Slaughter. Thank you, Jeff. We love the contests, and we're excited about the NHL playoff pool. And of course, we have our UFC contest this Saturday for a huge UFC card as well. So, okay. God, this is a fascinating game, and having Troy going up against TJ, Mr. Belvedere, is extremely interesting. So
Yeah.
It's that first 3 under 2.5, and do I make a move on it? Let's see if we have our guy here, Jose, backstage. He looks like he's good to go. And we got the thumbs up, so we can hear his take on game one, and then we're going to roll in to our next spot on the board. And there's our guy, Just My 2 Cents, TC in the house, the star, one of the stars of the Locker Room Talk podcast, which is up and at, and will be our showcase video all week. And shout out to all of the cast of the Locker Room Talk podcast. And welcome from our home studio at the Southtown 101 in San Antonio, Texas, best bar in Texas. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Jose Snips Bouquett, to the telecast. Jose, how are you?
I'm doing well. Can't complain. I will keep it brief just so we can move on to this action. I've got no play on this game so far. Keller has pitched pretty decently against St. Louis. It's 7 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned run, 5 innings, 6 runs, 6 innings, 4 runs last year. All of them lost except for that 1 7-inning start. So I didn't move on the Pirates here, but I definitely the Cardinals here, but I definitely considered it, and I didn't hate the underlooks, but nothing here for me officially.
And our man Jeff wants you to show us this chicken on a stick here.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Up. Yeah, it's half. Oh, there goes the fucking jalapeno now. But let me pick this up. Yeah, so it's a chicken on a stick from a lovely Southtown 101. We have these until Cinco de Mayo. For Fiesta. Fiesta is a great time in San Antonio. If you're in San Antonio, you know what it is. And if you don't know what it is, I hope that one day the stars can align and we can have a meetup during Fiesta, because it really is like a big citywide party, boozing out on the streets, just a good time, good food. And Southtown 101 provides that Fiesta food throughout the whole month. So shout out to Southtown. Any of these Texas cappers, come on down.
I love it. Oh, God, I wish I was sitting in Southtown right now. Let's roll. And it's freezing here. We had the snowstorm yesterday, knocked the power out. Like, it's just horrific.
I was going to say it's freezing, but it's 60 degrees here. So,
oh, good God. 1:10 p.m. Eastern, our next spot on the board. Jose, Miami Marlins 5-6, 1-3 on the road. At the New York Mets 8-3, but undefeated at Citi Field in Queens, New York. Let's set up the weather here in Queens. This is Citi Field I've never been to. I went to Shea Stadium a bunch of times, but never Citi Field. And also, I don't know if I think I've told you guys before, my pops saw Steve Traxel start 4.5-hour game and didn't go to another baseball game for 10 years. It took him 10 years to wipe Steve Traxel's fucking 3 minutes between each pitch and to go back to a baseball game. That's how much Steve Traxel hurt the game of baseball. Let's get into this one here. 43 Fahrenheit, feels like 33. It's cold in New York, 8 miles per hour left to right across the diamond. It doesn't really, it goes up 4 degrees by the end of the game. AM Marlins Mets under 7 cashed over yesterday. Today is the under. And I got destroyed in Max Meyer's last start. It was a 10-0 loss at the Braves. I was on the first 3 under. I was on the full game under. I was on the Marlins first 4.5 plus a half. I lost them all, and it was devastating. It was 0-0. There was 2 out in the third, and things fell apart. And then the Marlins have a couple bullpen pieces that succeed, and the rest are trash. And if they're losing, you can live bet overs because they bring in the trash parts of the bullpen that just they're sieves. They're just leaking runs. And I like Max Meyer very much. We've talked about him here on the show. You know I like him very much. And he pitched great in that game. But the 3 earned runs were all in the third inning. Had I been on the first 5 under, easy casher. Max Meyer, 0-1, 3.09 ERA, 1.37 whip, 15 Ks and 11 2/3, 3 walks, 1 homer. He's phenomenal. I think he's going to be a huge, huge pitcher in baseball. And then we have our guy Wine Time's high school pal, Tyler McGill, 2-0, 0.87 ERA, 0.87 whip. What a start to the year. Hasn't allowed a jack. 10 Ks and 10 1/3. That's not even like him either.
It's amazing that we keep getting Wine Time on the days that he starts as well.
Yes, I like it.
My other guy's pitching later too.
Yeah, it is. It's dope, man. TJ says, great point to consider. Yes. Yes. If the Marlins are down 4 or 5 runs, you can live bet the over. Spooner says Max Meyer's very good. I lost his first start. I'm going right back to the well. I see Alonso hits him well. I don't care. Marlins first 5 plus a half. Also looked at his pitching outs to over 15.5, but passed. And we have my dude with his play, 2 of his play of the days, but Cards money line and Lars Nootbaar over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs for my dude. Ronnie Lofton riding Nemo over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs again. Nate Dogg on Soto for a hit and a homer. McGill of last start, 5 in the third, 2 hits, 4 Ks, 3 walks, 5-0 win at home versus the Blue Jays. Marlins versus righties, 222, 615 OPS. Mets aren't hitting righties either, 217, 675 OPS. Where is the difference? And it's this Mets bullpen looks incredible. 1.27 ERA, 0.89 whip to start the year. Marlins bullpen, 4.25 ERA, 1.52 whip. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow and then hand it over to our guys. Now, we'll go back and forth, Jose, but we're going to let Wine Time open this one up because it's his boy, Tyler McGill. This total opened up at 7. Now, if you bet this at 1 or 12:30 in the afternoon, a couple of the books come out then, it was a 7.5. But at 4:08 p.m., it was a 7. This started moving towards the over slightly. There was a fake 7.5 that came up, not a real one. Then it went back 7, and it stayed there. It stayed there the whole time. Overall, we've had a few cents of movement towards the under. 4 cents of movement towards the under at the 7. On the money line, we have the Marlins at plus 182, a huge move towards them. Well, 12 cents, but a legit move. Why don't we call it that? A legit move towards them. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have 8% of the tickets and 5% of the cash on the Marlins, 95 and 95 on the over. Good God, I want to go back to the exact same bets I made in the last time that Max Meyer pitched, and it was against the Braves. I want to go right back to the well. Take it away here for us, Wine Time Sports. Floor is yours, my man.
Yeah, this might be the biggest dog I've taken so far this year, but yeah, I am going to fade my guy here, Tyler. He's been pitching really well these first couple games. I think his numbers might be a little bit more deceiving than they actually are. Yeah, he does got 10 strikeouts. He's been pitching in trouble pretty much every single inning, been able to get out of a lot of jams thanks to his defense. And him just focusing in, honestly. He seems locked in right now, honestly. I haven't seen him this locked in, but I do think there is some room here for the Marlins to get something going against him, honestly, especially if they can get some runners on base. Like I said, McGill's been giving up. He's been walking guys. He's been giving up hits. I think he walked 3 batters last game. And he hasn't been able to go deep into these games either. I think he's only been going 5 to 6 innings. That's typically his sample size. I think this is a Marlins spot here. I think this is going to be the first loss for the Mets at home. It's hard to sweep anybody in baseball. And I think getting a price here on the Marlins, a gritty team that's going to want to go out there and going to try to get back to 500, sitting here at 5-6. It's early in the season. Yeah, but I think we're going to see some life from them here in this game. It's a low total, I think, for a reason. I don't think this is going to – I have nothing on this total. I have a lean towards the under. I just don't think the Mets are going to be able to score many runs. Looking at their team total right now, my book's giving me an under 4.5 at -145. I'm going to check what my other book can give me. Don't really like paying that much in juice, but I find it hard to believe that the Mets are going to be able to get 4 runs off Meyer. Like you said, Jim, you kind of touched on it. I like Meyer. I think he's going to have a pretty successful season this year. Still pretty young at 25 or 26 years old. He's got some good stuff out there. I expect him to go out there and attack this team. This is probably the best lineup. I mean, this is a really good lineup he's about to face out there, and I think he's going to go out there with a little bit chip on his shoulder and pitch himself a good game. So I'm on the Marlins here, guys. I got a +185 right now at my book. I'm going to move on it +185. Haven't tweeted it out or anything. I'm going to tweet out all my action when we're done here. But I can get a +185, so I'm going to move on the Marlins +185 here.
Marlins +185. Now, you may need to tweet this out during the show.
Okay.
And then I'll keep an eye on it, but just, because this game pops off in 57 minutes.
Yep.
Interesting. Spooner says, heard a stat. Marlins were about 500 last year in the spot, last game of the series when they had to travel. DC Capper on the under, and BJ MLB best bet Cubs money line. BJ, thank you for sharing that with us, my man. I've got that copied and pasted. TJ wants that Miami team total under, and no one needs. I mean, if you hang out with Wine Time, you know immediately how real he is. What a real gambler he is. And but watching him fade his childhood friend is just another example that I love. Jose Bouquet, take it away. Marlins, Mets. I hope you're not. Oh, there you go. Oh, no. Oh.
Jesus, just fucking it up all over here. Thank you, Wine. I'd like the under in this game. I haven't moved on it yet. I have it circled, and I'll take the, 40-ish minutes that I need here to wait and see how I feel about these following games. But I like Meyer. Like you said, he pitched, 3 earned runs in 6 innings against Atlanta. We'll take it. I know the offense is obviously very good, and they were in a kind of a decline, but it's a good start. He faced the Mets last year, won 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, and a 3-2 loss. I could see the same thing happening here, but I like the under here. Under 7, even money. Jimmy, you mentioned the money and the cash flow. I don't even need to see the cash flow to know that everyone's on the over here again, like they typically are. 94% of the bets and money. I had on our friends where we used to play poker. They opened it up at 7.5. It's gone to 7. A lot of other places didn't even have it at 7.5. It just kept it at 7. But I do think this is an under kind of game. So under 7, even money was a look of mine, but I haven't made it official and bet it yet. So I'll take the 15 minutes ish and wait.
Well, let's talk about this game, our next spot on the board here, because I'm going to move on a first 3 under 2 in Miami, New York, and I'm going to move on the Marlins in some capacity. I'm still kind of putting this together, but I'm going to send in the bets here after we get through this Yankees Tigers spot.
By the way, you said you bet a first 5 under?
Yeah.
I hope you lost it, right?
Oh, I lost it. Yeah.
Okay,
badly.
good. Yeah, that's shame.
Do
Right there.
Do you want to know all honestly? I was so caught up in waiting, thinking we were going to have a show, waiting for the power to go on, and then I started with the victories with the Tigers, and I was I didn't even fucking notice it. I bet it, and I didn't even notice I'd done it. And when I'm here with you guys, I'm so much better with you guys because you're forced. I had more notes yesterday than any show so far in 2025, obviously, with 35 games. But still, it's one thing writing the notes and creating notes. Another thing when you say them out loud and you're in front of your colleagues and your friends, that it creates accountability. And that's what this show's always been about, right? That's why we track everybody's actions. And I fucking did it and I didn't even fucking notice it.
That is very funny.
It's not. It's a. And then I was like, oh my God. After I bet, I was like, oh my God, I just bet the first 5.
What have I done?
So stupid, man. I need you guys. I don't want to get too caught up in this shit, and we got to get to the captain. But I did realize yesterday how much I need this show. Like I fucking need it. I need it more than like. It's just so important to my everything. Just to go through all again. Like when the show's over, you feel like, okay, I've done my work. I've done the job. Now let's fucking gamble. But if you don't do all that work, then and say it out loud and go over for hours, and you're setting yourself up for failure. But I did have a winning day yesterday. Let's move.
Facts, Jimmy. Facts right there, man.
Oh, it's
Hey,
so,
yes.
yeah.
We both had winning days yesterday, so we'll fucking take it. And by the way,
I love doing this shit with you guys, man. I love doing this, guys. Like breaking the card down with you guys. Like it makes me feel so fucking great. It makes me feel like I'm a lot more locked in, zoned in. Nowhere else I'd rather be than with you guys on Pub Sports.
And then you're ready for every single live betting opportunity across the whole sports landscape. It doesn't matter if you've not moved on it. You know you've capped it. You can go back to your notes. I can go back to whatever people are on because I copy and paste like a madman. Let's get to work. 43 Fahrenheit in Detroit. 8 mile per hour in. And I was thinking yesterday, how easy is it? In this situation, it's only going to come up beginning of the year for an ace pitcher who gets his first 2 starts on the road, doesn't look good, and then comes home for the 3rd start. Is that not the easiest angle? Like of course, Screwball's going to, shove. And then you have the opposite with Cease. 2 good home starts. He has his first start on the road, and of course he gets lit up. And let's get here. Max Fried, the lefty against Jack Flaherty. Max Fried. And I think I said the weather. It's freezing. 8 miles per hour in. Gets up to 8.9. 43 feels like 33. We have Max Fried, 1-0, 2.61 ERA, 1.55 whip, 10 1/3, 10 Ks, 3 walks, 1 homer. In his last start was a 9-4 win at the Pirates. He went 5 2/3, 6 hits, 1 earned run. It was a solo shot, 6 Ks and 1 walk. Flaherty's looked great to start the year. He's a pitcher that we talk about often who deals with arm fatigue. And he's fresh right now. 1-0, 2.38 ERA, 0.88 whip, 12 Ks and 11 1/3 with 4 walks and 1 homer. His last start was also 5 2/3, allowing just 1 earned run. 7 Ks, 2 walks, 7-4 win at home versus the White Sox. The Yankees are hitting righties hard. 264, 843 OPS. And the Tigers are hitting lefties better than in other years. I mean, not well, but 221, 667. If you look at who's hitting righties harder than the Yankees, there's only one team, it's the Detroit Tigers. But they're not having the same success against lefties. But the idea of wanting to back the Tigers early because of their meek offense is not the case. And we have a vividness bias for it. Both bullpens have been excellent. Yankees bullpen 3.53 ERA, 1.11 whip. And Tigers bullpen 3.89 ERA, 0.84 whip. Troy Torrance says, can I interest you in Tigers to win the AL at plus 1,200? And Troy says, no, Troy, you cannot. It does interest me a little. Nate Dogg on Flaherty over 6.5 Ks. Nate Dogg also on Judge Homer. Let's get into the line history and also talk about the lineup here. Malloy, Ibanez, Green, Torkelson, Dingler, Keith, Baez, Kreidler, and McKinstry. Your 1 through 9 for the Tigers. For the Yankees, Ben Rice DHing and leading off. Judge, Bellinger, Goldschmidt, Chisholm, Volpe, Dominguez, Escara, and Cabrera. Your 1 through 9 there. We have the Yankees right now minus 145. They opened up at minus 137, 8 cents of movement towards them. When we get to the total here, we have a 7, another 7. It's minus 108 to the over. This opened up at 7.5 and is now a 7. And then when we get to the cash flow, Jose will be getting us started here. We have 94% of tickets, 93% cash on the over, and 69 and 74 on the New York Yankees. Jeff Slaughter on Flaherty under 6.5 Ks. Christopher Comatini says Tigers seem to have it all. Pitching, hitting, relievers. And TJ says good pitching is just as contagious as good hitting. I believe the Tigers pitchers are playing the series with a chip on their shoulders. Even the pen is stepping up. And of course, we heard from cappers already that we're moving on this game. Let's remind us, Ross Pitts is on the Yankees. We have Morgan Spooner on the Yankees minus 1. And that looks like that's it here. Jose Bouquett, take it away. Floor is yours, my man.
Yeah, I have no action in this game, but I agree with TJ. The Tigers are kind of a hot team that I don't want to fade right now. Hitting contagious, pitching contagious, all those guys. We saw what they did at the last few weeks of the season. So I'm off. I just think they're kind of one of these like double magic teams that AJ Hinch is just doing the most with. And I respect AJ Hinch. I respect their bullpen. I will mention Flaherty has not seen the Yankees since 2023. Excuse me, but shut him out in 2023, 6 innings. Fried, 5 1/3, 4 hits, 1 earned run last time out against the Tigers last year with the Braves in a 2-1 victory. I mean, I just nothing here for me. I just find this game to be very difficult to try to break down and find action in, especially everyone all over the Yankees here. And this line has moved -137, -146. So not much movement, but enough to keep me off of betting the Tigers here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Yankees don't have more at bats against Flaherty. Very surprised. I mean, Judge has never faced him.
Yeah, I didn't see him when he was on the Orioles, I guess. And
Judge is 1 for 4 with the Jack, 2 RBIs against Flaherty in his career.
Why do I have him? I have him on MLB.com. Says he's never faced him. Interesting.
Oh wow. Yeah, I'm on the ESPN. It says career versus Jack Flaherty, 1 for 4 home run, 3 Ks. So he has 3 strikeouts and 1 home run in the 4 at bats.
Huh. All right, this is a fascinating wine time. Take it away.
Very fascinating game. I mean, guys, the Tigers being that much of favorites yesterday. If you guys weren't on the Tigers, man, that was a good run line bet right there with the Tigers. Tigers playing some really good baseball right now in the city of Detroit, man. I mean, Jimmy talks about this stadium in the city, how they get behind this ball team, especially them being a good team. This is definitely another ballpark that I want to get to one day. Their fans are showing out for this game. This is going to be an early game, 110 over there in Detroit against the New York Yankees. Everyone was talking shit on the Yankees the first series of the year. They were just bashing home runs with those new bats. Haven't really heard a lot this last week or so, and they're here sitting 6-5. With this lineup, that's just purely unacceptable. I would only take the Tigers here. I'm not going to fade the Tigers here, but at the same time, do I think the Tigers can sweep the Yankees here? Yeah, and getting a good price at +125, I mean, definitely has me wanting to take the Tigers because I took them yesterday, but I kind of just want to take my money and run with them in this series. I already made my money with them. I don't really want to go back to the well with them here. They were such a big favorite here. Now they're a dog, as they should be. It's against the New York Yankees. You know what I mean? Everyone's hammering the Yankees right now. Low total at 7, probably for a reason. This is probably going to go under the total as well. Didn't move on the under. That's my only lean here in this spot. I'm not going to move on the side. Just don't think I have an edge with this number. I do think we have an edge with the under. I do think this can get under. I'm not going to move on this, though. It's going to be a pass for me.
All right. That concludes our 1:10 p.m. games. Gorky, by the way, Galatasaray basketball money line, Phillies money line. Those are single bets here. Jermaine looking at the alternate team total over 3.5. AM says there's going to be 8+ runs in this one. Justin McKelvey's got Yankees first 5 lead at +108 in his pocket. Jose, our next spot is the Shota Imanaga Tyler Mahle start, but we only have 10 minutes before the first pitch here, and I don't have my action in. So I'll keep me on camera. I'm not going to leave camera here, but I'm going to let you open this one up and hand it over to Wine Time, and I'm going to get my action in. I'm going to have 3 bets here, and I'll review them in a second, but I'm going to be on the first 3 under 2.5 -130 here. See if I can keep that streak going with these -130 first 3 unders. Take it away, Jose, and I'll be listening. And I might not add anything to the breakdown except for maybe a few stats.
Sure. I'll start off by saying I officially moved on Marlins Mets under 7. Even money when we were talking about it. Now -105 for me. And that is an official bet by me there. All right. Let's talk about Mahle and Shota Imanaga. I'd like to start off by mentioning righties versus lefties splits for both of these squads. Texas Rangers, excuse me, I've got the burps apparently. Texas Rangers against lefties, only 82 plate appearances. We'll still have a pretty small sample size with how early on in the season these are, but 92 weighted runs created plus for Texas. While on the other side, we've got the Cubs, who have been red hard against righties, 135 weighted runs created plus here. So obviously that's why you part of the reason why you see that -150 to start this breakdown out. Shota, 3 starts, but we'll talk about his last 2 because the first one, kind of very spring training-esque, but 7 1/3, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 4 Ks, no walks against a very good San Diego Padres team. That Padres team, by the way, so far against lefties, is 11th best, 106 weighted runs created plus. Shota obviously did a number on that number, but still very good against them. Shota shuts them down. Arizona, 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run there again. Just been pretty consistently dominant since he's been here. Arizona, 93 weighted runs created plus against them and 157 plate appearances, right in front of the Texas Rangers here. So kind of maybe a good, example of what Shota can expect here. Troy Torrance in the chat mentioning Cubs first 5 -0.5 every day. By the way, condolences, Troy, to losing your guy Justin Steele out for not out for the season, but on the IL with an elbow thing. Tyler Mahle on the other side had a horrible beginning of the season, inning in the third, 4 walks, 3 Ks against the Red Sox. Didn't have his shit then. Came back against the Tampa Bay Rays. Very soft, easy landing spot there. 5 innings, 1 hit, no earned runs. Has not seen the Cubs since 2022. And obviously, Shota has not seen the Rangers here before. So tough to say there. Market in this game here, we have 89% of the money and 79% of the bets on the over, and everyone and their moms on the Cubs here. 83% of the bets, 73% of the money on them here. I will also mention there is 88% of the bets and 82% of the money on the Cubs on the run line as well. That was something that I found interesting, just at least pointing out for Cubs Dodgers yesterday, not Cubs Dodgers, Nationals Dodgers. Everyone was on the Dodgers run line, money line, and they obviously ended up losing here. -150 is a little cheap, I will admit, for what the Cubs are right now. It did open up here at -150, and I'm going to refresh my odds sheet real quick here just to make sure I've got the updated odds. Wow, this line has climbed up from -150 to -168, -170 at places here. Jesus. So the market reacting to all that Cubs money makes sense. I like the Cubs here. I don't like betting with all the market and all the public here. But if I had to play one play, it probably would be Cubs here in some form or fashion. Wine Time, what do you think about this game?
Yeah, this is a very interesting matchup, guys. I have a play in this one. I tweeted it out. Moved on it pre-show. I'm on the Rangers team total under 3.5 -130 here. I think this line's moving towards the Cubs for a reason. I think there's not a lot to really like with my guy Mahle right now. His velo's been down this season. I'm not sure how many pitches he's really going to throw today. He looked good last game, don't get me wrong, but he also only went 5 innings. I'm not sure if his pitch count is just getting too high too early. He's getting behind in these counts, and he's able to get back in the count and strike these guys out. He had 5 strikeouts in his last game. He had 3 strikeouts in his first game where only got 5 outs. This guy could definitely get Ks here. This Cubs team, man, I love watching this Cubs team. This is a team I've been backing this season. Going into this year, this is one of the teams I said this team made some really good moves in the offseason, starting with Kyle Tucker, one of the best players in the league. AL Player of the Week last week, I believe he was. Guy's just mashing the ball right now, as he always does. This is one of the most underrated players in all of baseball. Doesn't really get talked about a lot. He's always top 5, top 7 in MVP, it seems like. He's a really good in right field as well. He's what they needed, and this Cubs team is going to have a good season this year. I'm not going to move on here at this price at -175. I don't even want to take the -1 here. I'm just going to dare the Rangers to score more than 3 runs here against Imaga in Chicago at Wrigley. I think they're going to have a hard time here. I don't even know if the Rangers the batting order is confirmed. Okay. So
yeah, no Wyatt Langford for the Rangers as well.
Yeah, no Wyatt Langford. Yeah. Interesting. This is going to be, I'm going to move on the team total here. I think it's juiced this high for a reason at only a 3.5 here. I don't think the Rangers are going to even be able to score 3 runs here. So give me the under 3.5, a little juicy at -130. I'm going to trust Shota here to get it done here at home though.
Okay, I'm set up. I haven't finished tweeting it just because I'm wondering if. Now, I didn't like the market that much for the Cubs first 5 -1/2 yesterday. I just, you guys are all cashing with it, and I want money too. So I bet it. And I don't know why I wouldn't just, bet it again here. I understand it's public, but that didn't stop it from cashing yesterday. Now it took to the bottom of the 5th to cash it. This one should be a little easier. And why are you not on the Cubs first 5 -1/2, Jose?
I don't like taking, me personally, I just haven't liked taking the first 5 minus a half run lines, etc. I'd rather just take full game here. I know I have to play a little bullpen roulette at times when I do that. Cubs, by the way, bullpen, Caleb Thielbar, Colin Ray, Brad Keller, and Nate Pearson of Toronto Blue Jays fame. Probably all go today with Porter Hoge, Julian Merriweather, and Ryan Presley all throwing yesterday. I could see Presley throwing again, but he threw 17 Sunday, break 14 Monday, 31 pitches total. So, I'd rather just take full game personally, but I saturated as saying there. I just don't like money, I guess.
The Cubs bullpen's been horrible in weather situations that should be very helpful for them. 1.80 whip. Rangers aren't hitting lefties at all. 216. Well, they have a little bit of power for 658 OPS, and the Cubs are hitting 257, 773 OPS. Now, Molly's someone
Does.
really well, right? Wine Time?
Yes, sir.
And so he just showed a ton of character in that last start. What is your expectation? I know he's got low expectations, which is, a fine thing for a veteran pitcher to come in and have to prove everybody. What is your expectation of him here?
It's just tough because if Mally can get ahead in these counts, he's dominant, but he's just getting behind too early in these first couple innings. You see him out of the first inning, only will allow one base runner, but he throws like 24 to 26 pitches. He's just working these counts a little too high. Coming off Tommy John a year ago, he had a little bit of shoulder problems in spring training, like he said in an interview beforehand. This is a tough batting order here that he's facing in the Cubs, and he's coming off a really good matchup, but don't get me wrong, if he can get ahead of these counts, he's nasty. I've just got to see it first. I haven't been able to see it these first couple games. We'll see here. He is a veteran. He's 30 years old now. Maybe he goes out there and shows that he can pitch to a really good lineup like the Cubs. I still think he's nasty. He's got some really good pitches out there. It's just tough to trust him against this Cubs lineup, and seeing this line just move towards the Cubs as we're going makes me think that the books know that maybe this is a spot where Mally gets lit up. We'll see.
All right, I am in. I got the St. Louis Pittsburgh first 3 under 2.5 minus 130. I have the Marlins first 5 plus a half. I got that offshore minus 104. I had to pay for that. I didn't. The first threes are only available for me at 365. I got Miami, New York, Mets first 3 under 2 at plus 100. And I got the Cubbies first 5 minus a half and minus 116. Shout out to Nate Dogg 420. Love having you in the chat, my man. Hope all is well. And your beautiful daughter Kalia. I hope you guys are all doing great. All right, let's roll on though. I have action in every game but Yankees Tigers to start the day. So we have first pitch happening right now. Let's talk live action as we go, and let's get that cash. We move on to the next spot on the board here, 3:35 p.m. Eastern. San Diego Padres 9-3, 2-3 on the road at the Oakland Athletics, 5-7, 1-4 at home at Sutter Health Park in Sacramento, California. I almost didn't add on the A's because it was just such a pure market bet until I was like, oh no, sees 2 starts at home in his comfort zone, and he goes out on the road. And I had Jose in my ear. I know Jose was confident, trusting the market in this spot. There's the Fowlish Hound in the house. I had the honor of sharing the screen with her on the rotation on Monday nights here on Pub Sports Radio. She is as cool as they get. Shout out to the Fowlish Hound. It makes us all better hanging out with her.
Agreed. Jimmy, by the way, those spots, like the spots I get, those are the spots that I wish I had the fucking balls to just open up my kimono and put like bigger bets on. Like those spots just and we're back in it again kind of today, but it just always feels like the market fucking knows that someone's getting touched here or something's gonna happen. And when Jeffrey Springs gave up 2 runs immediately, I was like, oh my God. And then fucking Dylan Cease of all people, who will be a top 5 fucking Cy Young guy, giving up like 10 runs in 3 innings. This is crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't feel comfortable doing it. At 5% of the tickets, 8% of the cash. When I looked at that, I was like, oh God. And I heard Jose in my, I was like, well, I have to bet it. I don't feel comfortable doing it. It's like what
it's funny. I feel the most confident doing it. Those are the spots I'm the most confident in, like my X's and O's go out the window completely in those moments because I give myself up to my market lords, I guess. I don't know.
So, and look, I would love to if we just tracked those spots that only were betting because of the market. Let's talk about what TJ's saying here. I've watched you guys cash on the Cubs first 5. So I wanted in, and I got in yesterday. And I'm betting it again today. And I'm okay if it loses, whatever. I don't feel like I'm too late to the party. Here, TJ says, I've been on the over in every game in Sacktown. Beat writer saying hitters love the batter eye here. So let's talk about Sutter Health Park. Let's get into the weather here for this one and decide if this is a spot that should be attacked. And we already heard that TJ was on the over 9.5. It's gone to 10. It's 73 Fahrenheit at first pitch. Feels like 70. 5.4 miles per hour left to right for the whole game across the board. There's Res Mob in the house. And let's get into the line history and the cash flow. From a total standpoint, we have the 10. It's no VIG on the over, minus 112 to the under. When it first got up to 10, it would bounce back to 9.5. It kept bouncing back to 9.5 and legit 9.5s too. So there are cappers, still betting the under in this situation. And this line opened up at the 9.5 and it was minus 113 to the under. So a real legit move here to the over, a big move to the over. When we get to the money line here, we have the Oakland Athletics at minus 122. They opened up at plus 116. And this is just a huge, huge 38-cent move. Huge. Good God, that's big. When we get to the cash flow for the spot, we have 75% of tickets, 81% cash on the Padres, 89 and 91 on the over. And Kelly McInnes bet the under 9.5 last night and bet it again at 10. Okay, so not everybody believing it. Randy Vasquez has looked so good. And we know he's not, but he's looked great. 1.69 ERA, 1.41 whip. Last start at the Cubs, a tough team to go up against. He allowed 3 runs, 2 of which were earned. He went 4 2/3, 2 hits, 2 Ks, 5 walks. And Osvaldo Bido was a moneymaker for us last year, Jose. 2.70 ERA, 1.50 whip through 10 innings. And the problem is 6 walks. Hasn't allowed a jack yet. Last start, he went 5 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 Ks, 2 walks, 6-3 extra inning win at Colorado. Then we have Padres smashing righties, 305-790. A's just 243-699, which I shouldn't say just. Padres bullpen still being very good, 1.78 ERA, 0.93 whip. A's bullpen 5.65 ERA, 1.65 whip. Wine Time, we start with you. Spooner says Tatis is out, and so the A's leading home run hitter, and so is the A's leading home run hitter, Soderstrom. Billy Friedrich says these pens are taxed. AM says 10 is too high. And Yankees Astros money line for Gorky. Take it away for us here, Jose, my man. Oh, sorry, it's Wine Time to start. Wine Time, take it away, my man.
I don't even have a lineup confirmation on either of these teams. I didn't know Tatis or Soderstrom wasn't going to be in this one. It makes more sense that Tatis is out this because of the line movement, but the best hitter right now for the A's is Soderstrom, man. This guy's playing some big-time ball. We kind of touched on it at the beginning of the season. Had a really good opening day. He's looking really good out there, the young guy. They've got some good young talent on this Athletics team. They're going to make some noise here early on. I'm not sure if it's going to last too long. I think we're seeing the Athletics here as a favorite for a reason. I was on them last night. It's funny. Gave the play out to one of my buddies, texted me in the first inning. He's like 3-0 Padres. What the heck, man? Just didn't even reply. And at the end of that first inning, let's put some laughing faces. It's like, yeah, man, this is baseball, man. This shit happens. I moved on the A's live plus 3.5 when they were down 3-0. Made some really good money on these Athletics last night. I think we're going to make more money on them today. There's going to be spots where we can move on them, and then there's going to be spots where we simply fade them. This is going to be a spot where we're going to be on them. I like where TJ's going with the over. I think this is going to go way over. I'm really contemplating right now if I want to move on a Brent Rooker Jack. I think he hasn't gotten one in 2 games. I think he's going to probably hit 2 today. I think he's going to have himself a game. I'm just not going to throw a full unit on it, so I don't want to give it out on the show, although it is plus 325 right now. it makes me think he's going to hit a jack here today for the Athletics, probably in the first inning. But I'm going to stay off that. I'm not going to give that on the show, although I do have a little side play on that one. But I am going to give out the Athletics minus 120 on the money line here against San Diego Padres. This team started off 7-0, 8-0. They're 9-3 right now. Took a loss yesterday. The A's absolutely were mashing yesterday. I'm back on the Athletics today, minus 120 here.
Wow. Jose, your plan of attack.
Excuse me. Yeah, A's money line minus 121. It was an easy decision after looking at the market, honestly. Randy Vasquez pitching over his head. No half the lineup for the Padres. Like you guys mentioned, I honestly would like if their lineup was there and the lineup was moving in our direction that way still. But yeah, A's for me, easy play, minus 121 for me. Short and sweet. Still have Mason Miller in the bullpen as well if things get hairy back there. I'll say this, though. Shout out to Sacramento because it's proving to be the most hitter-friendly ballpark right now. It's right up there with Coors, apparently, with all these balls flying out of there. So if you're betting overs in this place, I tip my hat to you. But I will stick on the A's, minus 121. And a great bet someone put in the chat, A's double result. I hadn't even thought of the concept of double results in baseball, so that's a good look there as well.
Yeah, I was looking at the double results yesterday as well and seeing if I should start adding that into my action. I feel like I'm a little late to the party, man. I hate paying this kind of vig. I hate it, but I guess it's the move. That must be made. So, okay. I got to bet the A's as soon as possible. Yep. This line just continues to move. Okay, let's move this over here. A's going to have to move on it as soon as possible. Okay, let's roll on. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board and attack. My computer, I'm taking my computer into the shop today. I got this problem with running out of application memory, so I've got to restart it here again. It's just driving me crazy. So that's
what you actually need to do. You just need to delete stuff off your storage, Jimmy.
Yeah, I just don't know exactly how to fucking do that shit.
Because I know you've got fucking notes from Costa Rica still saved on your fucking computer. So
I've never deleted a page of notes before.
Yeah, so it's either time to get a USB stick, put them all on there, and you can show your children your notes from back in the day, or it's time to delete them, I guess.
All right, I'm gonna have to figure. You know what? I'm gonna have to do this right now. I'm gonna bounce out of here for a second. I'm just gonna listen. I've got to restart this computer. So it's I think this game's so fascinating. So I'd like to get involved. Maybe I could just set this up real quick. If I could just move this force quit over here. Let's just set this up real fast. Then I'm gonna bounce out and be listening. We have so this was the game where the roof was closed, right? It's Wednesday. Let me just see if that is the case. I believe the roof is supposed to be closed today. Diamondbacks roof. Here we go. So, and this is crucial.
While you look at that, Jimmy, just I think it was Coin that said Padres lineup out: Luis Ariz, Xander, Machado, Gavin Sheet. Someone named Oscar Gonzalez. When I see an O Gonzalez and I don't know you, that's a bad sign. Jose Iglesias, Jason Hayward, old Brandon Lockridge. We all know him and love him, and Martin Maldonado.
Roof is closed at Chase Field today. I believe this is the first game it's been closed so far this year. Kramer versus Brandon Pfaadt. We have Brandon Pfaadt minus 121. Opened up at minus 18, now minus 120. Opened up minus 118. Our last move was 7 minutes ago. Very slight 2-cent move towards Pfaadt and the Diamondbacks. Let's get to the total here in this one. This total is a 9. It's minus 112 to the over. Opened up at minus 116 to the over. So a very slight move here towards the under. We get the cash flow up here. We have 90% of the tickets, 88% of the cash on the over. So 10 and 12 on the under. And then on the money line Oh shit, that's the wrong game. My bad. Sorry, it slipped on me. 90 and 92 on the over, 10 and 8 on the under. And then 64% of the tickets and 58% of the cash on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Dean Kramer and Brandon Pfaadt have both looked bad thus far this year. Dean Kramer, 101, 6.52 ERA, 1.55 whip, 9 2/3, 7 Ks, 2 walks, 1 homer. In his last start, he went 4 1/3, 8 hits, 3 runs, 2 of which were in 1 K, just 1 K and no walks. In an 8-2 loss at the Royals. Pfaadt coming off the 6-4 win at the Nationals. He went 6 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs, but there were 3 jacks amongst them, 4 Ks and no walks. He's got a 1.08 whip, but of course the 4 home runs are hurt. The Orioles are hitting 248, 732 OPS versus righties, while the Diamondbacks are hitting 262, 824 OPS. It looks like I can just leave this on here and just forget about it. So I'm not going to restart. I'm going to see if I can just leave this on here and just not pay attention to it, which is no problem. So the bullpens have both been excellent for both squads. Orioles bullpen 2.98 ERA, 1.20 whip. Diamondbacks bullpen 3.14 ERA, 0.86 whip. Troy Torrance says strong trend on O's and the over. Says over looks real nice. Lineup stacked with seemingly favorable matchups. So, Jose, we go back to you here in this one here, I believe. So, Jose, get us started with Kramer versus Pfaadt.
Sure. So I've gotten, this is something that I'm kind of doing a little more this baseball season. I don't know if you've noticed this, Jimmy, but I've gotten a little better at being able to price point things now. I forgot what it was the other day. You asked me and I was like 10 cents off. I was like, oh, okay, that's not that bad. I wrote this line down last night. I said, this should be minus 140 with Brandon Pfaadt. If this is not minus 140 with Brandon Pfaadt, I will either bet the Diamondbacks here or there are red flags and I will bet the other side here. I'll find it out. Minus 125 immediately rose from my red flags. I was like, okay, that's weird. Then you see, and my hopes was, maybe everyone's, betting the Orioles here, whatever. But you just mentioned 64 and 58 on the Diamondbacks here. And it kind of feels like the same line as the Cardinals and Pirates last night, or I guess yesterday. Skeens, everyone wanted to bet him, blah, blah, blah. We cashed easily. That was great. But it just feels like this is an inviting minus 125 line, telling people to bet the Diamondbacks. Dean Kramer has pitched like, I was going to say like shit this year, but it's not been like horrible. 4 1/3, 8 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, 5 1/3, 5 hits, 5 earned runs against Baltimore, against Toronto. And in his career, he faced them once last year, 5 2/3, 4 hits, 6 runs, 3 of them earned, 10 Ks, 4 walk. In a 2-9 loss. Pfaadt also faced these guys last year, 6 innings, 3 hits, 3 earned runs, and a 2-4 loss for him here as well. So I sat back and I was thinking, I was like, okay, so if I'm going to back the Orioles here, how am I going to do it? Because I don't like Dean Kramer either. I think I've officially jumped off the Dean Kramer bandwagon. We've capped him now for 3 years, and it's just kind of been like good, bad, good, bad. He'll have his stretches, but like I just don't trust him. And it's kind of an indictment on the Orioles as a whole. I don't trust any of their pitching. I don't trust any of their pitching development. And I just don't think they're going to make Dean Kramer better. So what I ended up thinking about and what Troy, I guess, is going to push me over the edge on is my first over bet of the year. Over 9 here. If this line is the way it is, it makes it feel like Pfaadt's going to get touched up. And I don't trust Dean Kramer. So it's either these guys both shove and the Orioles win a low-scoring game, or I think these guys both get crapped on. And I think that that it's more likely that both these guys go get crapped on than Dean Kramer going and throwing a really good game here. So over 9 is going to be on my card here as well. I don't typically like betting overs. I had this at minus 110 each way for the 9, and we've gotten 7 cents of juice towards the over here, which is, makes me feel a little better. The main reason I don't like betting overs, one, obviously, because you start 9 runs down and I just feel like you got to crawl back and get those 9 runs sometimes is a grind. But, it's baseball. Everyone bets the overs in baseball for whatever reason, I guess. 90% of the bets, 92% of the money on the over. I don't love that. But this fishy line just makes me feel like this is a Pfaadt vulnerable spot. So over 9 is going to be official on my card. I'll get you the juice right now.
Wow, that's I did just move on the A's. It is very expensive. I wanted to take the -1 and I couldn't do it. So -125. Feel like an asshole when you line me with 40 cents. It's take it away for us here. Wine Time. Very interested in your breakdown, and it was a good breakdown by Jose. Orioles, Diamondbacks.
Yeah, that was a great breakdown, Jose. Yeah, this is going to be a good matchup. Two good teams, two good lineups here. Arizona, they don't have their fucking main guy, Marte, out there. He's out for a couple of weeks with that grade 1 hamstring injury. I think that came out yesterday. He's going to probably miss, 2 weeks maybe. That's a big hit for them. This Diamondbacks team was a team I wanted to pretty much back a lot this season. Started doing it in the beginning of the year. I've had some success with them, but since they've been out with Marte, I haven't really been on them as much. This should be a pretty good matchup here. It's going to be 90 degrees, but yeah, the roof's going to be closed here for the first game of the season in Arizona. Dean Kramer against Brandon Pfaadt. Lineup for Arizona still is good. I mean, Corbin Carroll's starting off pretty good this season, hitting over 300 right now. They still got guys in the lineup. Eugenio Suarez started off extremely hot. He was hitting jacks, that grand slam against the Yankees in that 8th inning. I don't know if I'll forget that for a while. That was just absolute magic. And it seems like when I back this Arizona team, that's when he steps up. It seems like the only time he steps up because he's 6 for 40 and 5 of those 6 hits are jacks. And he hasn't gone deep in at least 5 games. He's due here. He's probably going to go deep here for the Diamondbacks, but nothing for me on this game. I think this is going to be a good game. I think there could be a lot of runs scored in this one. We see a total of 9 here. We see the public pretty much hammering these overs a lot of the time. Can't really look too much into that, I don't think, but this is going to be a good game to watch. I have nothing on this game. This is going to be a pass for me. I'm not going to lie. I do have a lean towards the Diamondbacks here, but I'm going to stay away from this one.
Oh, God.
I don't like betting overs. I got it, by the way, 9 -110 officially. TJ's on the under island, which I'm telling you, TJ, I really think it's one or the other here, and no shit, obviously. But this is either a 1-0 ball game where both these guys pitch well, or they both get their fucking tits ripped, and it's 5-5 after 4 innings here, TJ. So I agree with you. I agree with you in that sense right there.
Oh, God. I want to bet the under. It's so hard to do that. I find the market, very appealing. You are betting, with the information that Troy gave you on it, working over the over, but you would say that the market is appealing to the under. You're betting. This is a bet more based on X's and O's. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, but I mean, I think the markets for the totals are just so tough because every game's going to be bet over. There's not going to be one game bet to the under, and if we get any movement towards the under on any of these games, I'll obviously be inclined to bet the under. But we know that unders don't come in like that, and I've lost many an under betting it, looking at the market. Everyone's all over the over like they typically are. I have, sense of movement or whatever it may be towards my side, and I still lose. So I just found that to be difficult throughout the years.
Yep.
I love both of these bullpens. Am I going too far when I say that?
I don't love them, but I didn't love the Astros bullpen that shoved it up my ass last night. So, Baltimore 8th in bullpen ERA, 2.98, 3.33 FIP, and a 4.13 expected FIP. Arizona bullpen, where the fuck are they? I can't even find them right now. 10th, actually. 3.14, but their FIP is a 2.69 and expected FIP a 2.64. So pitching a little worse than they should be, apparently.
Okay, I'm going to hold off on this here. I don't really find going up against you appealing in this one. My YouTube is crashed on me, so I'm gonna have to shut this down. Fucking annoying. I'm usually money with these types of situations. All right, I'm gonna set this one up and I'm gonna shut my computer down and get started again here. 3:45 p.m. Eastern with the Cincinnati Reds 5-7, 3-3 on the road to the Giants 8-3, 3-2 at home. We're at Oracle Park in San Francisco, California. Let's see, 62 Fahrenheit. It's nice in the West Coast. 4.5 miles per hour out to right field. Not windy. Gets up to 7.2. We have Nick Martinez going up against Justin Verlander. Verlander's now at 2 starts where he's looked bad. I mean, is his time up? Maybe his time is just up, and we're losing money, not fading him. I do not believe Nick Martinez is the pitcher that we saw last year. I think he's a weak pitcher who won't be part of the starting rotation if the Reds are any good. The Reds aren't hitting righties 229, 648 OPS. Giants aren't hitting righties either 226, 680 OPS. Both these bullpens have been good, especially the Giants bullpen, 1.98 ERA, 1.20 whip, while the Reds bullpen's 3.48 ERA, 1.10 whip. Let's get into the line history. Wine Time's going to get us started here on this one. We have the total here is a 7.5. It's minus 111 to the under. The first time it went down to 7.5 was at 4:46 p.m., about 36 minutes after it was released. Then it came back up to 8 at 7:45 p.m. It stayed there for about an hour and 6 minutes before it went back to 7.5, and it stayed there. And now it's juiced to the under. So the market's obviously telling us that the under is live, and I don't feel really comfortable going up against it, even though I don't think these pitchers are any good. Well, I mean, now for Verlander. The Giants opened up minus 145. They're now minus 142. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have 90% of the tickets, 88% of cash on the over. We have 81% of the tickets and 93% of the cash on the San Francisco Giants. It's ridiculous. How do we not bet the Cincinnati Reds in this market? I don't know how we don't. Let's hear from Wine Time. Take it away, Wine Time. Reds, Giants, and I will be right back.
Yeah. This is one of the games I didn't bet yet. I wanted to come on here. I wanted to cap this with Jimmy and Jose and the rest of you guys in the chat, man. This is a good matchup here. I was on the Reds yesterday. They got it done. This Reds team, I mean, if you guys watch this team closely, very frustrating team to watch, honestly. Sometimes they go out there and they pitch lights out, and then sometimes they go out there and they get shelled. Sometimes they can score a lot of runs. Sometimes they only score 1 or 2 runs, it seems like. Coming off 2 straight wins against the Giants. Giants going into this series was 8-1. Now they're sitting at 8-3 here. I think this price is minus 150 because it is Verlander. But, yeah, we've seen it definitely have some regression here these last couple of games. Doesn't look too nasty out there like he used to. I mean, he's aged, but he still has a little bit left in the tank. Don't get me wrong. I think Verlander will have some good starts this year. This could be one of them. If I'm being honest, these first 2 games, very boring, slow, low-scoring games, 2-0, 1-0, 3-0, whatever it was. Giants haven't been able to get anything on the board. I mean, if you look at that batting order, I mean, it's a week, man. I mean, seeing them start off 8-1 the way they were, very surprising. There's not a lot of bats in that lineup that I actually trust consistently throughout the season. Looking at the Cincinnati Reds, it's kind of the same thing for me. I wasn't high on this team going into this season. They do have a really good player in Ellie Deli Cruz. They've got some good guys around them as well. This is a good matchup, I think, here. I want to move on the Reds here in this spot, plus 125. I haven't moved on it quite yet. I think they can get the sweep here against Verlander, and I'm also looking at the under. It was just I didn't know what to choose between the two. I don't want to have 2 bets on this game. I want to have one, and I just really couldn't get it down to it. I'm going to hear what my guy Jose has to say. Maybe he'll be the deciding factor in this one, but it's either the under or the Reds for me. Haven't moved on it yet. We'll see. You're muted, Jose.
God, of course. God, fucking Dabby Cab is unbelievable. I'm going to keep blaming Cap for giving me this infection that he's given me. But this is going to be the game that I want to move on, like the most, that I'm probably not going to move on. Again, just some little bit of volume control, etc. But the under in the Reds, I agree with you, Wine Time, is very appealing. And if I had to pick one, I think it would be the under in this game. You guys, I'll mention it again, market-wise here one more time. 90% of the bets, 88% of the money on the over here, and we've gone from an 8 to a 7.5 here. So I just, based off that, it makes me want to bet the under. I think Verlander, like Jimmy says, maybe past his prime, but I still think he'll have spot starts of being good against a young lineup, against the young lineup in the Reds, and at home, I think is a good spot for him to succeed. And Nick Martinez, I find fascinating here. Every time we talk about the Giants, I say the same bullshit about how I just never know what to do with the Giants. I'm just eternally frustrated and just don't know what to do and how to bet them. So I pass every game that they are on. This is the closest I've come to it. I'd lean under and I'd lean Reds. But if I had to make one play, I guess it would be the under. Yeah, I think Verlander has a decent start.
And Jose, remind me, Martinez, he already faced this Giants team earlier this season, right?
Yeah, both these guys have faced each other. Well, I guess not each other in the pitching sense, but both these guys have faced these teams already once. Martinez, first start of the season, 6 innings, 4 hits, 4 earned runs on 2 home runs, 5 Ks, 1 walk. We're not going to see those home runs in Oracle Park here. I'll tell you that, because that was in Great American. And for Mr. Verlander, pitching in Cincinnati, 5 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs on a home run, 5 Ks, 1 walk. Lost that game 2-3 here. And by the way, he's pitched at Oracle now twice, and it's notoriously, as you guys know, a hitter-friendly ballpark, with guys like Adam Wainwright saying like they hate that mound. So I'm not surprised that an old guy like Verlander struggles there a little bit. I just think this is a good, home environment for him to pitch well. And again, by the way, I think it's so funny that I struggle with the Giants here. And I wrote down their record. They're like 8-2, 8-3 now. And I'm just like, goodness gracious. They're like, they find ways to win these ball games. And I just never know how to bet them. So it's a complete stay off game for me. I lean under though. And I'm very interested to see how this game shakes out here.
Yeah, I want to hear. Jimmy, did you move on this game? I know you kind of capped it. You said you were kind of leaning towards the Reds.
Yeah, I think that I cannot bet this purely based on market, because if you were to tell me Nick Martinez allows 4 runs in the first inning, I'd be like, yeah, of course he does. He sucks. I don't think this is. I've got a lot of action here already, and I don't feel like I need to add anything. I also, if I can get, we're about to head into the 3rd inning, it looks like here in St. Louis, Pittsburgh. If I start up, with, in the black, it doesn't mean that I'm going to reach here, but I think that Verlander is clearly vulnerable. The market's telling us that both pitchers are going to pitch well.
Yeah.
You know what kept me off of Skeen's first 5, Jose? And it was very simple. It was that why would I bet a favorite if there's low volatility?
Yeah.
The total was so low. So it's just very simple. Like if you're going to bet a favorite, you're going to need or a dog. If you're going to make a bet, basically, a confident bet on the side, there has to be volatility there,
I agree. I noticed that the other day with one of my bets here, and it was like a 6.5 line. I was like, why the fuck am I laying -120, -130? And I think this game is going to be a sweat. I think this is going to be a 1-run game. If this game is going to be a sweat, a 1-run game, give me the +200, give me the +130, give me the plus money, where my team that might be worse can pull out a 1-run game here.
Yeah.
So I agree with you.
The market is telling us there's going to be low volatility in this game. So I find the Reds appealing, honestly. I find the Reds appealing. I'm just back in business. Great to see you guys here. I got everything up again. MLB
Ron.
spreadsheet dog is Cincinnati. I'm going up against the NHL play today for Ron, which I don't like at all. And it looks like McDavid's going to come back, so it'll be very interesting here. I don't like it. Spreadsheet dog of the day is Cincinnati. I think I can get to Cincinnati. I think so. Here for these 2 340 games, the under in Baltimore, Arizona. Do I have the conviction to go up against Jose and Troy? And then here, TJ says books a price made of taking San Francisco, which makes me think they are the side. My numbers like Cincinnati, but I smell tuna. I mean, I don't know why we'd be surprised at this market.
I hope that you do not have the conviction, by the way, to the move on the under, because that would be a bad sign for me and Troy.
I don't know.
It doesn't sound like you have the conviction right now, but I hope you don't find it somehow.
But also, look, I'm down. I had a horrible week last week in MLB, so I don't think anybody should be concerned if I'm on the other side of them. So let's roll. Dan Kelly says, Jose, ESPN bet is legal in New York. Get a link on the PSR page, and I will sign up through you. Thank you, Dan Kelly, caring about us, my man. I got that copied and pasted. We will talk to Jeff. We also are waiting for Fanatics too. I know Justin McKelvey was interested in Fanatics. We're waiting to get those both hooked up. So got that copied and pasted. So the Reds, I find the Reds appealing and the over in Baltimore, Arizona, but just sitting with the market for longer is not going to hurt anybody. Let's roll here into our next spot on the board. 4:05 p.m. Eastern. LA Dodgers 9-4, 3-4 on the road at the Washington Nationals. 5-6, 5-3 at home at Nationals Park in Washington D.C. Landon Knack going up against Jake Irvin.
Watch out, Jimmy. Troy's going to start tracking your first 3 totals.
And I can give you guys my first 3 totals anytime anybody wants it as well. So it's not like it's not like you're gonna give me a number. I'll be like, really? Okay. Let's get into the line history here for this one and the weather. First off, we'll do the weather in Washington D.C. We have 53 Fahrenheit, feels like 46, 4.5 miles per hour out to right center. From a line history standpoint, we have the Nats at plus 163. They opened up at plus 153. We've had 8 cents of movement on the other side from minus 170 to minus 178 on the Dodgers. On the total here, we have the 9 minus 111 to the over. Open up minus 105 to the over. 6 cent move. If any of you guys are here, that haven't been with us for a long time, and it's kind of, I don't talk about what happened yesterday. I don't care about what happened yesterday. I don't see baseball as a team sport. I think it's a bunch of individuals, and so that's something that I did, and it's helped my ROI since I've stopped doing that. So you'll never hear me talk about what happened yesterday. Now, anybody who comes on screen is obviously welcome to do that. The only thing I care about now is the 7-game winning streak switching cities. That's 2-0 plus 2.17 units so far this year. And sometimes I miss it. Sometimes I miss the situation because I don't care what happened yesterday and I don't realize that there's a streak going on. But if you're wondering why we don't talk about what happened yesterday or if a team's trying to stop us, it's because I don't care. And if anybody else cares, that's great. I support it, and let's talk about it. Robert Franklin here after cashing the Nerfy in the Buccos game is on Dodgers run line and Knack over 3.5 Ks. When we get, I don't have the cash flow up yet. So, yes, I do. Sorry, here we go. I got it up here. So cash flow here for this one, we have 87% of the tickets and 93% of cash on the LA Dodgers. Nate cent move is not very much. 79% of tickets and 86% cash on the over. Landon Knack has thrown 2 innings this year on March 19th. I'm going to actually, Jose, if you have a second, can you pull up what he's done in AAA? I imagine he's had a couple starts since March 19th. And that he wasn't just sitting with the big club. I don't have that, and I should have that, and I apologize I don't have that. We have Jake Irvin coming off 6-4 loss at home versus the Diamondbacks. He went 5 innings. He allowed 4 runs, 2 homers, 3 Ks, and 1 walk. The Dodgers are hitting 258, 65 OPS versus righties. Nats 233, but with 723 OPS. We haven't seen power from the Nats in a while. We're seeing it now. Dodgers bullpen's been good as always. 2.51 ERA, 1.05 whip, and the Nats bullpen is terrible like always. 5.90 ERA, 1.79 whip. Jose Bouquett, get us started for Dodgers Nats.
Landon Knack, by the way, 4 2/3, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 Ks, 2 walks, and his lone start in AAA here. I'll tell you why he's starting. And TJ, I kind of agree with you. It's funny that all the talk was the Dodgers rotation depth, and now we had Justin Warblinski or whatever the fuck and Landon Knack back-to-back days here. But we all know it doesn't. They don't give a fuck about any of these games right now. The reason why he's starting, TJ, is Landon Knack's changeup is disgusting. A 171 stuff plus for his changeup, 71% better than average, is crazy. So he'll probably throw the fuck out of that changeup. I find this line to be fascinating. The same exact line almost as last night or yesterday. Jake Irvin, one of the guys that I traditionally like backing here. 5 innings, 7 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 home runs. 5 innings, 7 hits, 2 earned runs against Philadelphia, and that first one was against Arizona. Has faced the Dodgers twice, and I actually love his starts against the Dodgers last year. He went twice. The first one, 6 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs, 2-0 victory against the Dodgers that day. Then he had to face them a few days later in a back-to-back, and the Dodgers are the best team in baseball. And of course they're going to get to him. 6 innings or 4 2/3, 6 earned runs, 12 hits in that start. So am I saying I'm going to bet the Nationals today? No. Do I think the Nationals are a very live dog again? Yeah, I do. I honestly do think the Nationals could come up in here and win this game. Bullpen wise, let's check that out real quick for both squads and see. I'm especially interested to see who the Dodgers have available here as well. Pretty fresh bullpen for them. Tanner Scott hasn't thrown in basically a week. He only threw 3 pitches on Saturday. Yates hasn't thrown in 2 days. The only guys that really threw is Ben Kasparius and Luis Garcia last 2 days, honestly. So they'll have a full bullpen. Do I love that? No. I still kind of think the Nationals are live. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they won this game, but I'm not going to move on them here, Jimmy.
Yeah, I get it. I find this game with so much volatility. What I don't see happening is these pitchers to be lights out. So maybe we can simplify that and just bet the over.
This is the game. I forget what the first 5 bet you made earlier was, but this would be the first 5 bet I make on the card. And someone, I think it was Ron Lofton, just mentioned it as well. Nationals first 5 here is semi interesting to me. The 3 main reasons I'm not on it. Shohei Ohtani, 3 for 6, double. Mookie Betts, 4 for 9, 2 RBIs. Max Muncy, 9 at bats, 4 hits, 3 doubles, 3 RBIs. That's tough. That's tough, especially with the best hitters. Teoscar, by the way, 7 plate appearances, 2 hits, but it's a home run and a double. So yeah, I lean Nationals here. It's just, too scary to fade the Dodgers for me.
Wine Time, your thoughts here?
Yeah, guys, this might be the first. I cashed with the Nationals yesterday. That's why I'm wearing this jersey right now, and it's tough for me to do this. I'm very close to moving on this Dodgers team total over 5.5 plus 100. I think we have some value here in this total, honestly. I think they can go over this here. I think they can smash the ball today. I don't think the Nationals are live today. I don't think they're going to go for the sweep. I definitely think this is a Dodgers spot, although I'm not going to move on them on the money, on the -1 or the run line. I just see more value in this total, honestly. I don't think either of these pitchers are going to pitch well today either. Nationals team total is 3.5, juice the over at -120 right now. I'm just going to stick with the Dodgers. I'm going to move on this right now because I haven't moved on it yet. Dodgers team total over 5.5. I'm getting plus 100. I think they're going to be able to score 6, 7, maybe even 8 runs in here against Irving. I think Ohtani has had some success against him in his career, along with Mookie Betts. This batting order is going to be hungry today, I think, in DC. So I'm going to take the over 5.5 team total on Dodgers. I don't remember the last time I took the Dodgers. It's been quite some time, but I'm going to move on the team total here.
The game with the most tickets on the under is Milwaukee, Colorado, by far. There's nothing
biggest total as well, right?
Yeah, but there's nothing even close. The second most tickets on the under is here. Dodgers, Washington Nationals. Why would that be? Why would that be here? The weather's fine. It's not too cold. Gets warmer as the game goes on.
Jesus. 2 walks. I don't know about the first guy, but a walk for Miguel. 2 guys on, no outs for him. I would say because I think Jake Irvin's the better pitcher than Landon Knack. Better pitcher, and you've got a shot with a shitty Nationals lineup against Knack. And
we continue to be undefeated on first 3 under 2.5 at -130. Nary a run scored. Nary.
Let's go.
All right, let's move on here. Jermaine's on the over. Justin McKelvey is also on the Dodgers team total. He chose 4.5 at -139.
If I could get that, I mean, I like it's just a little bit too much juice for me in this spot. If I can get -130, I probably would have moved on it. But getting plus 100 at 5.5 for the Dodgers, I think the Nationals are going to give up quite a few runs today, and the Dodgers are going to have all 9 innings to get this because they are on the road here. I don't think they have any problem getting over this team total, honestly.
Huh. Okay. I've got.
By the way, Jimmy, the funniest thing you said here today was when you said, "Yeah, if I cash the Pirates, whatever the fuck the under there, It'll make me less likely to move on whatever the fuck. I was like, yeah, you're not going to move on it now. You're going to take your cash. You're going to stay home. What are you talking about? I know you, Jimmy. You go 2-0 here. That might be it. That might be your day right there.
But I didn't do it yesterday. And I wanted to.
Yeah, you didn't have us.
I was 2-0. I had Cubs first 5 minus a half left. And I thought I should let this go. And then I thought, no. If you feel like you got an okay read on these spots. And then I came close to a big day yesterday. But I don't feel that way at this point in the season, Jose. If we're here in a month and I'm down double-digit units, then there's much higher likelihood here. I started out with those great first couple days, that great first week, got crushed last week. I don't know where I'm at really. So I'm not quite there at this point.
Ooh.
There is our guy, Wally, says there's only 2 places to get your NASCAR picks, here in Jimmy's chat and Racing with Razor on Friday. I just want to be a gift that keeps on giving. You are that, Fat Wally, my friend. You are that. Samit looking at the Dodgers here. Let's roll one. Let's roll on here.
Big strikeout from McGill right there with 2 runners on. Nasty pitch low. He's got first. He walked the first 2 batters. Kind of got behind in the count and then struck the guy out. So there's 1 out, runners at first and second.
Okay. I love it, Fat Wally. Thank you so much for all of that. Coin on bets. Oh, wondering about the bets Ribby here. And we have my dude adding the knack over 3.5 Ks to his action. Thank you, Jermaine. A member for 7 months now. Means a ton. Jermaine, you're the man. Respect. Let's get this in money. Okay, we're going to roll on to the next spot on the board. So I dealt with this last year, and I'm tired of making a bet that has 2 jobs. One, it's to get me paid. The other is, the record that's on the screen is important. If I am losing, then who wants to hear what I have to say? And if you're succeeding, people are more interested in what you have to say. And I'm very thankful that you guys have stuck by me over the years through good seasons and bad. What I'm alluding to is, why would I have pregame action on any Hunter Brown starts? Why? I know his problem. We have pitchers like this. They can't get through the first inning. They can't get through the first time through the order. So it's laziness that I feel like, I just want to have some pregame action, whatever. No, it's not. I'm going to stop doing it. Last year, it changed as the season went on, but still, first time through the lineup, he would allowed a 275 average and a 713 OPS. Second time through the lineup, 225, 621. Third time, 219, 685. And in the beginning of the year, it was way more extreme. In 2025, here so far this year, the first time he's faced batters, they're hitting 389 with a 944 OPS. The second time, it's 118 with a 461 OPS. Now, he's only had 7 at-bats against him, seeing a lineup for the third time. They're 0 for 7. Why would I? It's fucking laziness to have you wait for Hunter Brown to get through the first inning, and then you bet it. Or if Billy Friedrich's on the first 5 under 4, you wait for the first inning to be over or like somewhat into the game and live bet it. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of backing a pitcher who has fucking yips in the first inning, and I'm not going to do it anymore. If you hit your head against the wall and it hurts, stop hitting your head against the wall. We're in T-Mobile Park, Seattle, Washington, for a pitcher whom I love, Hunter Brown, who drives me fucking crazy. His last start, 5-2 win at the Twins, 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 8 Ks, no walks. I know he's a really good pitcher against Luis F. Castillo, who looked terrible in his first start. And I was the one who told you guys, I was like, I don't see why we wouldn't back Luis F. Castillo. He's earned this opportunity. It was Giants opening day. Maybe that was a little much for him. Bases loaded, 2 outs now, says Spooner. So really, Spooner, I mean, it's no harm, no foul, kind of, because we have the Marlins first 5 plus a half. So Astros bullpen, Mariners bullpen, both been very good. Astros bullpen 2.53 ERA, 1.03 whip. Mariners bullpen 3.06 ERA, 1.42 whip. Astros versus righties 205, 583 OPS, and Mariners versus righties 202, 657 OPS. It's cold. It's not as cold out west, but I don't think the roof's going to be open. But they have had their roof open at 60 and 58 and 59 Fahrenheit. So I don't want to tell you that the roof is going to be closed because, it's possible that it isn't. Let's get the line history up and then hand this over to Jose Bouquett. We have a total of 7.5 juice to the under at -118. Opened up at -114, 4-cent move to the under. Excuse me. And then on the total, on the money line, we have the Houston Astros at -136. They opened up -121, a 15-cent move towards them. And then we get to the cash flow for this spot. 90% of tickets and 88% of cash on the over. And then on the, I'll go to all markets, make this a little easier for me. And then on the money line, we have 72% of tickets, 77% cash on the Houston Astros. Take it away for us here, Jose. Astros Mariners. You're muted, my man.
This is just depressing at this point. See, I'm trying not to have all my noises come out on air, but maybe I should at this point. But yeah, I thought this was the most stay off game for me. I bet the Mariners last night. They failed me in extras. It feels like every time these two teams play, it's a low scoring game, but the Astros win. If it's a high scoring game, it's the Astros just beating the shit out of Mariners. So I stayed off. I like Hunter Brown. Thank God Miguel gets out of the inning. God bless you, Tyler Miguel, and hopefully now he will be locked in for this game. But I like the Astros. I like Hunter Brown, but I stay off. I'm not going to bet the imposter Castillo here.
Yeah, God damn it. I hate this so much. I want to back Hunter Brown every start, but you just have to bet it live.
Yeah, you have to wait. And yes, Coin, there are two Luis Castillos. Yes, it is very confusing, and they pitch on the same team on back-to-back days. So they didn't make it easy on us.
It's just so frustrating that Hunter Brown can't get through the first inning, and he's such a quality pitcher. And maybe I shouldn't, maybe it's not frustrating. Maybe this is a wild betting bonanza for us, and I have to think of it that way. And I will think of it that way. This is just a chance for us to live bet the Astros. Until Hunter Brown fixes his first innings, I can't have pre-game action on him because it's just lazy. God,
I think Hunter Brown ends up being a top 10 pitcher in the league.
I do too.
I think he's very good. So I agree with you in your frustrations.
So what the hell do I do, man? Like I don't understand because TJ on Astros -1. Yes, I want to be on the Astros -1. I mean, how would you not want to be on the Astros -1?
Is it not -130 still?
Now, I'll have to look.
Money line? I mean, I'm talking just straight money line because -1 and a 7.5 total is dice. Well,
in the second inning against them yesterday, so he got through the first inning. Second inning, though, Vientos doubles, Winker singles, and Soto homers. Oh, no, Soto homered in the third inning. And so let me just go through this again. So that was, I can't. What the hell's wrong with him? God damn it. It makes me so angry. So I guess I've got to say this out loud, so I do it. There's no point, even if they win the game and cover the -1, if he can't get through the first time seeing these guys. Is this something that's going to change? Okay. Let's move on. 6:10 p.m. Eastern is our next spot on the board. A White Sox Guardians. A coin says zeros in PNC. Look, we compared that Fetty Keller start to the exact same situation in Arizona, Baltimore. These are situations we can take advantage of, when players are having their pitchers that we trust are having their third start. Mitch Keller having his second consecutive start after getting lit up. The zigzag stuff is so often in play. Okay, let's get back to work here. We have White Sox Guardians, Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Let's get into the weather here. We have 45 Fahrenheit, feels like 40. It's 2.7 miles per hour in, gets up to 3.6 miles per hour. We have Sean Burke against Logan Allen. Logan Allen has shown me no reason why he's pitching in the major leagues over his 2 seasons. He's been the worst pitcher on the Guardians staff now for a second consecutive season. I don't understand why we would trust him. And then you could say, well, if the Guardians staff trusts him, this is a phenomenal group with pitchers that you should trust them. Or you could say, look, the White Sox are hitting 179 with a 487 OPS versus lefties. So you have to trust them. All of that is valid. The White Sox have 3 pitchers, all the same age, from the same area in Massachusetts. Sean Burke is one of them.
Isn't that hilarious?
It's wild.
That's so
all within
funny.
20 minutes of each other.
Yeah, if this was a Red Sox team, fucking people would go crazy for them in Boston. They'd be the fucking Beatles.
They would, yeah. No, they would. Sean Burke, the second most famous Sean Burke, 1-1, 5.23 ERA, 0.97 WHIP.
How much space does he have to cover to be the most famous Sean Burke?
He's got a lot of work to do.
Like 1 All-Star, 2 All-Stars, the World Series,
just one.
Just 1 All-Star. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Last start, 4 1/3, 7 hits, 6 earned runs, 2 homers, 1 K, 0 walks, 6-1 loss at home versus the Twins. Logan Allen does not look good, but this isn't the Padres against lefties here. White Sox bullpen, 4.73 ERA, 1.58 WHIP. TJ says Houston minus 160 first 5 is crazy compared to minus 130 full game. Books are worried about Brown. Or, TJ, are they worried about Luis F. Castillo? Guardians
I don't think that's been said often, Jimmy.
No, it hasn't. But they're worried about Luis F. Castillo, in my estimation. Guardians bullpen 2.68 ERA, 1.30 WHIP. So the Guardians are minus 177. They opened up at minus 187, but that doesn't tell the whole story because this opened up at noon at minus 205. So there really has been a legit move towards the White Sox, depending if you're looking at a book that brought this out at 4 p.m. or a book that brought it out, at noon. From that total standpoint, we have the 7.5. It's minus 113 to the under. So there's been no movement. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have 90% of tickets, 88% cash on the over. And we have 88% of tickets and 80% of cash on the Cleveland Guardians. So there's 2 things I think will happen here. I think that Sean Burke will have a bounce back performance. And I think that Logan Allen, even if he's not pitching well, can shut down this White Sox lineup against lefties. Jose Bouquett, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, Sean Burke is one of my guys this year. I believe in him, and this is one of those spots where the belief is going to be tested for sure. I'm going to move on him, and I think this is going to be another very rare, and I say that very rare. It's not really that rare if you look at how I bet, but for me right now, a very rare White Sox first 5 here. I'm going back to RotoWire right now because my page just closed, but I just wanted to see availability of arms in the bullpen. But I still think even then I want to go to a first 5 here because this White Sox bullpen, it's not something you want to roll the dice with every day. I'll tell you that. I mean, Clevenger threw 31 pitches yesterday. Tyler Gilbert threw 28, and that's it. The rest of the guys
terrible.
Yeah, and he's their closer.
I don't think he's going to be a terrible closer, but I have no idea. I'm not saying he's going to be horrible all year. He just yesterday looked horrible.
Yeah, and I will actually agree. I do not think he'll look good at any part of this season. So, I chalked that one up. I was like, he's back in Cleveland, emotions, whatever. But yeah, I didn't like it either, to be honest with you. But the point of all this was to say that I like the White Sox here. Market, as you just mentioned, Jimmy, I'll hit it one more time. 89% of the bets, 82% of the money on the Guardians here. And let me know if you have something different. But I have openers at minus 200, now down to minus 180. minus 205, minus 176 now at some places here.
Yeah, because you're including where we played poker, setting this up at noon.
Yeah, so that's why I want to know where yours open up. But they
Minus
open
187 at 4 p.m.
You know, I don't know. Like I'm looking at several places, I guess here, and I know we obviously just depends on the book here. Like Heritage opened up at minus 178. Now it's up to minus 182 at Heritage. So it's a little scary. I don't love it. But this is one of those bets that I kind of feel like I have to make, and I have to trust my preseason capping, because I will admit the one thing that I feel like I'm very good at is in the preseason picking out the teams, picking out the pitchers that I think are going to have a good year, and then riding them when they have those good years, etc. And I truly believe Schomburg is going to be I don't know what to call it, but I think he'll be the best pitcher on this White Sox team. So I'll take him here. 7.5 is going to make, and if this total was an 8, 9, I'd take straight first 5 money line. The 7.5 here is going to take me to a first 5 plus a half, minus 115. So I want money short. First 5 plus a half, minus 115. Do I want plus money when backing the White Sox here? Of course. But the low total at 7.5 is what ultimately pushes me towards plus a half over run line, or over money line, excuse me.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not going. I get it. I completely get it. For me, I expect to be on the first 3 under. So I'm gonna wait.
Can we get a first 3 under update at the end of the week?
Oh yeah, for sure. I could do it right now.
I know you could, but I want all of these first 3 unders to be in there, because I'd love to know how it's going for you so far.
It's
obvious. I mean, you've gone 4-0, 3-0 on the minus 131, so you're up 4 units just on those. So
it's crazy. It's like if you have, the first 5s are like your cocaine addiction, and you're like, I can't do coke anymore, and someone's like, look, I got some rock for you, and like, well, that's not coke.
Yeah, I agree. You're on a diet, but now you're just having some Coke Zero.
First 3s, look, we follow the money. So if this takes away the first 5 flop sweats, then I'm going to keep doing it, but we'll track it, of course. Okay, let's move on. I expect to be on the first 3 under, and again, both teams hitting under 200 this year. White Sox have a 487 OPS versus lefties. And I think the White Sox bullpen, it's easy to say that they're better than last year. We got lots of time to figure this out. Let's talk Blue Jays, Red Sox here. Blue Jays 7-5, 2-3 on the road. Boston Red Sox 6-6, 3-2 at home. Fenway Park.
Have you been on since the happening? I congratulate you.
Thank you.
You got some, year 11, 12, 13, 14 of that deal. That might suck with kind of a chubbier, kind of guy out there, but whatever. What could possibly go wrong, right? You guys have more money than God. Who cares?
Look, we need this. We need this as a city. And look, this is not my city. My city is Vancouver, but we need this.
You need this as a country.
We need this so badly.
You guys just got your fucking goal scoring record taken from you. This is the least that the world could have done for you here.
Yeah, we need this badly. And yes, I'm doing that, TJ. So all of my first 3s are on 365, which give you the worst first 3s, the worst. Yes, we needed this. It's so funny, Jose, how I was so wrong about the Ohtani contract, and then you did the same with the both, but we're all even here. Kelly McKinnon says, as a country, we needed it. We needed this so badly.
Yeah,
So,
I was honestly like, if they didn't get Vladdy at that point, I was like, man, are they really going to consider moving this fucking team at some point? But I'm glad.
Look, I don't think there's anything wrong with the contract. 35.7.
No, I would have paid that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just obviously busting your balls a little bit.
We needed it so bad.
Deal, yeah.
We need Vladdy here. Our country needs him. We love him. Let's go. Blue Jays, Red Sox, Fenway Park in Boston, Massachusetts. The Red Sox, I can't quite figure out at this point. 45 Fahrenheit, feels like 37. It's cold. 6.3 miles an hour to the deep part of Fenway. We have Gausman going up against Houck. Gausman, I don't know what to do with him yet at this point in the year either. I don't want my heart to get involved in these bets, and a lot of people know that I'm a big Gausman fan. This total is an 8.5. It opened up at 8, got up to 8.5, dropped to 8, got up to 8.5. In these temperatures, with the wind not blowing towards the monster, I think that this is a real legit move, and it should be respected. The money line here has Houck and the Red Sox opening up at minus 122 and now minus 121. There was a move to the Red Sox for a while, got up to minus 132. It's minus 132 at 3 in the morning. Now we're back at minus 121. So we've had no movement there. Let's get to the cash flow here for this one. We have 60% of the tickets, 57% of cash on the Boston Red Sox with no movement. We have 91% of tickets and 94% cash on the over with movement. So let's go. Dan Kelly said, I'm sitting here watching stock charts. When I first came in the chat, I was going to mention that everyone should be buying DraftKings at 32. Now it's 35, up 10% in 20 minutes. Jesus. So Gausman's last start, 5-0 loss at the Mets, 5 in the third, 2 hits, 3 runs, 1 homer, 0 Ks, 2 walks, 5-0 loss. He was fine. He was good. He's been good this year. 0.71 whip. He's allowed a couple jacks, and he's not getting strikeouts. That's a concern. Gausman has to be able to get punch outs.
What did you have in Yankees Detroit? Sorry.
No action. That's the only game I've had no action in.
Okay.
Why, what's going on?
Bases loaded, 2 outs for Flaherty right now for the Yankees, but
Houck is got a 6.52 ERA, 1.76 whip. He's looked awful. 9 2/3, 8 Ks, 5 walks, 3 jacks. He made it through 4 innings in an 8-4 win at the Orioles. He allowed 3 earned runs. Did have 6 Ks though. So in the other 5 2/3 innings, he's only had 2 strikeouts. Jays are hitting 261, 668 OPS versus righties, while the Red Sox are hitting 267, 776 versus righties. Both bullpens have struggled a little bit here. MJ Falls laughing, says Lance Lynn announced retirement a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I think we should have a moment of silence for that big, beautiful man. Shout out to him. Got us paid, fading him, backing him. Beautiful man. God bless Lance Lynn. I hope he gets fat as shit in the next few years from eating all the good food.
He deserves it, man.
Oh, he's going to. I can tell you. I can promise you that. I always think of him as a White Sox, and so I'll rock my White Sox jersey for Lancey tomorrow.
I don't know why I think of him as a Ranger, but I think that's just his last spot. But he is a White Sox. Just
those tits and stripes, man. Those tits and stripes. Okay, Jose, your Boston Red Sox in action. Take it away.
I'm not going to move on them here. It's funny. I think this Red Sox team is very good. I think they're the best team in the American League with the Rangers here. But I've not backed them much this year. Maybe it's my own mistake, whatever. I've probably faded them more than I've backed them this year, honestly. Tanner Houck, one of the guys I'm a little worried about coming into the season. Stuff just hasn't been, as crisp as it was to start the season last year. But he's dominated Toronto. Well, dominated in relative terms. He's pitched well against Toronto. Last year, 3-0 against them. 5 innings, 1 hit ball in his last start against them. 4-1 victory. 5 2/3, 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned. 7-6 victory. And 5 2/3, 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned again in a 4-3 victory. 2 of those games at Toronto, by the way, and the high-scoring 7-6 game at home. Now, Kevin Gausman is a very interesting case here because I've gone through the whole gambit of emotion with Kevin Gausman. There was one year where Kevin Gausman just dominated the Red Sox. Could not touch him. It was crazy. I every time I saw him on the mound, it was just like seeing a bad man. It was in 2022, by the way, here. 2.65 ERA in 6 starts. Just domination against them. Since then, a 10 ERA in 2023, a 4 ERA last year, and the guys have just figured it out. I'm glad that they finally figured this shit out. Rafael Devers hitting 300 against him. Duran hitting almost 370 against them. So I trusted Red Sox generally here. I leaned over in this game, but I didn't want to bet it, an over in this kind of weather. Honestly, I think these Hispanic guys freeze their fucking ass off in these games, and I think the Blue Jays might have an advantage there in the cold. So no action here for me. I lean over, though, if I had to make one bet in this game.
I can't. I do not. If both these pitchers went out and it was 1-0 after 5, I would say, yeah, they're good pitchers. If these pitchers went out and it's 5-5 after 5, I would say, yeah, they both get hit by the opposition. I don't feel comfortable with an angle here. Wine Time, do you?
No, I definitely had to lean towards the Blue Jays here at plus 115. Funny enough, I was looking at the Red Sox earlier and seeing this line kind of move going back towards the Blue Jays in a way, because earlier Boston Red Sox on my book got to minus 132. They're down to a minus 125 now, and Blue Jays to a plus 115. It's going to be cold there in Boston. And yeah, Boston, both these teams, really good teams, Jose. Your fucking Toronto Blue Jays, Jimmy, your Boston Red Sox, Jose, right here. Blue Jays taking the first 2 games. I definitely lean towards the Blue Jays again here. Do you think these are 2 teams that we can back this season? Just not in this game. I'm going to stay away from this one. Maybe I end up moving on the Blue Jays here. We'll see. I might have a little something on them, but as of right now, their lineup is their lineup confirmed out there? I don't think either of these lineups are confirmed, but looking at this Blue Jays lineup, and I've told Jimmy this a lot of times, I think this is one of the best lineups in baseball. Springer right now, I mean, he's not going to continuously hit like this, but if he's close to what he was a couple years ago, man, this guy's still a good hitter, and he's playing some good defense out there as well. Is he playing center field this year, Jim? Every game?
No, he's not. He won't last if he does.
I've been seeing him get some starts out there in center. Kind of surprising, but I'm going to stay away from this game, although I do have a lean towards the Blue Jays. I'm just not going to move on this game. This is going to be a good ball game for both you guys to sit down and watch, though, man. This is going to be a good game right here.
He's talked about how his bat speed is right where he wants it to be. It's just the recovery. Recovery. He's not going to play 100 games this year, but he's healthy right now. And, we need to get every last bit of value out of that terrible contract. We talked about my Jays. We talked about Jose's Red Sox. Now it's time to talk about Wine Time's Angels and Ella's favorite pitcher, Yusei Kikuchi on the hill. Angels 7-3, 5-2 on the road. Rays 4-6, 4-3 at home. We're at George M. Steinbrenner Field in Tampa, Florida. Let's talk about the weather here in Tampa. 74 Fahrenheit, 8.9 miles per hour. It's slightly out to right field, left to right, and slightly out. It goes down to 7.2. Beautiful day for baseball. Let's get into the line history here for this one. The Rays falling off. There's certain stats, like the stats are going to grow, right? I add stats as soon as we have sample size here. At this point, this is all I really want to focus on. But trusting the bullpen statistics this early in the year or cost me money. I was so confident when the Rays took that 3-2 lead. I was so confident. And the Rays, did not deliver. And it was just, I was livid. I really like Pepio. You guys know that something that I absolutely love is consecutive home starts. I love it so much. Now we got the 3rd straight home start for Ryan Pepio. Last one wasn't very good. 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 3 Ks, 3 walks. Now, it's because I believe he's an elite pitcher, and so did the Rays. I mean, he's opening day starter. So for him, it's not that good. For Kikuchi, he's coming off a 12-5 loss at the Cardinals. 6 innings, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 homers, 6 Ks here. He's fine. He's going to be an innings eater for these Angels. We have Pepio and the Rays at minus 139. They opened up at minus 142. So it's just been a tightening of VIG. The Angels are still where they started, plus 128, closing at plus 128. And then on the total, we have the 8. It's minus 111 to the under. This opened up at 7.5 and it climbed up to 8. It's hard not to respect that. AM on the under 7.5, which I thought I would be too. But again, I am really trying to let the market marinate. When we get to the cash flow here, we have 95% of tickets, 95% of cash on the over. We have 64% of tickets and 56% of cash on the Rays. But the market has not tipped their hand on anything except for the over. So the Bullpen now for the Rays, 3.64 ERA, 1.01 whip. We have Robert Franklin on the Angels money line. Angels bullpen, 5.71 ERA, 1.79 whip, being bad, but we'll let Wine Time talk more about that. The Rays are not hitting lefties at all. They're not hitting them at all. That's why this line's not moving towards them. Then why is it moving to the over? Rays are hitting 152 with a 462 OPS versus lefties to start the year, while the Angels are 233, 712 versus righties. Here we go. Wine Time Sports. A touch on the bullpen as well, if you could, my friend. Take it away. Angels Rays.
Yes, sir. Good matchup right here, man. Yeah, Rays starting off pretty hot. I believe they were 4-2 to get going, 5-2 maybe the first two series. Give or take, those opponents were pretty weak. They did look good in those spots. We know how good this bullpen is from Tampa every single year. They always seem to be undervalued, underrated, and they always seem to exceed expectations. I like their starting rotation. Their batting order is it's pretty weak. They do have some bats in there, though, to get the job done in clutch situations. They like to play small ball in a lot of these games. Rays are a team I've been backing. I like backing Kevin Cash. I like him as a manager. I like what he's done in Tampa over the last couple of years with who he has in that lineup. Always seems to get it done somehow. What a game yesterday, too, man. Watch that entire game. It's just Angels these young guys coming up clutch in these late game situations the last couple of weeks. Really crazy to see, really cool to see, really fun to watch. But yeah, looking at Kikuchi here, the Angels went out and they grabbed, this is their ace right here. This guy that threw on opening day for them. When you look at the Merles outside of Angel Stadium, it's Trout, Kikuchi, Ward, and the three young guys on the right. Kikuchi's two. When I saw that, I was pretty surprised, honestly. Older veteran, but they invested a lot into this guy, and they believe in him as their ace. I've heard Ron Washington and Barry Enright talk about this guy. Really smart pitcher. He's given up 3 home runs in 2 starts this season. Has had 2 quality starts in back-to-back games. It's really been 1 to 2 innings in each of these games where he gives up these runs, has 1 or 2 bad innings here. I think he's due for a good start here against a Rays batting order that isn't necessarily strong by any means. I think Kikuchi could pitch well here. Just the Angels right now, the way they're playing, you hear them post-game interview, these young guys, they're just out there having fun, man. Logan O'Hoppy's really kind of taken this team, being the captain out there every single time they hit a home run. He goes out there with the LA Fire Department helmet. He's the first one out there. Trout's always behind him, it seems like. Trout still can play at a high level, man. This guy's going to hit a lot of home runs. I don't know so much about his average this season. Angels bullpen, though, guys, it's pretty weak going into today. You look at Kenley Jansen last night. Congrats to him, 450th career save. Still looks like one of the best closers in baseball, gets runners at the corners with no outs, able to manage it without a run given up. Guy looks better when there's people on base. It's kind of crazy. Ben Joyce also got lit up yesterday. He's the guy that gave up the 3 runs in a 0.1 innings. His velocity was down. Kind of weird. When they asked Washington about it post-game, he said there's nothing to worry about. You know what I mean? He's not going to pitch today. He's definitely unavailable. And I think Jansen is unavailable. And I think Burke, unavailable. Zephyr John, unavailable. Those are their 4 best bullpen pitchers. So they're going to need Kikuchi to go 6, probably 7 strong innings, which I do think he can get. He's able to go 6 in the first 2 games. He's good on his pitch count typically early on in the games. He's able to get himself out of sticky situations. I'm on the Angels here, plus 130. I got a good number on it. You can get a plus 128 still at my book. I got Angels plus 130 here. I'm going to continue to roll with the young guys here and believe in what they're doing until they prove me otherwise, because these guys just look like they're out there having fun. Everyone kind of wrote them off this year. No talent over there. They got a lot of young guys. We'll see how long it lasts, but for now, I'm going to ride this train. So Angels money line plus 130 here. I just need 7 strong out of Kikuchi. And then maybe bring in, Johnson or Ian Anderson. But it's like, I don't want to see Ian Anderson pitch today. So that'll be interesting in the 8th and 9th inning. But maybe we attack the Angels early the more I'm talking about this. But you guys know me. I'm not a first 5 bettor. I don't really place a lot of bets on first 5. I don't think I've actually ever officially given out a first 5 pick. So might look at that as well. But right now I'm on the Angels full game plus 130.
What about what Troy's saying here about Kikuchi over outs? Need him to go deep because of the bullpen situation.
That's a great look right there, Troy. Love to see that. What's the number you can get right there?
I'm gonna look it up right now because we're also talking about a Rays team that's not hitting lefties. But the line's moving towards the over, which is why is that? Is it because of the bullpen situation for
that's what has me a little bit worried about my bet here today, is the bullpen situation. We're not going to see Jansen. I don't see him going back to back, especially him throwing. I believe he threw at least 20 pitches yesterday, and the way Joyce got lit up yesterday, The Rays knew it were coming. They can hit that fastball if they know that fastball is coming. So
over 17.5 is minus 140.
wow. That is definitely, it's definitely juicy, but I mean, I think he gets it done. They're going to need him to get it done. They're paying him a good amount of money. You know what I mean? They're asking him to go 6-7 strong today. Probably they're asking him to go 7, not 6. Like, we need you to go 7 innings. You know, give up a couple runs, you know, do your thing, but get out of the sticky situations as you usually do. Keep the pitch count low early in the game as well. So that's going to be a big thing to watch for a live spot. But yeah, that's tricky, man. Very tricky. I definitely like that look on the over outs for Kikuchi.
Wow, that's wild. Jose Bouquet, great breakdown. One time, Jose Bouquet, Angels Rays.
I'll stay off this game, keep it semi-short here, but I like this was the closest I got to a first 5 under. I was so close to making a first 5 under bet here, especially because you broke our truce, Jimmy, our peace treaty on not betting first 5 unders here.
Like I just like my hands just did it without my I wasn't even thinking. Like I just and then I didn't even notice until a few minutes later, and I was oh my god.
You went back to the meth, whatever it was. You took
rock, man. I'm not nuts. I'm joking. Okay.
Yeah, I like the under here though. Like you said, Tampa Bay sucks at hitting lefties. It's going to be a big start for Kikuchi here, like you said. Pepio, I believe in generally. Angels average against righties, 104 weighted runs created plus. Excuse me, and I didn't want to take a first 5 under, or full game under, because you mentioned it. The bullpen situation is tough. Angel side, and it's not even that good on the Ray side either anymore. So, first 5 under was a definite heavy lean. I just haven't moved on it, and I think I'm gonna not move on it. Just stay firm.
Oh, I'm embarrassed. It was just so stupid. And I honestly, if I had been on the show, I would not have done it. You know, it was just, and I didn't even realize it till 5 minutes afterwards. That I was like, oh fuck. Okay, let's move on. Shout out to Mel in the house. Great to see you. I love capping with Mel. Next one on the board is Hotlanta, Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. Phillies 7-3, 2-2 on the road at the Braves, 2-8, 2-1 at home. No, man, that's it. I was always I kept things pretty clean and simple, man. It was always just drunk and smoking bats, man.
I didn't know you could go skiing in Hollywood. How interesting. Where would you go? The hills?
All right. Let's just move on. All right, Taijuan Walker, Grant Holmes here. Let's touch on the weather in Atlanta. 65 Fahrenheit, feels like 61, 3.6 miles per hour in. Drops to 2.7 miles per hour. And we have Stacks Play today, number 1. Braves team total over 4.5 from Mr. McKelvey. I like it. Braves team total over 4.5 for our guy, Justin. Respect.
Stacks.
I love what they're thinking here. BJ saying all over the Braves. Look. Now, we know that Taijuan Walker is a pitcher that deals with arm fatigue. He looked so good in that 3-1 win at home versus Rockies, but it's the Rockies. And Grant Holmes, I mean, do we still have high hopes and expectations for Grant Holmes? It shouldn't go away, because he allows 4 earned runs in 4 innings. And now I know he wasn't supposed to be started the opening 5 starters, but here he is now. And I think, Jose can... We'll get Jose started here with the Grant Holmes and whether he still believes in them. Now, the Phillies are hitting the leather off the ball, and against righties, 262, 807 OPS, Braves, 222, 639 OPS. Phillies bullpen, 4.15 ERA, 1.48 whip. Braves bullpen, 4.09 ERA, 1.27 whip. Philly Eagle Flyer on the over. Let's just see what that weather was in Atlanta. It is
fascinating total here as well.
65 Fahrenheit. Feels like, I said that already. 3.1, 2.7. My bad. Okay, so we talked about Jose has touched on this total. Let's break it down a little more. We have an 8.5. It's minus 117 to the over. Opened up at 9, so we've dropped, but it's not a big drop. Now it was juiced to the over, so that makes it a little bigger of a drop. But still, it's a half run drop. Let's get to the money line here for this one. We have Atlanta minus 134. They opened up minus 122, a 12-cent move. That all makes sense to me. All of this makes sense. Let's get to the cash flow here. We have 35% of the tickets, 39% of cash on the Braves, 96 on the over. This all makes sense to me. I think BJ and Justin are on the right track, and I'd like to join them. Jose, what do you think of this spot, Phillies Braves?
Yeah, the immediate flood of Braves messages and chats definitely had me interested in there. I think this is just going to be one I sit on the sidelines, though, if I'm being honest.
And your fear is what?
I'm a little scared of that total going from 9 to 8.5. Thinking that Taiwan might have another good start here. I too thought, okay, he had a great start against their shitty ass Rockies. Good luck against the Braves, who allegedly are one of the best teams in baseball when it comes to offense. I think the Phillies can put up runs on Grant Holmes. That's why I kind of like Justin McKelvey's team total there. And I pointed this out the other day that their team totals are exactly the same here. Typically, again, you'd see like a 4.5 and a 4. But for me, I'm seeing 4.5, both teams. And when I have the same team total for a team that's plus 125 for me, it's a bit of a red flag. I'm not going to lie. And now that's just my books, what I'm seeing here. Could be different somewhere else, obviously. But that's the thing that kind of got me off. The total moving down when I think both of these guys could get crushed, and seeing the Phillies still have a team total of 4.5 when they're, pretty decent size underdogs keeps me off.
I like it a lot. I do want to hit these all on the -1 lines this year. I do not care about pushes, and I don't want to deal with the VIG, but I already chose in the Athletics game to let it go, and I don't know why, because that's a game with implied volatility. This has gone from 9 to 8.5, so a little less, but still high opening total.
By the way, Fetty has not allowed a hit.
He's my guy, man. Fetty's my guy.
Not allowed a hit in the game. We are through 6. He's allowed, I think, 3 base runners. He gave up a hard hit ball to I forgot who last inning, but it went right at Arenado, and seemingly they're calling it an error. Should probably be a hit if we're being honest, but yeah, still no hits for him. So just a little update there for all those who care. And 0-0 still in New York, Miami.
I love everything about all of this. Wine Time, Phillies Braves.
Yeah, a spot I moved on before I got on the show. I'm on the Braves here. I got it on the -130 money line here. I really like this spot for the Braves. Taijuan Walker, I don't trust him by any means. I mean, especially coming off a good start against a weak batting order in the Colorado Rockies. I think there's lots to like with the Braves here today. Already coming off the win yesterday. This Braves team, 2 wins this year? 2 and 8. Phillies 7-3 coming into this one. Listen, I have a couple buddies that are from Jersey, big Philadelphia Phillies fans, big Eagles fans, like die hard. And they were so excited to beat the Dodgers because, they live out here in LA. A lot of these people out here, even in Orange County where I live, are Dodger fans and stuff. That was big time to the Phillies fans in the community. Honestly, they wanted to beat the Dodgers in that series. They got it done. This series here, I think this is more for the Atlanta Braves here, being at home. They need to start winning games here. This is a big game for them. Starting 2 and 8, it's still early in the season, only 10 games in. I just like this Braves batting order. I think they're going to be able to hit Walker today. And I like the Braves here. I'm on the Braves -130 on the money line. A lot of cappers I highly respect in the chat are on them. It makes me feel even good about it. The public by any means isn't hammering them. It's 35% of bets, I believe 40% of money on the Braves right now. Right in my wheelhouse. I think the line's going to continue to probably move towards the Braves. And so I'm on the Braves here, -130 on the money line.
I'm with you. I'm going to join. My dude, 6 play today for him. Mike Harris over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. And DC Capper on the other side with the Bookie Buster play today. Philadelphia +120. That is the Phillies Braves. Let's roll on. 2 games left in MLB, and then we get into NBA with Billy Brisbane and Wine Time Sports. Next spot for us, 7:40 p.m. Eastern, with the Minnesota Twins 3-8, 2-6 on the road at the Kansas City Royals, 6-5, 5-3 at home at Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. Let's touch on the weather here. 73 Fahrenheit at first pitch. Feels like 66. 8.9 miles per hour left to right. Across the diamond, dies down to 6.3 miles per hour. Get into the line history here for this spot. We have Lugo at -102. He opened up -113. So there's been a move towards Joe Ryan. The Twinkies have gone from plus 102 to minus 106. Take a look at the total here for this spot. From a total perspective, we're sitting here at a 7.5. It's minus 112 to the over. This opened up at 8, dropped 7.5, went back up at 8. This got back up at 8 again at 11 p.m. And you can pay for the 8, minus 120 thereabouts, or this under 7.5 with no VIG. Stacks play today. Number 2 is the Twins minus 109. Let's take a look at the cash flow here. We have 67% of the ticket, 60% cash on the Kansas City Royals, 91 and 91 on the over. Joe Ryan coming off 5-2 loss at home versus the Astros. 5 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, 2 jacks, 6 Ks, and no walks. He hasn't allowed a walk so far this year through 10 innings. He has allowed 2 jacks, so 11 strikeouts through 10, whip of 1. Seth Lugo looked nice in that 8-2 win at home versus the Orioles. Now he has consecutive home starts, something I really like. He allowed 2 runs, just 1 was earned. The Twins aren't hitting righties hard, 236, 663 OPS, and the same can be said about the Royals, 219, 617 OPS, and both bullpens have looked quite good. Twins 2.47 ERA, 1.10 whip, while the Royals have a 3.40 ERA, 1.26 whip. So, Wine Time Sports, get us started in Kauffman Stadium, my friend.
Yeah, man, this is a good game right here. Royals coming off 3 consecutive wins, Twins coming off 3 consecutive losses. Twins, man, last couple of years, I feel like ever since they signed Carlos Correa, just one of the most inconsistent batting orders you'll see in baseball throughout a season. They're up there first pitch swinging pretty much every single at bat. They're looking for that fastball, see if they can hit it. Sometimes all it takes is for this batting order to have 1 or 2 good innings to get their runs for the game, because their pitching always seems to come through. Both these teams seem to be in lower scoring games this season, as I feel like they should. Neither of these batting orders are, I think, above average by any means. I do like this Royals team. I like both of these teams, but I think these are both teams right where they are. I expect KC to be around a 500 ball club, as similar with the Twins. Joe Ryan coming in here. I like the Twins here in this spot. I like where Stacks is going here. I think the Twins are due for a win right here. I hate to say that they're due for a win, losing 4 out of the last 5 games. But I mean, how much more losses can they really take here? I don't think this team, if they go too many games under 500, they're going to be able to get their way out of it. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I'm not going to move on this because I don't have a good enough angle on this. This is one of the games that I didn't really look too much into. I'm very surprised because this is going to be a good matchup here. Looking at the total right now, I mean, 9% of bets, 9% of money on the under. That's actually a little bit more than we usually see on the unders in these games here. This opened up at an 8 down to a 7.5. Maybe this is a lower scoring game with both of these pitchers on the mound and both of these batting orders that can't really put a lot of runs on the board at times. It seems like kind of talking myself into the under. I'm going to hear what my guy Jose has to say, but nothing for me on this game just yet.
I'm thinking about that under as well. And obviously want to go to that first 3, but there's no need to. Neither team's hitting, and the bullpens both look good. Jose, can you touch on the bullpens and touch on the under as well?
Sure. I'll start with the bullpen. Lucas Ursig, Carlos Estevez, both threw on Monday, didn't throw yesterday. So that's a good sign. They both threw back-to-back on Sunday and Monday, so maybe they're not available today, but if they need them, I think they will be. I can never say his name, Scribner, through 23 yesterday. Angel Zerpa through 21 yesterday. Both probably not available would be my guess here. Everyone else available: Sam Long, Chris Stratton, Danny Lynch, Hunter Harvey. All I expect to be available there. For the Twins, we have a bunch of people throwing yesterday. Alcala, Danny Columbun, I don't know how to say his name, Cole Sands, and Griffin Jacks only threw 12 pitches. That means Duran hasn't thrown since Sunday, and Jacks I still think will be available after 12. Not ideal, obviously, but those are the 2 arms that I want in this bullpen. Jimmy, here's your fun fact of the day. Joe Ryan has 8 starts against the Royals, has not lost a start against the Royals in his career so far. And that is essentially why I use a stat head and to look up who does well against these pitchers historically. Has not lost, which is crazy. And again, 8 starts there. His last 2 last year, 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 9 Ks, no walks, 6-5 win, 5 1/3, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 5 Ks, 1 walk, 5-1 win there as well. Bobby Witt Jr. hits 227 off of him. 22 plate appearances, 5 hits, 5 strikeouts, 2 doubles there. MJ hits him for shit. Vinny Pasquantino, 167. No one really hits him. Jonathan India, 3 plate appearances, 0 for. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying all this to say I'm going to be on the Twins here. Full game money line -108 for me. And by the way, his 8 starts, these are the scores: 6-5, 5-1, 8-4, 7-4, 6-3, 4-2, 9-2. And his first start, 1-0. Has not given up more than 3 earned runs against the Royals in his career in 8 starts. Just really good against them. So for whatever reason, good scouting, just can't get him enough. Yeah, give me Joe Ryan here. And by the way, if you guys are wondering about home road here at the Royals, that 5 1/3, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 5-1 victory, 7-4 victory, 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run. And then the first 2 were on the road as well in 2022, but that was so long ago that I'll throw those out the window. Both good starts still.
Should we be afraid of? Oh, so you bet the Twins or about to?
Yeah, I'm on him. I bet him during Wine Time's breakdown -108. The market, I'll quickly mention that here as well, Jimmy. Where did I put this son of a bitch? The market in this one, it's classic. 67% of the bets, 60% of the money on the Royals here. So more bets than money on the Royals. Opened up for me -113, now down to -104 for the Royals here. So flip the dog to favorite. You know, I've learned in football, maybe it's not as, like indicating, but in baseball, I like it a little more. So
indicative.
Moving on it with you, Jose. I'm moving on the Twins. I get a -110 right now, so I'm going to move on the Twins with you guys. Money line -110 here in the spot.
That was a good catch, Jimmy.
I am a stickler. I apologize.
I wish Jimmy could see like some of the shit I wrote in high school. He'd be fucking disgusted by my spelling in high school. Good Lord.
Let's move on. Okay, I think the first 3 unders calling my name. I agree with you that it's Twins or pass, as Mr. Belvedere said as well. I am hesitant to fade Seth Lugo with consecutive home starts. I was wondering if there's going to be regression with him. I've watched him, and he looks so good. I cannot believe the Mets, with the years of him, didn't want him to start, didn't think he could start, and I love that he went somewhere and got that opportunity.
Yeah, I was looking at his baseball savant, and his numbers are all, basically the same. Like his fastball velocity is down 0.8 miles, but who cares? It's still early. Off speed's about the same, and his breaking ball velocity is down 2 miles. But again, maybe that's a good thing. The only thing that's up a super bunch for Seth Lugo, and again, it's still super early, is his hard hit percentage. But I expect that to go down if he keeps pitching well.
Let's roll into our final spot here on the board. And thank you, Dan. Thank you. You're a good friend. You're a good friend. We have I'm talking with Razor about it right now, Wally. So we're figuring stuff out. We'll let you guys know the plan of attack, not just for the Kentucky Derby, but also for the Belmont, as well as, of course, the freakness in between. 8:40 p.m. Eastern, we have the Milwaukee Brewers 6-5, 1-3 on the road at the Colorado Rockies 2-8, 1-3 at home. We're at Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. If you want a quick breakdown of MLB, you got to go somewhere else because
I was like, what are you talking about? Oh, quick. Yeah.
I love this so much. And I could sit here for 6 hours doing this if but Brizzy, our guy backstage with great patience as always, ready.
I know Brizzy's getting his bets in right now too. He's been listening and being like, oh, the Minnesota Twins. Let me go ahead and bet that.
Yeah.
So shout out to Billy.
69 Fahrenheit in Colorado. Feels like 55. It's cool. And it's blowing in very, very hard. But don't get as caught up as one would. And this is the reason why I use Swish, is because it's 15.2 miles per hour at first pitch. Within 2 hours, it's 9.8. So it's moving. And then within 3 hours, it's 7.2. I don't know if the game will be on 3 hours after first pitch, but it goes down. We have Senzatella. That is the issue here. Antonio Senzatella. TJ says Athletics minus 140 is popping up. And TJ says under 8 for him in the Twinkies game.
Really?
Again,
Minus
I would
140.
like to be on that. It's just, Troy talking about how much those divisional games with 8 and 7.5 totals go to the over has me hesitant. Let's talk about this spot. Tyler Alexander against Antonio Senzatella. I had to write this out. I was just like, come on, seriously? 19 hits for Antonio Senzatella. He's allowed 19 hits.
How many innings pitched?
He is, for some reason I didn't write it down under Senzatella. I guess I was rushing. I know in his last start he went 5 1/3, 10 hits, 1 run, no earned runs. So
his whip. Oh my Lord.
He is a 0 ERA and a 2.17 whip.
Oh my God.
That's crazy.
That's traffic.
It's nuts. It's absolutely crazy. And so last start, I was on the over. We were like, it can't continue. And it continued. So again, we have to fade him, right? We have to fade Theo. Don't we have to? I mean, I'll let you guys break this down and listen to the cappers in the chat. Tyler Alexander on the other side, 5 2/3 in his last start, 3-2 win at home over the Reds. He looked good, 6 Ks, 3 walks, didn't allow a hit. He is a 0.78 whip, but a much higher ERA. Brewers versus righties, 261, 771 OPS. Rockies versus lefties. We know the Rockies smash lefties. We've known it. We cap you guys. A lot of you guys made money on it last year when I didn't. 260, 735 OPS, so not a ton of power. These bullpens are the worst in baseball. Brewers bullpen 6.29 ERA, 1.49 whip. It can't last, but they are dealing with injuries. Rockies bullpen 6.96 ERA, 1.73 whip. Let's get into the line history and get this one started. We will start with Wine Time. So if Wine Time wants, he can take a couple minutes before we get an NBA because it's a marathon show for our guy Wine Time. So we'll start with Wine Time here. Let's take a look at the line history. We'll start with the total. This total is a 10.5. This opened up minus 108 to the over. It's now minus 109 to the over. I have here that it opened up minus 104. Oh, okay. No, that's it. Right. So minus 108. So there's been no movement on this over 10.5. It's cold. Let's get into the money line. God, Jose gets in my head, and like if I open up, how do I add?
You open up 3-0. You're shutting it down. You're shutting it down. I know you. You're going to take your money and run. You're not going to make any more bets.
I didn't do it yesterday. Why would I do it today?
God,
I want to do
God.
It. The Rockies at plus 121 on the money line. And it hasn't moved. And when we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have 55% of the tickets, 71% of the cash on the over. It's not moving. We have 88% of tickets and 92% of cash on the Milwaukee Brewers, 88-92, and it's not moving. This is a fascinating cap. Wine Time. Any interest?
Yeah, this is a game I moved on. This is honestly kind of a public fade for me. And looking at the Brewers here, winning their last 4 of the last 5 games, had a horrible start when they faced the Yankees in the Bronx. Those first 3 games getting swept. They've been able to turn it around. I moved on the Rockies, got them plus 120. I mean, this line's not moving. We're seeing just Brewers getting hammered right now. Hate to come out here and just say that this is kind of a public fade here in this spot, but I backed the Rockies on Sunday against the Athletics. I cashed there in that spot. Yesterday was a complete stay away from me against the Brewers, and this just seems like a Rocky spot. I'm going to need another 5-6 strong innings out of the starter from the Rockies here. And I think they can hit Tyler Alexander. I think that this total is probably going to go over 10.5 as well. I think there could be a lot of runs scored in this game, although I didn't move on the total. Maybe before first pitch, I might move on this total. I might move on the Twins under, honestly. Those are the two. This total and the Twins total are 2 games that I'm going to end up tweeting out later, most likely. But as of right now, nothing. But I am on the Rockies plus 120 on the money line. I hope the line kind of gets down to a plus 115, maybe a plus 110 before first pitch. That'll make me feel a whole lot better. But I mean, Milwaukee Brewers, a playoff team every single year. Small favorite here. I know the pitcher from the Rockies has been lights out this year. Maybe that's built into this line a little bit, but still, Rockies only plus 120 here. I'm on them. I took the Rockies plus 120.
I'm going to bet this over 10.5 as soon as the show's over. It'll be the first thing I bet. Anybody looking at the earned run average, some of the simple stats, and think that there's going to be 15 miles per hour in all game long. Those are outliers. They're not helpful. I'm going to bet this over 10.5 soon. Jose, what do you think here?
Yeah, complete stay off for me here. Personally, I couldn't get behind Senzatella. I don't trust Alexander. We're in the altitude. I already bet one over today. I don't want to bet another one, especially the highest one of the day. So I stayed off. Again, it is funny that this is the most bet under. I tend to think that this is the most bet under because it's the highest total. But yeah, I lean under with you. I think Senzatella is horrible, and it's not like Alexander is going to give you any confidence. So no action here for me.
Do you think here that this is the absolute perfect storm? You have a pitcher with, 463 BABIP. We have, two pitchers with, one has a 0 ERA, one has a 2 ERA. We have 15 mile per hour. Everyone's looking at 15, 16 mile per hours coming in, but we know that's going to go away every 5 minutes. It's going to get better and better. Like, don't you think that these statistics make this over the perfect storm? I mean, I do.
I think so. Yeah. I think this can go way over the total, honestly.
I do, because you'd have to dive in a little deeper to see that. And also you have Brewers are smashing righties. Rockies are hitting lefties great. These bullpens are trash. All right. I'm going to move on this over 10.5. Wine Time, do you need a few minutes? Are you ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, I'll go take a piss real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Wine Time going to be right back here for NBA. And we'll get him when he jumps back on. Also, we'll get him to review all of his action here as well. And that was my fault. I should have gotten to do that immediately. I will review my action, and Jose will review his. Jose, take it away.
Yeah, so a very interesting card for me today here. I'm excited about it. I think it's going to be a good card. Yesterday was the most confidence I had in a card. I went 2-1. I should have went 3-0. But I like today's card here. Marlins, Mets under 7, -105, easy. Right now, still 0-0. Shout out to Max Meyer for throwing well. A's -121. Apparently, that's up to -140 now. So good luck, everyone. See, Jimmy, doesn't that make you feel better? You feel like an ass clown because it was plus money, but you bet it at -120. Now it's -140.
-125. But yes. We're through 15.5 innings today, and nary, I mean, using nary too much, but nary a run scored, Jose.
Yeah, get the thesaurus out. You're a master of language. We need more words for zero.
Nary a run scored.
Baltimore, Arizona over 9, -110. Chicago White Sox +0.5, first 5, -115. And the Minnesota Twins -108 for me. Mitch Keller gets taken out of the game, 0-0, top 8, 2 on, 1 out there. And Fetty got taken out as well. He had a great start for our guy here. They finally got a hit. The other team, I forgot already who was getting no hit. I guess the Pirates got no hit there for a little bit, but they finally got a hit. Still 0-0 though. So fun game.
With you guys, I moved on 5 bets. I moved on St. Louis, Pittsburgh, first 3 under 2.5, cashed. I moved on Miami, New York Mets, first 3 under 2 at +100, cashed. Again, that's using the -1 calculator. So this, I didn't need a calculator here because it's 2.5 -150, 1.5 +150, but that's what I would generally be using. I have Marlins first 5 +0.5, and very, very important to see if we can get home. It'd be great.
Yeah, I'll be watching for you. The Mets don't have a hit. That's how good Max Meyer's been throwing.
I love Max Meyer. And you know what? I was on the fence before Spooner kind of, undoing project hammered it in the chat. Cubs first 5 -0.5 is the 4th bet I made with you guys. And then I added the A's at -125. It was -122 at the time offshore. Those are the 5 bets that I've made. And there's my guy Zoe in the house.
Lead off single for the Marlins.
Oh, okay.
Look at this guy. Look at this fucking guy, man. He goes and takes a piss and goes fucking wardrobe changes too. Look at this guy.
I love it. I fucking love it, man. I fucking love it. I love it. Okay, so now additions. I'm very interested in the under in Baltimore, Arizona. I don't know if I get there. I'm really interested in the Reds. I do think I can get there. The over in Dodgers, Nats. The Astros -1. The first 3 under in Chicago, Cleveland. I'm going to take a look at a couple different books for Kikuchi outs, although I'm not going to bet -140. The Braves, I think it's going to be a -1 because I think there's volatility in the baseball game, but I'm going to study that more and decide between -1 or the money line. Then the first 3 under in Minnesota, Kansas City, and the over 10.5 Milwaukee, Colorado. There's no runs in any games, Rez, which is, heaven for me, but I'm going to have a lot of action today, so it's important to get off to a good start so you can just sit back and enjoy things and not be chasing. Wine time. And then, Jose, we'll hear your last words, so don't leave yet. Jose, wine time, your MLB action.
Yeah, let me pull that up right now. So we moved on. The Marlins money line +185. We got runner at first in the 5th inning. Not a lot going on in that game. McGill's been able to get out of every situation he's gotten into so far. We also moved on. That just started 2 minutes ago. Got to turn that one on. Rangers team total under 3.5. A little pricey at -130.
Corey Seager just hit his 2nd home run of the season to get that game.
Oh my God.
Started.
All right. Hey, sometimes it's better for them to score earlier than later. But team total under 3.5 -130, paid some juice on it. We also paid some juice on the Athletics -120. Would have liked to get a better number. And there's an error by the Mets. It's going to be 1st and 2nd for the Marlins right now with no outs.
Horrible error.
And then we moved on my Anaheim Angels +130 on the money line. We moved on Braves money line -130, and we moved on the Rockies money line +120. The additions to the show that we made that I just quoted on my tweet, added plays Dodgers team total over 5.5 +100. Love that play, honestly. The more I look at it, Twins money line -110, and there might be 2 more additions with the under in the Twins game and the over in the Rockies game. I'm going to look at these games a little bit more as the day goes on. Still have some time to move on them, obviously. But should probably move on the over in the Rockies game because I don't want to see an 11. I'd rather get the 10.5. I do want to see an 11, but I hope I have the 10.5 on that one. And it's going to be 1-0 Marlins early in this game. They're going to have runners, I believe, at the 1st and 2nd. McGill starting to get lit up here in this 5th inning. First couple innings looked very shaky and was able to get out of situations as the game goes on. I don't know if they might pull him right now.
They are indeed pulling him.
Yeah. So that's my card for today, guys. I'm really excited for this one. I love all the action. I love that I was able to get off work and come here and break this card down with you guys, man.
And get rewarded. Yeah. Richly rewarded is the hope. I'm pumped up about this NBA card. We got great stuff in the chat. And that Seager home run was breathtaking. Will Clark. It looked like Will Clark. It was that kind of swing. Oppo field. Seager's phenomenal. Like that. I could watch that home run over and over again. He looked like Will Clark out there. Jose.
Oh my God, dude.
What?
Okay. So infield fly ball. The first baseman runs over and just trucks the catcher to in the Pirates game. Ball drops right there. The fucking Cardinals runner is just tiptoeing around the guys to try to fucking score. And the pitcher just picks up the ball and tags them out. So still 0-0 in St. Louis, Pittsburgh there. Fucking just what a ridiculous sequence there. Just an absurd sequence. It's going to be a 3-2-1 put out of a guy at home place. That was just crazy. Yeah, he was like tiptoeing around him, not even like running, just like, oh my God, that was insanity.
I love it. Jose, any last words before we get into NBA?
Yes, I probably won't be on screen again because I have to go and run an errand. My good father is becoming a U.S. citizen today, which is a huge deal in the Bouquett household.
Oh, for sure.
A gigantic, for people that aren't from America, you guys don't understand how difficult, how much money, how much time it takes to become a U.S. citizen. It is a long ass process. Like, I got my fucking green card when I was like 2 years old, 3 years old, and I became a U.S. citizen when I graduated high school. So it is a long process. So shout out to my dad. About to go celebrate with him. So hopefully the fucking bets will come through so I can be in a good mood and all that. So shout out to you guys. Appreciate everyone that breaks down these games with us. We need guys like Morgan Spooner, Christopher Commentini, Saturated TJ, even Dan Kelly, who doesn't cap the baseball and is just here for good vibes. We need all of you guys here today and throughout the week breaking these games down. It makes us better. Thank you guys. We appreciate you guys. And let's go get some fucking money today.
Oh, yeah.
I love it. I can't wait to cat this card. If it wasn't for losing with the Knicks in overtime yesterday, I was on this heater, and it hasn't shown enough. I mean, I'm the lowest amount of action I've ever had in my life in NBA this year, but things are about to heat up. Let's welcome our next guest. We crushed last Wednesday, and the late edition of the Castle double at 10-1 for our next guest, running hot. Please welcome from South Jersey, the star of the Locker Room Talk podcast, which is up and at him right now. Be our showcase video all week. Huge UFC weekend. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Billy Brisbane, to the show. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
Doing good. Trying to roll over some cash for today. Long weekend ahead, so it's imperative to get W's early in the week, so it makes the weekend a little bit easier.
Let's go, Billy.
It certainly is imperative. We're going to go back and forth here as always. So Brizzy will be going first here to get started, and we'll go back and forth. Brizzy Wine Time. We got a big, beautiful NBA card to attack and a lot of moving parts. Let's get to work. Boston Celtics 59-20, 33-7 on the road at the Orlando Magic 39-40, 21-19 at home. We're at the Kia Center in Orlando, Florida. This is the only bet that I have made. And when did I make it? It wasn't that early. It was early. How early was it? I bet it. Well, I posted it at 5:58 a.m. Eastern. So I bet it a few minutes before then. We're in the Kia Center in Orlando, Florida. And shout out to T-Moss in the house. Our guy, T-Moss, $9.99 dono to bless our action. And we're off to a great start. Thank you, T-Moss, my man. T-Moss also getting his equipment ready to join us on screen. We're excited about that. Very excited about that. We're in the Kia Center in Orlando, Florida. So I moved at 5. Well, I posted at 5. Probably about 5:50 in the morning. I made this bet. And I was surprised at the line then. Now, again, when it's the Celtics on a back-to-back after a game that they cared about with absolutely nothing to play for, you wonder how many players are going to be up. It's funny. If I cash this, it's basically just going to pay me back for fading them last night. But I got -4. I could have paid for the 3.5. I decided not to, and I got the -4. It's a 7.5 now. So this was. This helps. This makes me feel good. It's at offshore. This opened up at 3. I could have got better than the 4. Opened up at 3 at midnight. Moved to 3.5 at 12:45 in the morning, and it moved to 4 at 4:13 in the morning, and moved to 4.5 at 6:07 in the morning. So I could have got the -4 at -107 as well. I -110 to send it in and not be liquid. It just so that's good. This is all very good. I also thought this was in the cards, and I was like, you know what? When would I want the middle? I guess you'd want to see who's in the lineup, but I figured maybe 9.5. 9.5, maybe I think about a middle here. This total has dropped 7 points from 212.5 to 205.5. And when we get to the cash flow here, let me move over to NBA. We get to the cash flow. We have 83% of the tickets and 72% of the cash on the Celtics. That was the same thing as last night. It's not changed. 95% of tickets, 95% cash on the over. So here we go. We have saturated on Paolo Banchero Puntos here. Let's talk about the last 5 games. I don't think it's that important to talk about Boston's pace when this lineup, and I don't have the lineups out yet. I'll have the injury reports out. I'll pull it up in a second. I want to get some stuff off my computer. I'll let Brizzy touch on those, who he is expected to be and who's expected to be out. But Boston's been playing at the slowest pace in the NBA for a while, and it's getting slower. 92.87 possessions a game over the last 5 games. That's 30th. And just a little bit ahead of them in 28th is Orlando at 94.3 possessions a game. Both teams are 4-1 over the past 5, and both teams are shooting the ball well. This is the best Orlando has shot the ball all year. 46.8 from the field and 38.6 from 3. We've not seen that in the 5-game stands all season long. The Celtics 46.4 and 36.7. They're on the second half back-to-back after winning their third straight game, 119-117 at the Knicks in overtime last night. This is their third game in 4 nights. You're going to hear that a lot today. So when we're putting together our strategy, there's a lot of tired teams out there in the NBA, and that's got to be a focal point for our capping. The Magic are also on the second half of back-to-back, but, and this is a huge but, and this is when I was writing this down at 5:30 in the morning, I was like, oh God, I got it. They had 4 days off, 4 complete full days off. Their last game was 5 days before yesterday, and 4 full days off before they beat the Hawks 119-112 last night. And now I know this is different for a team that's going to be in the playoffs, but this is the last home game of the regular season. And there's some teams that aren't going to play in the playoffs that want to put on a show in that last game to thank their fans. There was a lot here for Orlando to back. Dougie Wise says Celtics' entire starting lineup is out. Take it away, Brizzy. The floor is yours, my man.
Yeah, first we'll start off with the starting lineups for Boston. Projected lineup: Peyton Pritchard, Bailey Shireman. I don't know if Jaylen Brown's playing or not. They're saying that he's supposed to, and he has a point prop projection, but his point prop projection's at 13.5 points. I have no idea what the fuck that means. Power forward Sam Hauser and center Luke Cornett for Orlando. Same exact lineup as last night, but both of these teams second night back-to-backs, but kind of different situations for me. The Celtics, this kind of feels like a schedule loss with them going into overtime last night and running their main guys out there. The Magic are back at home with no travel. They need another win or two to lock up that 7 seed and have home court advantage in the play-in tournament thing. They've been able to get hot at the right time of year. The first meeting in December is kind of similar to what we're going to see tonight. The Magic won at home 108-104. The Celtics were without Tatum in that lineup. I don't expect him to play tonight. This line opened up at +3.5 before that game went into overtime. And then as soon as Tatum hit that shot, the line just went dark for like maybe an hour. And I feel like for the Magic, I don't know, man. Like, I expect some of those Celtics players to rest, but they'll be able to hit some shots. But I feel like for the Magic, they're rolling right now, and I kind of want to back them. While I don't think that they're going to cover a crazy line like 7.5, I would probably use them as a parlay piece at this point or attack the player prop market. I saw somebody talk about Paolo. I like Paolo over 1.5 threes, -154. He's going over his 3-point prop 6 out of his last 10 games. Back-to-back games. I mean, I feel like this line should be at 2.5 plus money. So I would probably say team total under for the Celtics, 100.5. Orlando, maybe buy an alt line down to 6. And Orlando probably money line as a parlay piece.
Von Polo on the other side. Von Polo, if you've already betted, that's fine. But if you haven't, I would wait. I still think this has a half point or a point here. And Von Polo says the whole world will be on Orlando. And we expect that too, But at this point, if we are to believe these numbers, and maybe we shouldn't, over 4 of every 5 tickets coming in is on the Boston Celtics. And we got Nasty Nate on Pritchard over 3s. Kingu liking the Celtics team total under. And Von Polo also saying this year teams have been doing good coming off overtime. And if you fade teams when the star sits out, you're down money. Star, I think, is the big point there. This is stars. Now, look, players step up in these situations. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, I haven't made any official bets on this NBA card. And this is going to be the first leg of a 2-leg parlay for me. I'm going to go ahead and throw the Orlando Magic money line in a parlay. Love that you got a great number on this, Jim, at the -4. I think they can still cover the -7, -7.5, whatever you can get right here against what the Celtics are going to throw out there. A lot of their guys are out, as you mentioned, not just one star. Their stars are going to be out. Who knows if Jaylen Brown's going to play? I haven't projected in the starting lineup as being the only starter really playing today, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him get ruled out either. And if he does get ruled out, I mean, is this going to get to a 8.5? I don't know. So we'll see. I'm going to use Orlando Magic money line, though, in a parlay piece. I think they can easily win this game. So that's going to be the first leg.
And as we move forward, because I think the regular season ends on Sunday. Is that right?
For the most part, some of these teams probably end tonight. I mean, not tonight, Friday night.
Okay, so Sunday I think is the last day of the regular season. Something to keep an eye out for with Orlando is right now, if we look, where they stand, if they win this game, they're going to be 3 games up on Atlanta, and they will clinch the 7th seed.
Yeah, they have a home court in the
and they should be faded for the rest of the season as soon as the line comes out. So again, now Magic need to win tonight, have their celebration. They're going to go out on the road for 2 games. Those 2 games here, just to keep in your head as we're going to move on now. They're going to play at the Pacers and at the Hawks. And, the Hawks at this point, the Hawks are going to need to win. The Pacers, maybe not. So we'll have to kind of see on that. So we'll kind of have to wait on that. But as soon as the Magic Atlanta line comes out, you got to bet the Hawks immediately and double result the Hawks. So we'll talk about that. Shout out to Razor Sharp Picks in the house. Great to see you, Razor, my man. All right, let's roll on to the second game on our card. 7 p.m. Eastern, the Philadelphia 76ers, 23-56, 11-29 on the road. At the Washington Wizards, 17-62, 8-31 at home. Capital One Arena, Washington, D.C. A bum fight of all bum fights here. Philadelphia 0-5 over their last, I don't need to explain that. 18th fastest pace, 98.6 possessions a game, and they're shooting the ball horrifically, 29.1 from 3, 45.9 from the field. Washington's even worse from the field at 43.5, and their pace has slowed as the season's gone on. Now, there were lots of times this year where they were getting 10 more possessions a game than they're getting right now. Right now, they're 25th in the NBA over the last 5 games, 96.2 possessions a game. Both these teams at times were flying up and down the floor, and that's not happened anymore. Let me get the switch over here for our graphics, and here we go. Okay, so the 76ers coming off their 12th straight loss, 117-105 at the Heat on Monday. Wizards are on the second half of back-to-back after suffering their 3rd straight loss in 6 and 7 games, 104-98 at the Pacers on Tuesday, and they tried. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights, and we have come to the free bands play of the day. Wizards first half here. Let's take a look at the expectations for this lineup here. And for Philly, we know Drummond, Lowry, Oubre, and Yabusele out. It's Quentin Grimes holds the answers here to the game. So Quentin Grimes listed as questionable. So he's been playing. He's got back soreness. I don't know if he's going to be in. It'd be Butler, Doughton, and Hood-Schifino that would get the run if he's not in. So that is a problem. And then the other issue for the Sixers in the starting lineup is Justin Edwards. He's listed as questionable. So he missed the last game with the rib contusion. Those rib injuries are really, really tough for basketball players. I don't know if he's going to be able to go. And then on the other side, we know everybody going to be out for the Wizards. Poole, Middleton, Gill, Koulibaly, Brogdon, Bay. And then we have Rashad Holmes is the only question mark here, which I have clicked on. And here we go. He's doubtful. So Rashad not going to be in the lineup either. So but Marcus Smart will be. Carrington, AJ Johnson, George, and Sarr. I mean, you have to give a real legit advantage to Washington, but it's hard to say that out loud. Let's take a look at the line history here. We have a total of 224.5 and minus 110. Again, I don't see how this is possible. And I don't know why I haven't bet the under already. I mean, I put all these notes together. I don't know why I wasn't on the under at 226.9 for 227, talking about the pace. But then, is there going to be any defense played? Is the problem. Philly opening up a -1, they're now -2. I mean, these two teams do not have the pace or the efficiency to come close to this number. But again, will there be defense played? 61% of tickets, 60% of cash on the Wizards, 88 and 89 on the over. Wine Time, you get this one started. Take it away.
Yeah, nothing for me in this game. Although I do have a lean towards the 76ers, getting up to a -2 now. I mean, looking at both these starting lineups, I'd say the Wizards probably have a better starting 5 out there, but it's not far off, honestly. You got Quentin Grimes out there. He's averaging, 22.5 points for the 76ers. Lonnie Walker out there as well. that guy can ball definitely when he wants to. This is a game I have nothing in. Two bottom feeders in this. It does seem like Philly is somewhat sharp, and I like where you're going on the under because I'm not sure where the points are going to come from in this one. I'm not sure how they're going to even get to 220 in this one, which is why we're probably seeing this line keep moving down. Under might be worth a shot here. Nothing for me in this one. This is just I got nothing in this game. A bum fight I don't want to get involved in here.
I should have bet this at 26.5. I don't know if I wanted at 24.5. Let's hear what Brizzy has to say. Sixers, Wizards.
Yeah, the Sixers are favorites here because of the rest advantage. But the Sixers haven't won a game since March 16th, and they've only won 3 games since February the 5th. And the Wizards haven't looked the worst of recent, I would say. I mean, last night they were up by 14 points against the Pacers in the third quarter before blowing the lead in that game. And it's their last home game of the season. They're 1.5 games behind Utah for the worst record in the NBA. So I kind of lean towards the Wizards here plus the points here. But I think the better bet in just game just overall is Adam Bona double-double here at -110. Opened up at +110 all the way up to -110 now. No Yabusele in the lineup tonight. He's gone over 6 out of his last 9 games when playing 27-plus minutes. Wizards allowed the second most points and 15-plus rebound chances for him without Yabo and Drummond in the lineup. I think Adam Bona double-double is the only value in this game.
Yeah, I think that's a good look. True, a lot 4th and 1 in the house. I think that Bona is a good look. I don't think I can move on to this number. I don't know why I didn't. I have no explanation. I mean, they're just incapable unless no defense will be played whatsoever, which is a possibility. But even with that, can these guys be that efficient?
I just wouldn't really want to fuck around with the total in this game because, I mean, it's the Wizards' last home game. Who's to say they just don't get hot? AJ Johnson is a stud. And, I mean, Champagne's been playing a lot better. I mean, we see what Bub Carrington did in the summer league. He damn near led the summer league in points. Like, I just wouldn't fuck around with this total because we don't even have the real Marcus Bagley. We have his fucking brother or some shit like that. Like, the Sixers starting lineup is complete dog shit. Like, they might just walk themselves into a bunch of points. You know what I'm saying? They could. If there was ever a game that the Wizards would be motivated for, I would imagine it would be their last home game of the season.
Yeah, no, that's very valid. Okay. Lots to think about here. Let's move on.
They're 1.5 games away from the Jazz from the worst record. So, like, even if they win this game, it's not going to fuck with their draft
so important point. That's why I'm surprised to see it go from the Sixers -1, -2. It's not even the third game in 4 nights. I guess it's just fully rest advantage. But these are the guys the Wizards have in the lineup other than Smart want to be out there. And I'm not saying that Smart doesn't. I've respected how he's handled this move to the Wizards. Let's roll on to the next start on the board. But 3-0 start to the day in MLB. Very thankful. And that was us together capping. So great work from the squad there. And thank you. Slow Jams Arsenal says, congratulations on the Brooklyn team total over 25.5 wins. Yes, and I was so close to hedging with the Pelicans. So close. And even live, like 5 or 6 times, I was like, and I never did. So I'm thankful for that. And a big shout out to Dan Kelly. This man always has our best interests in mind. Great friend and great capper. Shout out to our guy, Dan Kelly. Over 25.5 wins for the Brooklyn Nets. Cash it. All right, let's roll on here to Hornets Raptors. That's the next spot on the board. This is the final Raptors home game of the season. They're coming off snapping their 3-game losing streak with a 121-9 win at Brooklyn on Sunday. And oh wow, yeah, Dan Kelly didn't hedge. I love it too. Yeah, I almost did pregame. I came so close so many times. It's ridiculous. But let's roll here. Final Raptors home game of the year, and at this point, Walter, Shed, Ingram, Agbaji out. Pirtle and Barnes are the game time decisions. A Pirtle right hand contusion We'll see if he is in. And then Scotty Barnes is also listed as questionable with a hand injury, right hand injury as well. So we don't know if they're going to be in. We don't know if they're going to be in that lineup. For the Hornets, it's pretty simple. It's pretty expected. Bridges out, Green, Okogie, and Williams out. Nurkic is getting plays called for him. He seems to be happy for the first time in a while. But if Pirtle doesn't play, Robinson could be in for a long night. Charlotte 1-4 over the past 5, 20th fastest pace, 97.8 possessions a game, shooting 47.9 from the field, but just 31.5 from three. Raptors are shooting the ball really well and flying. The Raptors and Bulls are flying up and down the court. And I'm so curious to see if Barnes is going to be in, if Pirtle's going to be in, because I wanted the over or the Raptors team total over. They're going to try here in their final home game of the season, but with what roster are they going to try with? It's tricky. It's tricky. Hornets are on the second half back-to-back after suffering their fourth straight loss, 124-100 at home versus the Grizzlies last night. This is their third game in 4 nights, and they simply don't care. But when I looked, I was like, how big are the Raptors going to be as a favorite? And when I looked at 6 a.m, it already moved to 8.5, and I was surprised. Now we have a 10, and I guess I shouldn't. Is that telling us that Barnes is going to be? I don't know if it is. I think it's just telling us that Charlotte couldn't give a fuck. I think that's what it's telling us. Let's get into the total here for this one. From a total, God, my computer's acting up here. Sorry. From a total standpoint, we have a 218 minus 112 to the over. So this was skyrocketing to the over, and I thought that I kind of missed it. It got up to 219.5. I could have got it 216. Now we're back to 218. So it's moving. It looks like that's where it's going to stay. Maybe we should just focus on the Raptors team total and leave the Hornets completely out of it. Might be a better way of doing it. Take a look at the cash flow here. We have the 87% tickets, 89% cash on the over in line, moving in that direction. And then on the spread, we have 76% tickets, 78% cash on the Raptors. I mean, I just want to know if Barnes is going to be in, I guess, and Pirtle, really. I really want to know, and I feel handcuffed without knowing. Brizzy, get us started. Hornets, Raptors.
Yeah, Toronto might be tanking, but they look pretty good over the last month and last couple of weeks, gone 5-3 ATS in their last 8 games, and they've gone 8-4 ATS when favored on the line. It's hard laying this amount of points, but the way the Hornets have looked of recent, 1-9 ATS straight up in their last 10 games, I mean, their players are completely checked out. Like LaMelo Ball's girlfriend, Anna Montana, she was streaming the other night on Twitch, and you hear LaMelo screaming in the background, "I'm hungry! I'm hungry." And it's just like, yo, that kid doesn't give a fuck about anything. I feel like a lot of the Hornets players are already getting ready for their post NBA season vacational plans. The Raptors 47-31 and 1 ATS, second best record in the NBA. Granted, they were underdogs in a lot of those games, but last game in front of hometown fans and season ticket holders, I think Toronto is going to give them a show tonight. I would use Toronto as a parlay piece. That's probably what I'm going to end up doing here. And I would say Hornets team total under 105.5. I mean, that team total for the Hornets has been paying all season. And if Toronto's going to put boots to ass, I think the lineup of KJ Simpson, Nick Smith, Dejan Jeffries, Talene Saloon might just not put up 100 points tonight, and I would not be shocked at all.
Yeah, both are interesting in the full game over. Let's hear what Wine Time. I mean, and that being Hornets team total under, Raptors team total over, or full game over. Wine Time, what are you thinking?
This spot, I got nothing in this game. So far, looking at this right now, I mean, Raptors laying -10 against anyone kind of tells me that the Raptors probably going to smack these guys up here. I got nothing for you in this one, though. I'm looking at the total right now, seeing it at a 218. Definitely low. What did you say this opened up at, Jim?
214.5, I believe. 215 flat.
So it's gone up 3.5 points.
214 in the afternoon offshore, early at like noon.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard pass for me. I was even almost thinking about throwing the Raptors, making this a 2-leg to a 3-leg to get a little bit better odds. But I'm going to stay away from this game in general, honestly. I like nothing in this. NBA action has got tremendously light over the last couple weeks, but when playoffs start, man, we're going to have action in probably every single game. So nothing for me in this one. I'm going to hold off on this game.
I think I want to bet Toronto before that Barnes and Poto news comes out, because I really don't think it matters that much. Like, the way the Hornets have looked, they really don't give a fuck. You got to go up through customs, go through Toronto. You don't want to be there at all right now. And
It's freezing. It's freezing cold.
They be getting their ass whooped. Like, I just told you the story about last week. This girl I went to high school with, she lives in Charlotte, and they're putting up signs. Why are you even making the fans pay for tickets and shit like that? So, like, I don't think the Hornets care.
They don't. Okay. I've got to figure some more stuff out, but this morning, I should have, when I moved on the Magic, I should have moved on 2 more bets. I should have moved on the under in Philadelphia, Washington, and the over in Charlotte, Toronto. I don't know. And I was clear-headed too. I have no excuse for that. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here, and it is Wine Time's Los Angeles Lakers, 48-31, 18-21 on the road. The Dallas Mavericks, 38-41, 21-17 at home. We're at American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. Excuse me. Lakers are on the second half back-to-back after losing the second of a back-to-back at Oklahoma City last night. This is their third game in 4 nights, lost by 16. Dallas comes in off their third loss in 4 games, 135-104 at the Clippers on Saturday. So AD is the question here. He is a game-time decision, and he's listed as probable. So he's going to be in the lineup. Sweaty Butcher says, I hope the Lakers make the finals just so the Celtics can whoop that ass. Look, the Celtics got to get rid of the Cavs, and that is the series that we deserve. I cannot wait to watch that series. I cannot wait. Saturate says, I heard this is a big Max Christie Rabenga game. It is. For the Lakers, we have Jackson Hayes as a game time decision, but everyone else is good to go. He's listed as questionable with the hand injury, which kept him out. Kept him out of the last game. So we'll have to. Oh no, it didn't. Sorry, it didn't. So here we go. Let's pull up the line history and the cash flow and see the situation. This total is a 229. Opened up at 228.5, now a 229. When we get to the point spread, we have the Lakers right now. Come on. Okay. Here we go. Sorry, my computer acting up a little bit. When we get to the spread, we have the Lakers -5. They opened up at -4.5. It dropped to 4. Dropped down to 3.5 at 9 this morning, and now a 5 with no vig. So a slight move towards the Lakers. Lakers are slowing down. 26th fastest pace, 96.1 possessions a game, 3-2 that's over the last 5 games, and they're shooting the ball very well. 47.4 from the field and 42.1 from 3. Dallas 2-3, 8th fastest pace, 101.2 possessions a game, shooting 47.3 from the field and 32.1% from 3. Let's get the cash flow up here for this one as well. We have 87% of tickets and 86% of cash on the Lakers. And on the total, 86 and 85 on the over. Here we go. Wine time. Your Lakers in effect. I can't wait to hear the breakdown. Take it away.
Yeah. Luka heading back to Dallas right here. AD is going to be playing in this one. The last time they played, AD was hurt. He's a full go now. Interesting. I was trying to look at AD's double-double, and it's -150, but yet his over rebounds 10.5 is -110 right now at my book. Really weird. So I'm going to end up staying away.
Shit, I would take that shit. FanDuel's got -180, and that shit looks like it's
something tells me though, Billy, that he's going to land right at 10, because it's just weird to me. I don't know. So I'm going to end up staying with that. The double-double with -150, I don't know if I can move on that. But we'll see. I don't know if I want to lay the juice on that one, but I do like a prop in this game, guys. I like Max Christie over 1.5 threes +150 right now. Absolutely love this play today. I think he's going to get it done. The first couple of minutes he comes out there on the floor, he's going to want to shoot. He wants to score against this Lakers team. I believe he will. And I think that's a really good price. I don't think a lot of people are really looking at that in this spot. More people are looking at AD props here in this game, which is kind of making me want to stay away from this spot. And I'm also, you know what, guys? I'm gonna give this out. I'm giving out the Dallas Mavericks. I'm not giving them out on the spread. I'm gonna give them out on the money line here, plus 170 right here. I think they get it done against LA. I think they're gonna go out there and play with a lot of heart here. They're playing in Dallas. I think they can get it done. It's a really weird number, if you ask me. Even though AD is gonna play in this one, I think this should probably be like a 6 or a 7. And we're seeing this go everywhere. This got down to a 3.5 at my book at one point, and went back to a 4.5, went to a 5, and now it's at a 4.5 right now. Let me just refresh because this number has gone everywhere today, guys. Quick little refresh right here. I believe it's 4.5 minus 110 right now. Yeah, that's what I have at my book right now. And then the money line plus 170 for the Mavericks. I think they can get it done here. I like this spot for the Mavericks.
That's a very, very interesting take here. From our guy Wine Time. Christy over 1.5 threes. What was the juice on that?
Plus 150.
Plus 150. And then Mavericks plus 170. Brizzy, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, I expect the Mavs to give their best efforts tonight, where even regardless of where they're at in their standings. And then you got the Lakers coming off that loss last night, but they were super competitive in that one. I was kind of thinking I was going to be on the Mavericks in this one. And then Luka got thrown the fuck out in that Thunder game. That shit was wild. Luka does a hook fade and like kind of does the little Luka celebration thing, and they threw him out in the game. And they were talking about it in the post-game presser of how just the vibe of the whole entire game just changed, and that's when OKC kind of went on that run. And even with AD back, the Mavericks have been still one of the worst net-rated teams in the NBA. The Lakers really need one of these two. They need 2 of these final 3 games to get the number 3 seed and home court advantage. I don't think they're going to step on the gas tonight. I like the Lakers here in this spot. But I would say Dallas team total over does look appealing. I can still get the Lakers at 3.5. And then I'm kind of looking at AD's double-double. Kind of weighing all the options here, but the Lakers are the side for me in this one. I don't know how I'm going to get on it, though.
If this is going to be a game with a high defensive intensity and a lot of care, would there be any interest in the under?
Nah, if anything, I like the over from the aspect of like the way that the Mavericks are going to score are going to be probably through a bunch of AD sets, and that's where LA's vulnerable at. And then vice versa, the Dallas Mavericks backcourt is dog shit, and that's where the Lakers have their advantages at. So it's like both teams offensively have good matchups. I think it just goes over.
What's your take on the total One Time?
Yeah, we're seeing it. It moved up a point, didn't it?
Yeah, 228 to 229.
Yeah, 85% of bets, 86% of money on the over. I'm going to stay away from the total in this game, honestly. I do think, though, I mean, if Dallas is going to get it done, I do think they're going to have some defensive intensity here in this game, as you mentioned it. They're going to have to stop Luka from scoring 40 points, most likely, and Reeves from scoring 30. I think I'm going to stay away from the total in this. I haven't been taking totals in NBA the last couple weeks. I don't have a good enough angle here in this spot, so I'm going to stay away from the total.
And your expectation of AD, McKelvey on the over 25.5, King Wu on the points, rebounds over 36.5.
I like the double-double prop. I mean, even though there's a minute limit on his return, I mean, this is a national TV game, great matchup, revenge spot. I mean, the Lakers run small ball lineups. Even if Hayes is in or out the lineup, he's not eclipsed in 25 minutes. The Lakers are allowing the 9th most rebounds to power forwards and centers. I think AD just walks himself into a double-double in this game.
Can you look up, Brizzy, what movements happened on the total? I know you have that ability if you can. And Wine Time, final thoughts on the AD player prop.
I mean, I like the double-double. It's got to be minus 150 for a reason. I just thought it was weird that his over 10.5 rebounds was like pretty much minus 110. So a little bit weird there, but he's definitely going to show out here against his old team. He's definitely going to clean up a lot of those boards he gets. The minute restriction, he should be playing 30 minutes in this game, I feel like, right? And if he does, I think he can get this double-double. I'm just going to stay away from it. I'm getting plus money on a prop and on a money line. My hope is that I can hit at least one of them. If I hit both of them, that's absolutely great. But I think I like where my action is so far in this game.
All right, fun breakdown, fun game. I've got lots to think about with that one. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. Saturated Chicago Bulls, 36-43 on the year. We're in the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. And let's get back to the standings here as the Bulls find themselves sitting in ninth, tied for ninth. Now, they hold the tiebreaker over the Heat right now, but obviously they're playing the Heat here. So there's a lot on the line. Not only is it the home court advantage, but it's the possibility of sneaking into the 8th seed. The Hawks are not playing good ball. They're 4-6 in the last 10. And vulnerable. There's a lot on the line in this basketball game. Miami 3-2 over the past 5, 23rd fastest pace in the league, 96.69 possessions a game, and shooting the ball beautifully, 47 from the field and 38.4 from 3. And we have Chicago 3-2 over the past 5, the fastest pace in the league. This team is just flying right now. 106.3 possessions a game, shooting 49.9 from the field and 37.2 from 3. This is an interesting spot because, it's not like you want to hold back from showing them anything. No, you want home court advantage badly. And you want to sneak into that 8 seed and not have to play the first game badly. So let's take a look at the total. This total is at 227.5. It has climbed up from 225.5, which is interesting. I wonder if, in Operation Garcia, if this year's Chicago Bulls are last year's Indiana Pacers, where they play at a fast pace. There's a lot of teamwork. Their games are going over, and they could be horrific for Operation Garcia. I wonder if the Bulls are that type of team. We have Miami -2, -108, -2, -108. They opened up -2, -106, so they've taken 2 cents of movement. Let's take a look at the cash flow for the spot. We have 90% tickets, 91% cash on the over. We've moved in that direction. And on the side, on the spread, 56 and 55 on the Heat. And then on the money line, 41 and 65%. Bigger bets on the Heat, but this line not moving anywhere. Saturated says Kobe, Giddey, and Vooch all rested yesterday. Give me all their props. Vooch points and rebounds. Kobe White has been phenomenal. Puntos and Giddey PRA. Interesting. Copy and paste that for sure. So Heat coming off snapping their 2-game losing streak. 117-105 win at home over the Sixers on Monday, and that concluded a disappointing 3-game homestand. They'd won 6 straight coming into the 3-game homestand. Did not look good on the homestand. Justin McKelvey on the over 227. Bulls are on the second half back-to-back after having the 3-game win streak snapped in 135-113 loss at the Cavaliers last night. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights with constant travel, but as Saturated said, the big guns rested. So here we go. Let me get this set up. Here we go. So at this point, we are back to Brizzy. And one quick breakdown of who is expected in the lineup. We have Highsmith as a game time decision. I'm not sure how important that is.
This is probably play tonight.
Listed as probable. So he will be in. And then we have Wiggins as an important issue. He's questionable. He's missed 6 straight with the hamstring injury, but he could be back here. So
tonight.
You think he plays?
I think he plays tonight.
And then the only issue here, because we think that Giddey and Vooch will be in, it's Herter. Herter is questionable. Right cervical strain is why he missed last night's game, so maybe he will be in the lineup. A lot to figure out. Sweaty Butcher says he's on the Heat. Bulls 0-5 straight up, 1-4 against spread last 5 is a home dog off of a loss, and 3-7 against spread last 10 with no rest. But it is tricky when the big boys were out of the lineup here yesterday, saving themselves for the game. Take it away for us here, Brizzy. Heat Bulls.
Yeah, this is a very important game in the standings. With whoever wins this game is probably more than likely will get home court advantage in the rematch in the play-in tournament. The Heat have been red hot though. They've won 9 out of their last 12 games, and the Bulls have been really good over the last month themselves. They've won 12 of their last 17 games. In the first 2 meetings of the season, Bulls have beaten the Heat this season. They rested Kobe White last night, but still the Bulls have failed to cover 8 of their last 9 home spreads on the second night of back-to-backs. And the Heat have historically beat up on bad teams and lose to the good ones. Not a lot of confidence in this one, but I really like the over in this game of like Miami's been rolling for a reason, and the Bulls or only 16-23 in their home court, allowing 123 points per game, third worst defense. Like, I think this is an over spot all day. But I know there's one play that I'm walking away with in this game, and it's definitely going to be Kobe White over 30.5 points, rebounds, and assists at -128. He's gone over his PRA line in 11 out of his last 12 games, got the rest last night. I think the offense is going to run through him, and he's going to have a great game.
Kobe White, 38.5 PRA. What was the juice there?
-128. Definitely walking away with that one of like, that will be on my card tonight.
Did you get a look at if that AD prop had gone up or down?
It opened Wine Time's got 150. I'm seeing 190 at DraftKings, -180 at FanDuel, went up to 185 in the 5 minutes that we talked about the game.
Yeah, let me refresh. Let me go back. That's crazy.
I'm talking about. He's talking about. I'm talking about AD points or PRA.
Oh, points or PRA. I thought you were talking about the double-double. I think AD smashes tonight in a win or a loss. Like, it's a national TV game. What the fuck do you come back for? To sit 20, to only play 25 minutes against the Lakers on ESPN? Like, they're going to play him 30 minutes tonight and probably not for the rest of the season.
Interesting. And Kingu saying he likes Giddey's points under. Be guarded by Wiggins tonight. He'll make it tough on him, under 18.5. Wine Time, take it away. Heat Bulls.
Yeah, looking at this, I mean, before we got on the show, Miami was a -1.5. Now they're -2.5. Line just keeps going towards them. It seems like we're seeing 50% of tickets, 55% of money on them. Bulls have won the last two matchups between these two teams right here. This definitely has me thinking that this is a Miami Heat spot. I don't know if I want to move on it officially yet. Like I said, my NBA action's been kind of light, but this is one of the spots that's kind of sticking out to me right now. I do think Miami can get it done here. This is a big game for both teams. As you mentioned, this is probably we're going to see these teams in the play-in tournament. So that's going to be interesting here in the next couple weeks, or next week? Crazy. But yeah, I have a lean towards the Miami Heat here in this spot. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to move on it officially quite yet. Still want to look at a couple things before I do move on it. If I do move on it, I'll tweet it out. But I have a lean towards the Miami Heat at the -2.5. I think this might actually end up closing at like a 3 or 3.5. And if it does, it's going to be a clear-cut Miami Heat spot.
So much to think about. These games are very convoluted. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board, 9 p.m. Eastern. And Brizzy has moved on the Kobe White over 38.5 PRA, which I think makes a ton of sense. He's playing out of his mind right now.
And they rested last night. Like, yeah, we don't need you to play against Cleveland in that defense. Fire it up tonight. Like, I feel like that game, you have, regardless of what you make on your card today, you have to walk away with a bet in the Miami Heat Bulls game, because it's like probably out of all the games on the card, the most important game of the card. So like, yeah, that's why I kind of like the over of like this is damn near a playoff preview.
Lots to talk about and think about, especially this time of year. Let's talk about Portland, Utah Jazz. This is not Utah's final home game, and Utah owes their fans.
It might be the only one that they can win, because the next one against the Thunder, they ain't winning that shit.
No, but they're going to try, which is it's interesting. I don't know what to do with it. You know, it's not like I've come up with a plan, but Utah on Friday night at home, after embarrassing the NBA in their last home game, will try. And again, does that mean Utah first quarter, first half? I haven't fully conjured up the action, but
you're also guaranteeing a certain injury news report. Like, who knows what the fuck Utah's going to put out in their injury news report? At least we know Colin Sexton's playing tonight. He might not play Friday. Like,
God, they gotta play on Friday night. Some of these guys. So we know the situation here. Markkanen, Kessler, Collins out. Collier is a game time decision here for the Jazz. A right hamstring soreness, and he's been playing through it. So we're not sure what's going to happen for him. For the Blazers, we have Simons as a game time decision. Ayton, Grant, and Henderson are not coming back this year. We have Simons listed as questionable with the forearm injury. I don't think he comes back. I don't see. I certainly, on the road here, I don't know why he would come back. I don't expect him to. And then Reith also game time decision, and then Denny Avdia, who's put this team on his shoulders here. He's missed with the sprained right thumb. He's already missed the game. It's ugly. This is such ugly roster management. It just sucks. So let's roll here. Portland 3-2 over the past 5. Third fastest pace in the league, 104 possessions a game. Shooting the ball poorly, 44.4 from the field and 29.9 from 3. Utah off 9 straight losses. Of course, they've lost 5 straight. 100.9 possessions a game. That's 10th fastest in the league. And shooting the ball a bit. You thought Portland was shooting bad. 41.4 from 3 and 41.4 from the field and 29% from 3, 29 flat. Blazers coming off their third win in 4 games, 121-09 at home versus Spurs on Sunday. Robert Franklin on Sexton under 20.5 points. That might be beauty spot here. Let's set up the line history and then hand it over to Wine Time to get us started with yet another bum fight. Portland opening up at -5.5. They're now -6.5. I mean, it's amazing to look at this Blazers lineup and think that, this spread should be bigger. But I guess, that Chauncey's still trying, I guess. This total at 229.5, now at 230. And then when we get to the cash flow for the spot, we have let me go to Allmark. We have 85% of the tickets and 85% of cash on the Blazers, 85% of tickets, 82% cash on the over. Wine Time. Any interest in getting involved here?
Yeah, this is the second leg to my parlay. Not gonna lie, you got me a little worried there, Jimmy, talking about that. Maybe the Jazz can squeak this one after getting embarrassed in the NBA. I like my guys think sweaty, but yeah, prime cut Blazers -6. Yeah, I'm on the Blazers. I'm gonna take them on the money line here with the Orlando Magic. I got -120 on it, 2-leg parlay right there. I think the Blazers get it done here. Simon should be in this game. I believe he is. Denny Avdia, we know what he can do out there on the court, man. He's a good basketball player. I love watching him play. And Chauncey, I don't think he wants to give up quite yet. I think he still wants to keep collecting some wins here as he goes into next season. So I think they can get it done here. I'm on the Blazers on the money line with the Orlando Magic and a little parlay for -120. I think both teams get it done here.
Interesting, because at this point, I would – now, again, I guess you kind of want to wait for who's going to be in, but I do understand why you were thinking of adding the Raptors to that. I think it's the Magic and the Raptors.
I like the Magic and the Raptors.
I mean, that's going to be much more expensive, I imagine, than this one. But I get it. I get the look. I don't know who's going to try in this basketball game.
That's where I'm stuck at. The worst of motivation for the Blazers tonight. They just got eliminated from the playoffs. The 10th seed, they've won 12 out of the 24 games since the All-Star break. I mean, Utah already has the worst record in the NBA, and that's not probably going to change. So, do they have to tank anymore?
Yeah, they don't. So, but they're still just trying to ruin the great sport of basketball.
You play OKC on Friday to conclude your homestand or whatever. They're not winning that game. So, you might as well try tonight against Portland. This is the season, basically.
Are you guys certain that Denny Avdia is going to be in the lineup?
I don't think Denny Avdia plays. I mean,
I don't think
they're done. They're done. They lost.
I just don't know. I shouldn't say I don't think he plays. I don't know if he plays. So
I don't know if he plays, but I'm leaning towards more out than in because he's been snapping.
Is there anything you want to add to this spot here, Brizzy, before we move on to the final 3 games or 4 games on the card?
The only player props I would look at for this one, I'm kind of on the other end of the Colin Sexton. I like his over 20.5 points. He's gone over his point prop in 4 straight starts, and especially if Isaiah Collier doesn't play tonight, he'll probably play point guard. And then I think Saturade said in the chat, Kyle Filipowski, 10+ rebounds is +100.
Yeah. I've loved backing Klingon. I really like his game. I think he's going to be a real nice piece for this up-and-coming squad. But
Filipowski's a better stat pattern than Klingon at this point in their careers.
Yeah, Klingon was playing in games that actually meant something.
No, Clayton's a better basketball player. It's just that if you look at the Utah front court, I mean, Filipowski's got to play 30-something minutes tonight.
That's true. That's true. And the prime cut is the Blazers -6. So, Sweaty Butcher running nice. All right, let's roll on. Brizzy going to get this one started. 10 p.m. Eastern, we have the San Antonio Spurs 32-47, 12-26 on the road. The Golden State Warriors 47-32, 24-15 home. We're at the Chase Center in San Francisco, California. Spurs playing at 7th fastest pace in the NBA. 101.7 possessions a game, 1-4 over that 5-game stanza. Shooting 46.5 from the field and 36.6 from 3. Warriors 17th fastest pace, 99.2 possessions a game, shooting 45.7 and 40.2 from 3. Spurs on the second half of back-to-back after suffering their third straight loss, 122-117 at the Clippers last night, their third game in 4 nights. Warriors also on the second half of back-to-back and playing their third game in 4 nights. Coming off that 133-95 beatdown of the Suns in Phoenix last night. It's, there's so many things that I love about capping the NBA. And, we cashed 3 straight Booker over props. And then he's coming home against the Warriors. Coming home now, he was on the road. He was the only option. Then you come home with all the issues, and then I looked, it was 30.5. Now it came down to 29.5. But I was like, no, I don't want it tonight. I wish I had bet his under if I was actually, backing what I was thinking there. But it was nice staying off and him no showing. We have here a total of 231.5. It's -114 to the over. It opened up at 234, so we've dropped down to 231.5. When we get to the point spread here, we have the Warriors -17. They opened up -15. It just moved to 17 23 minutes ago. And when we take a look at who is going to be in the lineup, Shoen is the only questionable entity here for the San Antonio Spurs. They haven't done the shoot around because the second half back-to-back, and he didn't play last night. He's missed 5 straight. I don't see why he would be in the lineup, so I'm saying that he's not. Post and Peyton are game time decisions. I mean, we're not talking about starters here, so it's not that big of a deal. So let's take a look at the cash flow here. We have 69% of the ticket, 74% cash on the Warriors, 86 and 87 on the over. Wine Time. Wine Time got started last one. Brizzy, get us started. Spurs Warriors.
Yeah, it feels like the Warriors are just being priced away from people kind of taking action on them. Both teams on the second half of the back-to-back. Golden State's gone 7-6 ATS. San Antonio 6-9 ATS. 13-7 ATS as road underdogs this season. While I expect the Warriors to win this game, I mean, I don't think we're going to see their A team tonight. And it is a little bit too many points, but I mean, Golden State, no bullshit, has really been the hottest team in the NBA over the last 3 weeks. And I don't think that's the Vegas is accounting for it, but not the betting public. I don't think they go over that 124.5 team total, though. The total has gone over in 3 out of the last 5 for Golden State and 5 out of the last 7 for the Spurs. But I feel like this total is a little bit too high. I know on FanDuel they have the total parlays section or whatever for the games, and I would probably say Golden State money line and the under 232.5 at +100 would be the best bet in this game.
I mean, with these teams that aren't trying, I've wanted the full game spread against them. I want all 48 minutes. But here, doesn't it feel like a spot where the Warriors want to just kind of create a margin and then rest? I wonder if they're going to go just smash them early.
The Spurs don't play that bad early in games. They usually tail off late, and usually in a back-to-back, if you're trying to fade a team with tired legs, you want to do it in the second half, not the first half. Last night, I mean, that game was pretty competitive in the first half. And Sandro, I can't say his last name, but he only played 23 minutes last night, and he had 8 points, and he went 3 for 7. And his point prop is 7.5 at BetMGM. That could be a potential angle if you see some Spurs players out.
And the Spurs shooting the ball nice, 36.6 from 3. They're shooting nice the last 5 games. Warriors, 45.7 from the field, 40.2 from 3. Wine Time, take it away. Spurs, Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, interesting enough, though, the Spurs have been hanging in some of these ball games, man. I mean, covering the last 2 13-point spreads that they were 13-point underdogs in. Golden State, I mean, they're going to win this game. I don't know if they're necessarily worried about beating these guys by 20-plus points here. I mean, the line might be this high for a reason. I mean, the Warriors are one of the hottest teams in basketball since they made that trade for Jimmy Butler. They're playing really good basketball out there, good team basketball. Nothing for me in this game, although I just think it has to be this high of a spread for a reason because the Spurs have been covering these games. They almost beat the Cavs the other night too. Nothing for me. I mean, this is just these games don't have a lot of interest for me, but I definitely somewhat have a lean towards the Warriors because they're 16.5 point favorites. And it's got to be for a reason.
And they could still get that third seed from the Lakers.
Yeah, that's
Especially
true.
if the Lakers lose to the Mavs tonight.
Yeah, that is 100% correct. I mean, I do think the Warriors get it done. I worry about how many points they can beat these guys by the end of the game. So it's going to be interesting to see. I got nothing for nothing.
Crazy. I had the Pacers at around this number. I can't remember, 16 or something like that. And that game, it was a while ago. It was last week. The Pacers, were they playing? It wasn't the Wizards. It was somebody not trying. It was Utah. And it was tied basically, like 5 minutes left in the third. And the Pacers won by 35 points. Like it just when the team that's not trying starts resting their stars down, they just they just get destroyed. That's why I'm very hesitant to take them first half, even though it kind of does.
Shit, the Pacers were down by 16 points against the Wizards last night and won that game.
Yeah. It was so dumb of me not to be on the Wizards. I was like, because I cashed in the Pacers in a similar situation, but I was like, Pacers coming back home, nothing to play for. Are they going to be locked in? But I didn't. If I had done the show with you guys, I know I would be on it. That's why this show just helps me so much as well. All right, let's roll on here. Wine Time getting us started here with this breakdown. Oklahoma City Thunder, Phoenix Suns, Phoenix Arena in Phoenix, Arizona. With the Suns just, giving up, I'd no longer want the Booker props. I think it's time to let go of that. By the way, it is now 1-1 in Texas, Chicago. So there's 2 out in the bottom of the fourth with a runner on first. We need a run in this inning or the next inning for that -0.5 here. OB just saying 1-1. Okay, let's roll Thunder Suns here. What a disgrace the Suns have been down the stretch. And KD is a game time decision here. I mean, I don't see why he would come in. There's just, you don't see teamwork here with the Suns and with Beal and with it's just a real sad state of affairs for the franchise. They're playing 19th fastest pace, 98.2 possessions a game, shooting 44.5 from the field and 29.3 from three. Thunder 4th fastest pace. This is another game where both teams are on the second half back-to-back. They're both playing their third game in 4 nights. Thunder concluded their regular season home schedule with that 136-120 victory at home over the Lakers last night. And the Suns coming off their 7th straight loss, 133-95 last night versus the Thunder. So you have a team that, just lost by 38 points, which at a different time of the season, I would be moving, on the Suns to show something. But I don't know how you can have anything. They just don't care. They just don't fucking care. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow and then see if Wine Time has any plan here. There's been a move towards the Suns, which tells me that KD will play. I don't know if anybody has any insight. 11.5 down to 10. So 1 point move towards the Suns. And then on the total, we have a 226.5 and -110 to the over. It's opened up at 233.5. We've dropped 7 points. And then when we get to the cash flow here, sorry, okay, we're here. We got Jose back there, so we got it covered. But thank you for looking out. 91% of tickets, 89% of cash on the Thunder, 93 and 89 on the over. Wine Time, any interest?
First initial look, I mean, it's crazy for me to say this, but I kind of want the Suns here in this spot, in a sneaky spot, getting double digits here. You touched on it. I mean, I've touched on this team all season long about how they don't play together as a team. It's a lot of one-on-one basketball out there for the Phoenix Suns. It's just not really successful right now, and it shows they haven't been able to win a game in quite some time. Devin Booker is definitely going to be playing tonight's game. Bradley Beal is going to be out there. The question is, is Kevin Durant going to play? Because this line is moving towards the Suns, which makes me think it is because no one is back in the Suns here. Absolutely no one. Out of 100 people going to the window, 9 people are going to the window and betting the Suns as a double-digit underdog to the number 1 seed in the West, OKC Thunder. Maybe the Suns want to show that they can play with the best, even though that they're already out of playoff contention. They want to go out there and give their best effort tonight at home on a Wednesday night. We'll see here. I'm really close to moving on the Suns. I'm not going to lie, and it hurts me to say that, but it definitely seems like a Suns spot. I see 9.5 at some books right now, which is crazy. I want to refresh mine and see if mine's still a 10. Yeah, I still can get a 10. I'm close to moving on the Suns plus 10 here. Just getting double digits here at home. No one wants them here. I mean, why would you want to take the Suns here, which makes me want to take them. So
Mr. Belvedere on them at 11.5. Because what I would want Kev Durant to be announced in. I would want maybe a couple surprise players on the Thunder to not play. This to go down to like a 7.5 and then to bet the Thunder.
Yeah, how's Jalen Williams' health been? I know he's been playing. I wonder if he's going to play tonight.
At this point, he's listed as in.
Yeah.
It's the other Jalen that's the game time.
I see him. Yeah, I see him.
Decision, and he's missed 4 straight. I don't know why he would come in. So that's what I would like to have happen here. Let's hear but Mr. Belvedere on the Suns and you're lean towards the Suns. I could easily just stay off. Brizzy, your plan of attack.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys think KD's going to play. KD's definitely not about to play. KD's trying to get traded somewhere else. But the Suns are really trying. They're really just that bad. I mean, Colin Gillespie was in the G League the whole entire year. Ryan Dunn, y'all didn't even know who the fuck he was when he played in college last year for Virginia. I mean, it's pretty miraculous of how bad of a roster this really is. But 3 games left in the year for them. Both of these teams kind of know where they are. OKC, number 1 seed, Phoenix kind of outside the playoffs. The Suns have just been deadbeat awful without KD on the floor. 2-15 this season without him on the court. They've lost each of their games, their last 7 games by double digits. I feel like the Suns are mentally checked out on all levels, but I mean, they still have another home game. But even if the Thunder put their B team out here, I feel like they still might just cover the spread. It's like I want to take Phoenix, but at the end of the day, I feel like I should just take the team total under for Phoenix here, under 109.5 at -126. Of like, if they do try, I think it's going to be a defensive. They have to fix the defense. That's the reason why they keep on getting smoked. Their defense is absolutely horrendous. They've given up 129.3 points per game in their last 7 games. That is fucking ridiculous for an NBA basketball team. You don't see that shit outside of video games. That has to be the worst in the NBA across the last 2 weeks. Maybe Ryan Dunn over 4.5 rebounds, -146. It's always the rookies and the young players that don't really know that they don't have to play that are just going to try out there. But I kind of like the under in this game, under 226.5. Phoenix team total under.
It's just the opener at 233.5 was a legit opener. If it's dropped 7 now, the good part is it's line moving a little bit towards the Suns, and those non-correlated parlays were just phenomenal for me. I mean, they were just rec bets I wasn't tweeting out, but the Booker over point total and the Suns under team total was is fun and is no sweat as anything I bet. Now it's just 7-point move and losing by 38 and lots to think about with that spot here. We got 2 games left on the show for today. Let's roll into a very interesting one. Who would have thought that Michael Malone and Calvin Booth would both get fired? I imagine that each of them thought that the other one might get fired, but both canned. Was absolutely 3-1 Rangers. All right. Well, but we started day 3-0, so if we go 3-1, we're fine. And I'm ready to attack here, but I'm gonna have to get those bets in. It's 3:30. I haven't moved on the 4 p.m. games. I have to see which ones that I want to move on. Let's roll here. Nuggets, Kings, Golden One Center, Sacramento, California. I think we were all surprised here. They've won 10 of their last 24 games. They're 3 wins in their last 10 games. And David Edelman will take over, which I think is great. Rick's son, I think he's
Marlins. Sorry.
Oh, nice. Love it. I think that Edelman is, he's earned the opportunity here with Denver, and he comes from a rich history. He's been with Denver since 2017, so this guy's earned this opportunity here, and they lead the league in points in the paint, and that's been Edelman's job. How can we execute with Jokic better and better and better? So this is a very, very late firing. I mean, it's just so late in the year that I still don't know exactly how to frame it from a gambling perspective. We got MMA Locker Room in the house, one of the stars of the Locker Room Talk podcast. He's got Jokic over 30 points. Slaughter in the house as well. Love to see you, Jeff. Says he loves coming back after 2.5 hours to see the show still on. I love it. Dan Kelly says, never seen anything like two coaches of contending teams getting fired this late in the season, let alone one that won the chip 2 years ago. Absolutely wild. So let's set up the line history and who's going to be in and out, and then see how to attack it. Now, generally speaking, we'd all be on Denver or whatever team has just fired their coach, right? But this is strange. Jamal Murray's not going to play. They only have a few games left. The vets, now maybe Brizzy and Wine Time have a better understanding of this spot, but Malone loved the vets. Booth loved the kids, and they didn't see eye to eye because of it. And are the vets going to be pleased that it's no longer Malone on the sidelines? I don't know. I don't have that answer, and that's important. When the team wants to coach out, they step up. If they didn't want the coach out, then it's a question mark as to what's going to happen. Pickett, Brown, Porter, Gordon, Jokic, the 1 to 5. The Kings are not sure if Murray's going to play. Keegan is listed as questionable. He's missed 2 straight, so we're going to see if he misses his 3rd straight. Let's get into the line history here as well. And look at this, Justin Bilbo in the house. I love it. Love it. Long time. Says, much love from Germany. We loved having you rocking with us. Said, had to quit sports betting because of work, but I'm back. Love it. Love it. Bilbo in the house. Love to see him, my man. So let's break down this line history. We have a 234. This opened up at 233. Got up to 234.5. Oh, it opened up 234.5. Excuse me. I was looking at the afternoon. At noon, it opened up at 233. When it opened up last night, it opened up at 234.5. So we've actually had a half point move towards the under. You have to think they're not only, there have to be heightened defensive intensity with a new coach generally. We have Denver -4. They opened up at -1.5. They probably shouldn't be at -1.5. That was probably a mistake with the new coaching hire. And I imagine that the public is all over the Denver Nuggets, and that's not the case. 65% of the tickets, 58% of the catch, 85 and 86 on the over. The Nuggets desperately need to win this game. They no longer have home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs, but they still can fix this. And the Kings are also trying to win this game. Is this just a smash and grab? Is this a smash and grab on the Denver Nuggets? Take it away, Brizzy. Get us started.
The firing Malone kind of comes from him not developing the players and playing the veterans over the guys that they drafted in recent years. Of you can't have a good G League team and a good Summer League team and then those players not play. Look at the Miami Heat. I mean, with Pele Larson and Kellen Ware, guys from their Summer League roster that are in their starting lineup now. The hope is to motivate the Nuggets with their playoff run. They dominated the head-to-head series, beating the Kings in each of 3 meetings this season. Jokic's been on fire, but I'm calling bullshit on it, though, man. I kind of like the Kings here in this spot of the Kings have been pretty good in the last week. I mean, they won 3 straight games. They're playing for the 9th seed, and with Mavericks only trailing 1 game, they have a little bit more motivation. Their shooting and offenses look really improved, top 10 in the league right now for 3-point shooting. I mean, I expect a lot of points in this one. I think Sacramento goes over their team total over. I think this game goes over, and I think Sabonis has a really good one. Battle of the double-double and triple-double merchants here. Sabonis leads the NBA with 13.9 rebounds per game. He's had 10-plus rebounds in 60 out of 67 starts this season, 12-plus rebounds in 50 out of 67 games this season. I think him and Jokic are just going to go at it tonight.
I should have been on this at 5:30 in the morning when I made the other bets. I don't know why I didn't. Look, The Nuggets received a message, and they're going to step up tonight. The market's gone from 1.5 to 4. I thought this would be 85 or 90% here. Bilbo says Kings are locked in the 9th seed, and that would only be if they have the tiebreaker with the Mavericks. I don't think they're locked. I think the Kings need to win this, but the Nuggets got a smash and grab here. Dougie White says if Denver wins, it'll be by a small margin. I think the message has been sent. Wine Time, what do you think?
I'm all over the Nuggets here in this spot minus the 4 points. This is a simple smash and grab for the Denver Nuggets. If you can take alternative lines, I would take this up to like a 7.5. I think this isn't even going to be close. Sacramento Kings, this isn't a good basketball team. Guys, I've watched this team a lot. They acquired Zach LaVine. That guy sits in the corner most of the time and waits for his shot. Never wants to create his own shot, it seems like, these last couple seasons. I think they're going to have trouble with Denver tonight. I think Denver could pretty much name their number here. Coach getting fired definitely raises a lot of eyebrows this late in the season. It's really crazy to see, but I think the Denver Nuggets show up today. They've lost, the last 4 games. The Kings do bad against the good teams, and this is a really good team, the Denver Nuggets. They win this game by probably 10 points here in this spot, probably even more. Give me the Denver Nuggets. This is my this is going to probably be my biggest play on the board here, -4, -110. This I might throw a little bit more than a unit on this one, but I love the Denver Nuggets here in this spot.
Yeah, so do I. And I'm going to move on as soon as the show is over. And I guess it just took me a little while just to figure it out. And I also thought we'd be dealing with this, situation where it was going to be heavy action, on them. And that's not the case. It's some bigger bets have been placed on them. Also, I'm going to move on the Cincinnati Reds. I'm going to move on the Cincinnati Reds here now. I forgot. Shit, how many minutes do I have? That game starts in 8 minutes. I got the 405. I got some 405 stuff I got to worry about, but I'm going to get this in 8 minutes. No problem. I'm going to move on to Cincinnati Reds here. Let's set up our final game on the board here on today's show. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us here at Pub Sports Radio. Also, we're on Anthem TV now. A shout out to Anthem TV for rocking with us as well. Let's roll. 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We have the Houston Rockets, LA Clippers, Intuit Dome in Inglewood, California. Wine Time going to get us started here. Rockets coming off their 3rd straight win, 106-96 at the Warriors on Sunday. Clippers are on the second half back-to-back after securing their 5th straight win in 7th and 8 games, 122-117 at home versus Spurs last night. This is their final home game of the season. Here, the final home game of the season. Sorry, I put MLB back on here just because I needed to see if I could possibly let go of that bet because I hate panicking getting something in last minute, but money talks. I must listen. Here we go. We have the Clippers -8 here. -8, -104. They opened up at 6.5. This did get up to 8.5, but now it's 8. 1.5 point move towards the Clip Show. From a total standpoint here, we have a 219.5. It's -111 to the under. This opened up at 219, got up to 220. It's been just flirting around that number for a while. When we take a look and see who we expect to be in the lineup, the issue for the Rockets is injuries, and they have nothing to play for. So I don't see why Sengun, I don't see why any of these guys would be in the lineup. I don't see Sengun, Van Fleet. Why would they be in the lineup? Now, the other players can step up, but on the other side of the fence, you have a Clippers team that needs to win. Kawhi sat out Tuesday to be ready for this game here. I mean, isn't this just the Rockets just lay down? Let's just take a look at the cash flow here quickly. From a cash flow standpoint, we have – come on. I got to get this shit fixed, man. Here we go. We have 73% of the tickets and 80% of the cash on the Houston Rockets. How could that be? Is that 73% tickets, 81% cash on the Rockets? I mean, why would this line be moving the way it is? Rockets have nothing to play for, nothing at all. 92 and 91 on the over. So let's hammer this one out. Wine Time, take it away. And then Wine Time, can you set up Brizzy? Because I want to get this bet in.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, this is another interesting matchup. These last couple games on the board are really catching my eye here as we're going. Clippers -8, -110 right here at my book. That looks like good money. Honestly, I already gave it out, but I kind of wanted to throw the Clippers money line in that parlay, man. I mean, the Clippers not going to smash these guys up right here. I kind of want to move on the Clippers -8 here by itself. I mean, public hammering the Rockets here because, I mean, they're the Rockets and they're a good team. I don't really think a lot of people realize they don't have a lot to play for here in this game, and a lot of their starters shouldn't be playing in this one. Kawhi Leonard, I do expect him to play in this one. He missed the last game, so he should be ready to go for this game. I'm very close. I'm going to do it, guys. I'm going to move on the Clippers -8, -110 here. I think this could probably get up to an 8.5, maybe even a -9 in the next hour or so. So I'm going to move on it officially here. Clippers -8, -110. What do you think about this, Billy?
I'm right there with you. I don't think sports bettors are paying attention to how good the Clippers have been over the last couple of weeks. We talked about it last Wednesday about how they were going to have an upcoming homestand to end out the season. And I said I was going to blindly bet them in every game of this homestand. And they have just been cashing left and fucking right. And they've won 12 straight games. I mean, out of their last 12 games, they won 10 out of the last 12, outscoring opponents by 16.3 points. 6 of those wins have came by 20-plus points or more. All of their wins have been at least by 9-plus points. For the season, they've gone 27-13 ATS at home, 19-8 as home favorites, 12-8 ATS by favorites of 7.5 or more points. The Rockets have won all 3 meetings so far this year. So this is just a model play for me. I don't think the Clippers get swept for the season against the Rockets. The Rockets have been rolling themselves, winning 4 of the last 5, but I expect them to try Friday night when they play against the Lakers in LA, not in the Intuit Dome. These teams get smoked by the Clippers, I feel like, in the first half of those LA games. I got to figure out if I want to do Clippers with like a 3-leg parlay or go Clippers double result, Houston team total under 105.5. All that speaks to me. And Kawhi Leonard's point prop as well. Jim talked about how he got rested last night. And Kawhi's been on a fucking heater. 20-plus points in 12 straight games. Didn't play last night. Should be rested for tonight. I like the Clippers here in the spot.
Very much so. And so, Man Bear Pig, this is a huge game for the Clippers. Huge. They are 1 game back of the Lakers in 3rd. They are tied with the Nuggets, the Warriors, and the Grizzlies. And they're 1 game up on the Timberwolves. The Clippers lose this game, they could be in the play-in tournament. This is a must win here. And the Rockets will lie down late. They'll lie down late. This is not a first half bet. This is a full game bet.
They've been home for like 5-6 games in a row. This is like, I don't think the betting public has been paying attention to the Clippers have been fucking cashing in during this home trip. This is like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is their 6th home game in a row. Like, just blindly bet the Clippers, man. Just look at the results. Like, they've been cashing left and right.
But honestly, as much as I love the breakdown and completely agree with it, this is not me betting on the Clippers. This is me fading a team that has absolutely nothing to play for. Again, all they care about is rest and health against a team that has everything on the line. I'm
betting on the Clippers because they're trying to not play in that play-in seed. They've been red fucking hot. They've been smashing at home. I mean, if you look, they've gone 10-2 in their last 12 games, outscoring teams by 16.3 points. 6 of those wins by 20-plus points or more. All their wins have came by 9-plus points. They've damn near won the hottest teams in the NBA in the last 2 weeks.
I love it. I'm right with you. And I just moved on the Reds. There was a 7-cent move while I was betting it against me, which usually is something that I then stay off, but it doesn't matter. Plus 134. Wine Time just cashing with the Marlins, plus 185. All right, let's review all action here. And I'm going to need to get the show over in about 7 or 8 minutes because I want the time to get into 405 and 410 games, my action for those games. So let's review all action here in NBA. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, we moved on. Let me pull it up really quick here. We're on the Orlando Magic, Portland Trailblazers moneyline parlay minus 120. We also gave out Max Christie over 1.5 threes plus 150. We gave out the Dallas Mavericks on the money line plus 170. And then we gave out the Denver Nuggets -4, minus 110. That's my favorite play on the board, guys. And then I'm on the Clippers, probably my second favorite play on the board, -8, -110. I love these last couple spots on the card. Might end up moving on the Phoenix Suns as well, as I talked about. Haven't done it yet. We'll see as the day goes on. But those are my plays so far.
And Andrew G's right. Clippers second half, hammer it live. Absolutely. The Rockets have no reason to lie down. Brizzy, review your action. And I know that you haven't made everything official yet. What your plan is?
Yeah, I'm probably going to do a parlay of the Raptors, Warriors, and Clippers. Odd shop that and see where I get the best price. And then definitely looking at the same game parlay in the Orlando Magic game of the Orlando Magic money line, Peyton Pritchard, 15+ points, Sam Hauser, 2 3-pointers at +100. I might use my FanDuel boost on that. Favorite player prop of the day is going to be Kobe White, over 30.5 PRA. He's gone over 11 out of his last 12 games. And then other player props that stand out, I mean, Kawhi Leonard's gone 20+ points in 12 straight games. You could probably put that with the Clippers as a same game parlay. Kyle Filipowski's 10+ rebounds, +100. Other ones that stand out, Sabonis over 12.5 rebounds. Grayson Allen's 3-point prop. We didn't talk about that one, but I like Grayson Allen's 3-point prop in that Phoenix game. And what else? Adam Bona, double-double in that Sixers game at -110.
Yeah, I like that look too. I forgot Jose had to take care of something, so it's just us now to put a bow on the show. Spectacular work, both of you gentlemen. Wine Time putting in Yeoman type effort here for us. Excellent marathon show, my friend. We've been running nice. We need to keep it going. Wine Time, my man, thank you. Congratulations on the massive casher with the Marlins. I'm going to pop Wine Time's X handle here in the chat. Wine Time, is there anything else, any last words you want to drop for the Cappers in the chat?
Yeah, shout out to my guy Oldie right there. He said Wine Time. You see that last catch out? That was impressive. The center fielder went back on that on Pete Alonso and caught that at the wall. That was impressive. Shout out to my guy, just my 2 cents right there. Nice bottle of Cab Frank there, Wine Time Sports. Let's go, man. Shout out to my guy TC. Got to hang out with him in San Antonio. Shout out to you, my guy. And shout out to everyone in the chat, man, showing out for us, guys. You know, we're almost at 100 likes. We need minimum 100 likes, guys. But shout out to you guys in the chat. Razor Sharp Picks, Andrew G, Man Bear Pig, my guy, Dougie Wise. I saw Chase in there. Dan Kelly, good to see you, Dougie Wise. Everyone out there, shout out to you guys. Love doing this with you guys. But we got to get paid now. We've got a loaded card for tonight. It's all posted. So let's get paid, guys. Let's get paid.
Let's do exactly that. There he is, Wine Time Sports. I dropped his X handle in the chat. Please support our guy, Wine Time. Thank you for all your hard work, my man.
Yes, sir.
Brizzy, my man, excellent work. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show? I'm going to pop Brizzy's X handle in the chat. Please support our guy, Brizzy.
Yeah, if you have not seen the UFC 314 Locker Room Podcast episode, make sure you guys tune in. Locker Room Podcast live under the Pub Sports Radio videos. And then tomorrow night, me and Joey DFS will be going live right after the official weigh-ins for the PFL tournament for tomorrow's after weigh-in. So probably 8:00 p.m. Eastern will be the time. And then Friday will be a nice little break in the action. But then we're back here Saturday for the live stream, 6:00 p.m. pay-per-view time. It's going to be a banger down in Miami this weekend.
I love it. Old E says fixing to watch Locker Room Talk next. So shout out to Old E. And shout out to you, Brizzy. Thank you so much for your time, my man. Let's go quick review. We have about 16 minutes before the next bets have to be in for the 4 p.m. games. 3-1 here. Razor Sharp Picks, big dog of the day, White Sox money line. Bilbo, great to have you back in business, man. Great to have you back in business. Shout out to Justin Biller back in action with us. Let's review all action and put a bow on the festivities. Stacks play the day number 1. Braves team total over 4.5 at +100, and the Twinkies -109 for Justin. Then I'm going to skip this one. Billy Friedrich, the Pig Milk play of the day. Dodgers and Brewers moneyline parlay. TJ's on San Diego, Oakland over 9.5. And we all have lost that Chicago first 5 -0.5. Free band play of the day. Wizards first half. Ross Pitts, Dodgers, Yankees, and Barcelona. So that's going to be helpful. Take care of business there. 1-0 says Chris Warren in what game? What am I missing? Oh, I don't know what I'm missing there. Are you 1-0? Help me. Help me out. Marlins first 5+0.5 cashing here. Oh, Barcelona up 1-0. Okay, thank you. Thank you, my man. Thank you, Chris. Nice job. Now, all of those spots for Ross Pitts are on the -1.5 line, so he needs another goal. Spooner cashing with Marlins first 5+0.5 and Yankees -1. Spooner off to a great start. Orioles team total over 4.5. White Sox first 5+0.5 and Royals money line. Sweaty Butcher, Celtics, Warriors, and that was yesterday. 9 legacies on the Leafs, Blues, Flyers here. Gorky is on Tiafo money line. Barry Smith play today. Marlins first 5+0.5. Attaboy, Barry getting that cash. You're a man, Justin. I love capping with you. This is where I want to be. This is what I want to do. I'm very, very thankful that Mr. Slaughter has given us this opportunity. I'm very, very thankful. Prime cut is the Blazers -6. Blazers -6. Fat win. Keelan race 7. Valentinian at 3-1. I didn't know why I couldn't pronounce it first time I read it. What's wrong with me? Gogster's action here in NHL. Let's get to it quickly. Here, I'm going to be fine to get the 4 p.m. bets in. Just fine. Nothing to worry about. Just got to stay calm. St. Louis, first period. St. Louis, full game. He's on Toronto, Tampa, no goal, first 9.5. Philly, New York Rangers, first period. Both teams to score. Calgary, money line. Calgary team total over together at -120. That is Mr. Gogster's action. Then for me, I've got 5 bets in NHL. I added 2 here during the show. I added the Flyers at +155 and the over 5.5 -120 in Philly, New York. I'm on the Blues at +113. McDavid's coming back. I would have preferred to have waited just to get a better line, but not scared. Then the Lightning -1 and Toronto Tampa under 6 -109. Looking forward to see what's happened. Justin Biller, an ugly record so far. Well, I'm 3-1 today. Can we talk about that? 3-1 today. Of course, Bilbo, that we have all of our records up for every sport, for every capper. It's very, very important to us, the transparency and the honesty here. That's extremely important to what we do here. But this is my ugly record to start off the year. But 3-1 today. That's not including the 3-1 today. That's coming into the show. So let's talk MLB. We've started the day by cashing the first 302.5 in St. Louis, Pittsburgh. Then we cashed the Marlins first 5+0.5 in the first 302 in Marlins Mets. Then we lost in the Cubbies first 5 -0.5. We have A's in play. Oh shit! Well, I guess I'm not going to bet I can't bet the under in the Orioles Diamondbacks game. That was the other one I wanted to do. Why isn't it started yet? Oh no, it is live. 1-0 Arizona. Okay. Well, that's good. I didn't bet it. Whatever. Move on. But I was okay, and I wasn't sure because Jose's on the over, so we can let that go. I just didn't go far enough back. Panicked when I saw the Reds. I'm going to bet the over in Dodgers Nats right now. I'm very interested in the Astros -1, but again, I don't know how you can bet Hunter Brown until he sees the lineup one time. It's just the first 3 under 3 in White Sox Guardians. Then Kikuchi's outs are probably too expensive. Braves, will it be -1 or money line? I got to figure that out. First 3 under in Twinkies, Royals, and the full game over in Brewers, Rockies. And then we just reviewed NBA. So I gotta get to betting. Thank you guys so much. Truly, thank you for your support. We have nothing without you guys. And I was so angry that my power was out yesterday. I couldn't rock with you guys. I get so much from this show and so much from all of you in the chat and so much from our cappers on screen. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Saturated, razor sharp picks. Justin Biller, got Bilbo back in business. Just my 2 cents. Chris Warren, Justin McKelvey, Dougie Wise, Black Thor King, Chris Warren, Old E. Thank you guys. Robert Franklin, True Allah, 4th and 1 Entertainment, Fat Wally, Dan Kelly, Man Bear Pig, Andrew G. Man, this is the crew, man. Chase J. T. Moss, BJ, thank you guys. MMA Locker Room. Let's go get that money, man. Let's go get that money. This is what we always wanted to be spending all our time doing. Now that we have this opportunity, we have to succeed. There's no other option. It's success or lose everything. So let's fucking succeed. We work together to defeat the juice. Sometimes it takes a village to take down these books. Roll that shit, like that shit, smoke it. Get this money. I can't wait to see you again tomorrow. I can tell you that I will be a dad from 5 to 8 p.m. Get the kids to sleep. And then every second, except for the 4.5 hours I'll be asleep for, I'm going to be capping and thinking of our action and live betting and preparing for tomorrow's show. And then I will wake up very, very early. Very early. Earlier, I try to wake up earlier than everybody else to continue the process. And I don't wake up, oh, God, I'm not pissed off. I wake up, let's fucking go and get this fucking money. Thank you guys for the support. Let's get that money. Leche. Hey, los bookmakers.
From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds.
Sports radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston, shout out to Nasty Nate. From down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Gabby Cap. Fly out to Denver for the Nugget fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Profit. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Connor Mack. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh. Roll up a paper plane, light up a sparky. If I need a strikeout prop, we gon' holler at Sharpie. Cross over to the West Coast and holler at Bam. If we talking NBA, I got to hit, try, wham. Always tapping in, money's what we trust. If I need a team total, gotta hit nut flush, cause I'm fishing for bait. Smoking straight to the chest. Gotta fly out to the beta, homie, moose money bets. From books to west, cash checks what we do. Cause I'm hoop banging with Boss and the OG Raccoon. If we need it under, I gotta hit no nose. If I land on my prop, I gotta holler Big Show. Now we back to the East Coast for Nicky Fish Tanks. We watching UFC, keeping money in the bank. Die Hard and Danny Betts and the whole damn crew. Nick's the only guy I know can drink a brew by his shoe, but hey, that's what he do. It is what it is. I can't forget that Jersey boy, that homie Billy Brisbane. If I need an ice pick, I go to Ontario, holler my ice guy, Ian Babano. And if I need some advice in trying to cash, tune into Peter Loshak and Jimmy the Bag. And hit that like button, make sure that you smash it. The famous words of razor sharp picks, cash shit. I'm on my poker shit, stacking my chips. If we ever lose a bet, man, we never gon' trip. Cause I'm Mike Knight M, pimp slap player of the day. Run Crawford spreadsheet, what more can you say? It's how we stay paid each and every day. Can't forget about the producer, say hey Jose. Tell your mother, your father, your son and your daughter, cause nothing's going down without the Don Jeff Slaughter. All you low baggers, hold it down in the chat. If you missed all that, the remix will be back. Yeah.